What's happening? What's happening? What's happening, everybody? How we feeling? How we feeling? How we feeling, man? What's good? What's good? I mean, y'all ready for this fourth and fifth round? I know some people start to fall off at the race when we get to this time, man. I know some people fall off. Not everybody's built for the day 3. We about to start getting to some names. You're gonna be like, who? You know what I mean? But it's cool though, man. I'm ready to have some fun, man. Ready to have some fun. What's happening, everybody? I hope. Oh, matter of fact, first of all, let me go ahead and get this list ready for y'all. Hold on. Let me get the list. We got to get that going. Yeah, that's the last one. Okay, we got to have this list ready because we're getting into day 3. And a lot of these picks are definitely going to be based on the guys that we're interested in. Let me go ahead and attach the PDF. Hold on. Let me get that PDF file for y'all. I'm on the way. Hold on. Just give it a second. Let me see. Let me go get it. But what's happening, everybody? What's happening? I'm definitely about to get to saying what's up there, everybody. Do you know for sure when the draft? It's supposed to start at 12, well, technically 11:30, but you know them, man. They always late, so no, it's supposed to start at 12. My fault. It's supposed to start at 12, but I'm pretty sure the first pick won't come in until like 12:05. You know how they do. Where we at? I gotta find my live stream. Nah, I could just go to my video that I did it. I did it in my video. Where's it at? My final. Where's it at? Where did I put that? Oh, there you go. I found it. Don't even worry about it. I got it. Link the PDF. Copy. Let's copy it one more time because I ain't about to come back. Live stream. We're going to make it the pin comment. You did. Come here. Yes, sir. Pin official. All right, man. So this list, free for everybody, man. 125 guys that we're confirmed interested in, and the reason and how many times and all of that type of stuff. You got the pro days we went to. You got the top 30 private visits, and so far we're 3 for 3 on private visits. Everybody we've drafted so far came in for a private visit. You got Emmanuel Forbes. Where's he at? Emmanuel Forbes came in April 6th. We got Quan Martin, my boy, came in April 18th. And then Ricky Stromberger came in April 19th. So we're 3 for 3. You could only assume that we're probably going to continue that trend today. Even if it's not all of our picks, it's quite likely that a lot of the guys we take will end up being that. So, man, make sure if you want access to this list right here, it's free. You can go ahead and get that. It's a free PDF file. It's the pinned comment in the chat right now. You can have that up. You can have me up on one side, the draft on another, and then that PDF right there on the same screen, and we can get to work, man. What's happening, everybody? What's good, man? What's good, everybody? What's good, man? We already got 72 people in here. That's like the quickest we got to 72, man. Y'all not playing today, man. I really appreciate it, man. Y'all pulled up. Man. I'm excited, though. It's supposed to start at 12. We'll see. I don't know who we're interviewing right now. I'm not good with faces. Like right now, if me and Emmanuel Forbes is a bad example because, like I said, I feel like I know 10 Emmanuel Forbeses in real life. Like, that man looks like the most common person to me. I don't know, what the areas y'all may be from and stuff, but Emmanuel Forbes looks like 10 people I know. I feel like I can go to Quick Trip and it's gonna be 3 of them standing outside for no reason all day. So I guess a better example might be Quan Martin. Like, even him, I feel like if I ran into him in public, I wouldn't necessarily know who it was. I scout the player in the jersey. I don't really be going around looking for what they look like in real life. I struggle with pronouncing people's names because I don't really watch their games live. Unless you play in the SEC or you play for Georgia, maybe Alabama, Ohio State, maybe I could pronounce your name correctly, but I don't be knowing how to pronounce these folk names, man. I do. I know what they do when they put that jersey and that helmet on, though. I got you on that. I know that. Believe that. I know that one. What's happening, everybody? What's good? Ivan, Fred, what's happening? We are now in the Dollar Tree section of the draft. Hey, man, things get interesting, though. What's good, Zulu? Things get a little interesting over here. What's good, Ronnie? What's happening? Heading to work, get my updates. Appreciate that big time, man. That's why, like, sometimes I haven't done it, like, in a while, but I used to, like, a couple of years ago, be like, is it even worth posting a video at 3 a.m.? Will people even watch it? And so now I'm glad that I was like, forget it, man. Let's just go ahead and post them because people wake up before I do because I'm a up till 3, 4 in the morning type of guy, just period. I'm a gamer, so it's kind of just, become a part of my lifestyle. Even though I'm not on Xbox like anywhere near like I used to be, where I used to be up all night playing Modern Warfare 2, Halo 3, and all of that type of stuff up till 4, 5, 6. I don't even do that. I'm just naturally now. I don't know if it's because of video games or if that's just who I am naturally, but I'm up till 3 or 4 usually anyway. Unless there's specific circumstances why I gotta wake up early the next morning. So I'm always up anyway, and it's like, well, I might as well just go ahead and post the video that I felt like posting anyway. Might as well not wait and hold it. What you can get from the dollar store. What's good, Scotty? Let's go. First time from DC. What's good, Patrick? Welcome. Not gonna lie, the Eagles looking tough. Hey, man, you're in denial if you think the Eagles don't look good, man. You're in denial. Based off of what we saw last year, even though they lost a couple of guys, you can argue Jalen Carter is going to be the best defensive. I think Jalen Carter is going to be better than Fletcher Cox ever was. Like, I'm that high on him. So, buddy, that they lost to the 49ers, yeah, that's going to hurt a little, but Jalen Carter more than makes up for it. Then Nolan Smith, I think if you move him to off-ball linebacker, he's going to be great. Even as a Georgia Bulldog fan, I don't see the hype of him being an edge rusher. A lot of people are comparing him to Khalil Mack or even Hassan Reddick, and I see it athletic profile-wise, but if you watch the tape, I don't see it at all. Even as a Georgia Bulldog fan, love him to death. I miss Nolan Smith already, and the next season hasn't even started, but edge rusher, I don't see it. I love my Georgia Bulldogs, but I'm going to be objective. I'm not about to just act like Kelee Ringo should have went in the first round. I told y'all he wasn't going in the first. I don't want him. I didn't necessarily want him. I had like 5 or 6 corners I preferred over him. But Jalen Carter is him. That's undeniable. That's not me being a Georgia homer. Jalen Carter is different. He said it's part of becoming an adult. Hey, man, I've always, even if I got to wake up early, like, for any reason, I've had to consistently wake up at like 7 a.m. I'll take a nap when I get back home. I'm a late person. That's when I'm most productive. That's when I feel like cleaning. Like, I don't know what it is. I'm a late person. I've always been. Rico, would you take DeJuan? What's good, Andreas? I for sure would take DeJuan, but the problem is I doubt we're going to take him because the character concerns must be that dramatic. And I think John Com said something about it in his podcast yesterday. I don't exactly remember. I feel like he said something. I was half asleep listening to it. It was like 5 a.m. in the morning after I put out all of those videos that I put out last night / this morning. And I just had it playing while I was going to sleep. And I think I heard him say something about the Commanders not feeling him too. But we know it's confirmed that apparently he had like a good first day of the Senior Bowl. Then after that, he got lackadaisical. And then he kind of stormed off and didn't want to compete with the rest of the people. He denied a private meeting with us, apparently. Oh, that makes it even worse. What's good, Shauna? What's good, Chris? What's happening, everybody, man? You drafting a kicker, hoping Ryland goes undrafted. We'll see. Joshua Thomas as an undrafted free agent returner. Isn't that the guy we just recently showed interest in, the Joshua guy? Yeah, Joshua Thomas, wide receiver from Georgetown. That's a potential guy there. That's a potential. The guy I was looking at for kicker was the guy they've already showed interest in, Chad Ryland from Maryland. So a lot of the really low players on our list, a lot of them that we've shown interest in, of course, from the DMV area, because, I mean, it's hard to scout every single person in the world, man. It's almost impossible. It literally is. So when you're looking at late round draft picks, undrafted free agent guys, you're going to have a better idea of what's going on around your local area. I mean, for us, for the Commanders' sake, that's, Maryland, DC, and Virginia. So I'm not surprised that one of the late round receivers we're looking at is from Georgetown. I'm not surprised that a kicker that we're looking at is from Maryland. That's just how that works. If I were a Falcons fan, which, matter of fact, no, we're not even gonna do that scenario. I hate the Falcons so much. I don't even want to say that. That put a bad taste in my mouth. I need some Kool-Aid or something, man. That just made me mad. All right, so if I was like who would not make me mad? Let's say a Raven. No, because that's the same area. If I was a Raiders fan, all right, Raiders out the way, that's cool. We would, a lot of the kickers, returners, late round receivers, edge rushers, offensive linemen we'd be looking at would be in the Bay Area. So it'd be like Stockton and Vallejo and San Francisco, Oakland, of course. It'll be a bunch of stuff like that. A bunch of Northern Cali looks, maybe some Southern Cali. So we'll see. But that's just how things work. It's impossible to scout everybody. It's impossible. So you start to, you send your scouts out. We had the Washington local pro day as well for local people to come in and show what they could do. You even had James Patterson, Jared Patterson's twin, who went to Buffalo, but he pulled up to the Washington local pro day because Jared Patterson is his twin. So but for the most part, it's guys from the local area. I mean, Bowie State, like people are not out here fighting to go to Bowie State to scout players. Like that's a DMV thing. That's the commander's job to do. Just like people in Ohio, like other than Cleveland and Cincinnati, people not going to Miami of Ohio. People not catching flights to Miami of Ohio to go scout them. You know what I'm saying? Even Georgia. People not going to Georgia State to scout people. That's a Falcons thing. You know what I mean? Like, the Commanders are not coming all the way down here to Georgia State to scout. They'll probably look at some Georgia Tech guys because Georgia Tech is awful. Shouts out to Georgia Tech, though. But they always produce some NFL-level talent. That's just what they do. They always find a way to get a couple of them because there is the fascination with actually playing for a school in Atlanta and not Athens, which is 2 hours away. Georgia Tech is dead center in Atlanta, Midtown, and all of that. So there is a certain aesthetic to that and a certain different lifestyle that I can see why somebody may choose Georgia Tech over Georgia, even though it's a little crazy. But yeah, nobody's coming down here to go to Georgia State. Nobody's coming up there to go to Bowie State. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's your job as the local team in that area. Now, I don't know how that works for North Dakota and the random schools they got. Who's going out there? Denver, maybe? I don't know. But we gonna end up getting some of these guys from Bowie State, William and Mary, maybe even Wake Forest, Maryland. We gonna get some people like that as undrafted free agents and late round picks. That's just how that goes. On the TCU wide receiver, Daniel Davis is punt returner. Want Gibson to keep doing kick returns. I do want to upgrade the punt returns, man. I really, really do. What's good, Dor Gunner? Shouts out Louis T, man. He's been killing it. What's good, Joan Erica with the multiple accounts? What's good? Yeah, Carter's a beast. Yeah, that's my dog, man. Man, I can't wait to see how Jalen Carter balls out. I hate it had to be the Eagles, but I mean, I'm starting to gain my heart back a little bit because it's Eagles and Pittsburgh Steelers thing taking all of the Georgia players. Now I'm looking at it like the bright side of it, and all of my Georgia Bulldogs are in Pennsylvania together, whether it's Philly or Pittsburgh. Broderick Jones, George Pickens, Darnell Washington on the same team is insane. That blocking is crazy. George Pickens is arguably one of the nastiest blockers in the NFL. Then Darnell Washington's going to be the best blocking tight end in the NFL day one. And then you got Broderick Jones, who was my second favorite tackle in the class, only behind Darnell Wright. The Steelers are going to run on everybody with that combination. The fact that you have a receiver as well that can block like that and a third tackle on the field and Darnell Washington is crazy. And then the Eagles defense with Nakobe Dean, Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith. It's scary. I really hope we don't let Kelee Ringo slide to the Eagles or some foolishness way late in the draft because that would be insane and I would be scared. And they probably would pull the trigger. Even in the draft video for the Georgia Bulldogs, I mean for the Eagles, I'm gonna call them at this point I'm gonna call them the Philadelphia Bulldogs to make myself feel better about it. And I mean, it's nice that we got Ricky Stromberg, but at the end of the day, you can draft who you want to draft. There's no offensive line in the NFL for what the Eagles put together. There's like literally none. I'm just going to put that out there. The Cowboys O-line from 4 years ago is getting dogged by that Eagles defensive line, especially defensive tackle-wise. I don't care if you have all these all-pro, future Hall of Famers. They're going to get the best of each other. It's going to be two titans, two ridiculous forces meeting each other, and the Cowboys won't look like got the Infinity Stones. The Cowboys O-line will not look like the Cowboys O-line against them. They'll probably hold their own better than anybody else, but that Eagles D-line, the way it's currently constructed, it's nothing you can really do. Now, Jordan Davis, I can admit, he's a 30% of snaps type of guy. He has absolutely zero stamina. But when he's out there, that man's going to put some work in. My boy Mark with the first donation today, man, really appreciate that. Hey, I don't know why I don't get notifications that you're live. Hey, man, make sure you hit that bell next to the subscription button. You know what I'm saying? That should help at least. But appreciate the donation, man. Big time, man. Appreciate that. Appreciate the love. Yes, sir, the first donation today. Let's get busy. I want Dwan Jones, of course, but I doubt we're going to take him. After that, I kind of got to dive deep. I mean, I have some guys I like at tight end. I got my boy Zach Kuntz that I would really like, but that will probably be later. That wouldn't be this round. That's probably like more like a I mean, at this point, I'll take Kelee Ringo as best player available, even though we don't need him. But a Georgia Bulldog and best player available, arguably. I know a lot of people were high on Antonio Johnson from Texas A&M as a slot safety, but we already got that covered. I mean, maybe Blake Freeland at this point, maybe as a tackle this late in the draft. We'll see. I know some people like Jalen Duncan out of Maryland, especially since he's a local guy. Let me see what else I'm looking at. I know we were interested in City South, however you said, guard, but we already got Ricky Stromberg, so we'll see. Even though Ricky Stromberg is more of a center than a guard, but I think he could compete at guard. Dorian Thompson-Robinson, I would love to get him at quarterback later, especially not this round. If we can get him in the 5th, I think we killed it. Dorian Thompson-Robinson in the 5th would be insane. I would be ecstatic about that. And since we're apparently trying to trade up to get Will Levis, hopefully that could be our guy. You know, Georgia Bulldog Homer. I'm looking out for Warren McClendon. Extremely raw. Extremely raw. I don't think he would play a single snap this year, but the potential is there. I believe he was a 5-star, and he has that 5-star talent. It's there, but, you know. Did you get some rest? Hey, Scott. Yeah, I got some rest. I slept from like 5 to 11, set my alarm and everything. We're good, though, because I had to get those videos out. I wasn't going to sleep without getting the Ricky Stromberg and the Quan Martin videos out there. I wish I could have done it sooner, but like I said, I was starving when I got off the stream. And I ate recently. Like, I had eaten recently up to that point, but just talking so much constantly, I guess I just worked up an appetite. We already got Ricky Stromberg, so I don't think we would go and get Alex Forsyth, even though that was a player that I liked, maybe in the 4th or 5th round. Maybe Ventrell Miller at linebacker. I could see that. Where's my boy Kyle Soley? My boy Kyle Soley from Arizona State. Maybe we can get him in the 5th or 6th round. I'll be down to take that. Owen Popo is arguably the most athletic linebacker available. Only problem is he's 6 foot 225, and we already got that type of guy, athletic will linebacker type of guy in both Jamin Davis, Khaleke. Oh, don't forget Khaleke Hudson as well, and Cody Barton. So, if you want to go linebacker, it would make more sense to get a bigger, like Kyle Soley is. How big is he? Isn't he like 6'3"? And hold on, let me look it up. Kyle Soley, not Kyle Solar. Who is Kyle Solar? Who did they just send me to? Oh, that's what I get for spelling Solely right. I mean, wrong. Who was that I just Googled? That just made me mad. Let me see. Height. Weight. 6'4". Yeah, he's 6'4". I want him to add some more weight, though. 6'4", 220. I want him to get up to like 230, 240 before I'm comfortable with him like being our certified Mike linebacker, but I'd take a chance on him late. Antonio Mafi, and I'm good. Israel from Pitt, another Brooklyn, New York native like Curtis Samuel. Okay. What part of New York? Every time I hear New York or anything Atlanta, I'm always like, what part? Because, you know, those are the cities I spend my most time in. So Jalen Carter is limited. The shelf is for myself. Woo, limited. Whoa. Whoo, I guess we'll see. I love the optimism, though. I love the optimism as as a way for the Commanders to be able to block the monstrosity of an O-line. Kelee Ringo was a 4th round pick on Madden 23. I could have told y'all that he definitely wasn't going in the 1st round. 2nd round, I thought it was iffy. 3rd round, I thought maybe he would go there, but as a Georgia Bulldog fan who's watched this man get cooked repeatedly, where I believe in his athleticism, but at the same time, if you're going to be the toolsy athletic guy, you got to have way better hips than he has, and that's the problem. He's the athletic toolsy guy with not great tape, and, not a lot of great technique. If you're going to be that guy, you better be like Christian Gonzalez where your hips are crazy, where you can change direction on a dime, double moves don't kill you. But for some reason, Kelee Ringo, if anything, that's his biggest weakness. So I love my Georgia Bulldogs, man, but like I said, I'm going to keep it 100. I'm going to keep it 1,000 out with y'all. And Kelee Ringo is not somebody that you want starting on the outside covering Justin Jefferson ever in your life. Ever in your life. Now, could you play cover 3 with him? Could you kind of transfer him to somewhat of like a safety role, or if he's still a corner for you, outside zone cover 3 type of thing, then it could work. I mean, basically use him how Richard Sherman was used in Seattle. And it's kind of interesting, too, because that's Kelee Ringo's his prodigy. Richard Sherman has been hyping up Kelee Ringo, comparing him to Patrick Peterson. I don't see the Patrick Peterson. I see, if anything, more like Richard Sherman. Play him primarily in zone coverage, Don't have them changing directions a bunch. Keep everything in front of him and let him break on the ball with improved instincts, because his instincts aren't necessarily there yet, but with improved instincts and that crazy explosion, speed, and length, he could play a role like that and it could work out. But other than that, man, asking Kelee Ringo to follow Justin Jefferson, well, we could just keep it to the NFC East. A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith, Brandon Cook, CeeDee Lamb, just follow them man-to-man coverage. I don't love it. As a Commanders fan, that's also a diehard Georgia Bulldogs fan, Kelee Ringo is not fit for that assignment. I'm not even gonna sit here and lie to you. That's my boy. Appreciate him. Again, RG3 rookie season and Kelee Ringo's pick six against Alabama for the first championship. Two greatest moments I've ever seen as a football fan in my lifetime, for me personally. So I mean, if anybody loves that man, it's me. But I'm gonna keep it 100 when it comes to these player evaluations. And Kelee Ringo is not a guy you take in the first or even arguably second round, because it's just so many weaknesses. You're gonna have to develop a defense around them to hide those weaknesses. Richard Sherman wasn't that fast, though, but his IQ and instincts was on another level. And that's why Richard Sherman likes Kelee Ringo so much, because he basically looks at Kelee Ringo like, I was never that fast. I was never that explosive in my lifetime. So if you can get the instincts better and down and the IQ, you should be basically a better me. Look it up. Richard Sherman thinks Kelee Ringo is that guy. It's literally his protege. He's been hyping him up, talking about him and stuff like that. You know, Richard Sherman is really hard on corners, but he sees something in Kelee Ringo that even me as a Georgia Bulldog fan, I'm like, all right, Richard. I don't see it to that extent. I see where you're going with this, but I don't think it's that serious now. But I hope Richard Sherman's right, because if Kelee Ringo goes to the NFL and balls out, that's only going to be another recruiting pitch for Kirby Smart. So keep it up. Let's go, Kelee Ringo. Go crazy. My boy Sports PSP, man, I really appreciate the donation. Always pulling up and donating. Appreciate that big time. Washington had a solid draft. Man, I wish we had Darnell. I completely agree with everything. I think the draft is solid. It's not the most lovable draft. It's not like we got a bunch of steals, but it's solid and it's what we needed. And at the same time, I definitely agree that we should have gotten Darnell. Ricky Stromberg, I'm happy to have him. Welcome to the team. But Darnell Washington is a freak of nature, and he's gonna ball out for the Steelers. But at the same time, man, I'm happy all of my Georgia Bulldogs are basically on three teams: the Packers, the Steelers, and the Eagles. So they're all together. They're all together. When in doubt, they can hang out if they need to together. So I love it. Whenever the Steelers potentially play the Eagles, that's just going to be a Georgia celebration on the field. I'm going to be there. That's going to be a movie, and I'm going to be happy to watch it. The Giants had an excellent draft. They got John Michael Schmitz, who's arguably the best center in the class. I think Jalen Hyatt is a sleeper, even though one thing you got to note about Jalen Hyatt, though, as much as Kelee Ringo was getting cooked a lot of his college career, he locked down Jalen Hyatt, like completely took him out of the game. So, you know, you got to look at Jalen Hyatt a little funny, where it's like, okay, all these other receivers were able to cook Kelee Ringo. Why couldn't you? You know what I'm saying? You got to look at Jalen Hyatt a little funny for that. But I do like Jalen Hyatt's speed, and I understand why the Giants got him when they got him. They're having an excellent draft. I think the Giants are having a great draft. And, of course, they got Deonte Banks, right? And that's a really good corner. I prefer Emmanuel Forbes just off of his playmaking ability, but Deonte Banks is a really good pick for them as well. So the Giants are doing their thing. Shouts out to the Giants. I know some Giants fans. Shouts out to all of my Giants fans out there, man. Much love, much love. Y'all know New York, my second city, so. Do you think Giants will utilize Hyatt's speed? I think that, I mean, you got to. That's the only thing he got. Yeah, like to Captain's point, right above you. He's a one-trick pony. That you better utilize his speed. That's all he got. He don't have the best hands. He doesn't even have the greatest change of direction. He's just a straight track guy, burner, straight down the field. That's it. And, I mean, if we don't account for it, it can kill us. We've seen going against the Giants that Daniel Jones's legs and people beating us deep is like our main weaknesses. Those are our main weaknesses when we play the Giants. We always get beat deep, and Daniel Jones always looks like Lamar Jackson. So we got to account for it. It ain't sweet. It ain't sweet. Now, he is the guy. He is the only guy that Kelee Ringo was able to shut down. And you know why? Because he's a one-trick pony. All he can do is run fast deep down the field. And if anything, that's one thing that Kelee Ringo can do. Kelee Ringo is susceptible to every double move in the book. I might be able to kill him off of a comeback route at my current state and my current level of athleticism. But if you're Jalen Hyatt and all you can do is run down the field really fast in a straight line, Kelee Ringo is going to shut that down because he can run just as fast as you, if not faster, and he has longer arms than you. So that's why you could argue Jalen Hyatt is the only corner that Kelee Ringo has completely shut down. At the very least, the only high-profile wide receiver that Kelee Ringo has shut down. So I'm not surprised. We got my boy Rich in the party chat. I can't hear y'all, you know what I'm saying, but what's happening? Jalen Hyatt is better than Darius Slayton. I mean, ultimately, I think he has a higher ceiling. But today, Darius Slayton is a better receiver when healthy because he's a better route runner and all of that. But ceiling-wise, Jalen Hyatt, I can see the Deshaun Jackson. I can see all of that. But he is very one-trick pony-ish right now. Not to say that he can't do better. Did the Eagles just trade up for Ringo? Don't say that, man. Do not say that, bro. Please don't, because that's ridiculous. Oh, yeah, that was the point I was trying to make earlier. I don't know if y'all have been watching the Georgia Bulldogs, Philadelphia Eagles stuff, but those guys, I love the personalities, man. It's so hard to root against the Eagles because, first of all, the way that they take my Georgia Bulldogs, and then they complimented us. They were like, the owner was even like, yeah, we want to win, so we're taking winners. And that's what Georgia does. They win. I'm sitting there blushing like, yeah, that's what we do. That's what we do. You know what I'm saying? I love to hear it. And then Nolan Smith went to the Eagles for a visit like last month or something like that. And he beat Nick Sirianni in a game of pig or horse or whatever, you know, shooting basketball. And so as soon as they drafted Nolan Smith and he flew into Philadelphia, they immediately got the rematch on. It's so hard not to love that team, man. They are so fun. They are so fun. But it is what it is, man. They're division rivals, so I got to keep a game face. I can't show them no love. I'm going to be rooting for my Georgia Bulldogs to prosper, but I hope they go 0-17. I hope they go 0-17, but I hope my Georgia Bulldogs ball out and then eventually all leave the Eagles together to come to the Commanders in 4 or 5 years. That is the best case scenario for me, even though it's not very realistic. I'm hoping that's what happens. My boy Andreas with the donation. Thank you for always putting out the best Washington content. All love. Don't forget to like the stream, guys. Well, first of all, I do want to shout out everybody else that's doing it too because I love our community, but I really appreciate that, man. My boy Andreas, one of the OGs in the chat, man. Appreciate the donation big time. Setting it off, man. We getting the donations rolling again. I'm trying to save up for a better camera, so we gonna get to work, man. What's good, DMV 2000? What's happening? My boy Johnny Boat, 215 people in here. Hit that like button. I agree, man. Thank you for the check. Thank you for the checkup, man. We got to get everybody to like the stream. If you haven't liked the stream already, please leave a like. It means the world to me, and it's free for y'all. All you got to do is just click that little thumbs up button. I'd really appreciate it if you would take the time to do that. Let me go ahead and get ready for this draft. Let's go ahead and move to round 4 on this screen. What would y'all prefer to look at? Because y'all have free access to this PDF file if you want to pull it up yourself. So if y'all, we could just pull up the Cowboys Commanders again. Let me know if there's another game from last season you prefer to watch. Or I can have the Jartavius Quan Martin RAS up. I got him as a corner. That's why his RAS is so high, because that's what he's going to play. He's going to play slot corner. Rico, you don't sleep. Thanks for the content. Man, appreciate that, Raymond. Appreciate that, man. I mean, I got to work, bro. I wasn't going to sleep until I got those done, man. I wasn't going to sleep until I got the Ricky Stromberg and Quan Martin videos done, man. I just can't. But I can have the RAS scores up. I can have our cap space up. I mean, we having options, man. We having plenty of options over here, man. So we having it loaded with plenty of options. Yeah, we having the green never been to college. Yeah, we having it loaded with plenty of options. Let me see. We got the depth chart. I'm just gonna leave it on this, but if y'all have an exact game that y'all would prefer for me to show from last season, I can. But I got the Sam Howell up because he's our franchise quarterback. I feel like it's a little weird to pull up Taylor Heineke games at this point because he's no longer here. But if y'all want to see a game that Taylor Heineke or Carson Wentz was starting, that's cool with me. Just let me know. I'll pull that up. But for now, I just got Commanders and Cowboys because that boy Sam Howell is out there. Chris Paul could potentially be our starting left guard. He's out there. You better watch him. We got Percy Butler out there who's probably going to contribute in a big way in the secondary. You better watch him. You know, we got some young guns out there. It's not just Sam Howell. It's a lot of younger guys that are probably going to gain larger roles on offense and defense this upcoming season that we're showcasing in this Cowboys game. Rico, who do you think is going to get your Georgia Bulldog, Kelee Ringo? Honestly, I have no idea at this point. When you get to the 4th round and later, you really don't know. If I were the Eagles, I would take them. But me as a Commanders fan that happens to be a Georgia Bulldog fan, I hope that doesn't happen because I'm sick of it. The more Georgia Bulldogs that go there, the more my heart dies inside, man. I'm sick of it. What's good, Jared? Good morning to you, man. You could watch the Eagles losing to us since they stole all your guys. I'm rooting against them heavily. I want my Georgia Bulldogs to go out there and be all pros, Pro Bowlers, all of that. But I'm just hoping that the Eagles go 0-17 at the same time. Very difficult to accomplish with that exact scenario, but it is what it is. It's going to be impossible for me to root against them individually. That's impossible. Again, the only championships that I've ever seen a team that I care about win anything in my lifetime is my Georgia Bulldogs back-to-back. The Commanders have never done anything in my lifetime other than the RG3 season, I guess. Maybe Mark Brunell to Santana Moss down 13-0 and then win 14-13 with the last 4 or 5 minutes or whatever. I guess you can kind of say some Kirk Cousins seasons with Deshaun Jackson and Pierre Garçon. That's all I got. And then Georgia Bulldogs. That's all I got. And these guys are not only contributors to the Georgia Bulldogs championships, but they're the faces. Nakobe Dean and Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith. Like, bro, come on. Like, the leaders, like the guys, the faces of the, like, what we got going on. Along with Stetson Bennett. I'm really curious to see where Stetson Bennett goes. I think the Buccaneers make too much sense to learn behind Baker Mayfield. I think that just makes so much sense in the world. So I hope he lands somewhere good. But yeah, man, like, it's gonna be hard for me to root against them individually because the only team that I care about in life that's won championships is my Georgia Bulldogs in my lifetime. And it's no way I can detach from that. That's the only greatness I've seen as a football fan in my life. Or really any sports, because y'all know sports-wise, I'm more of an individual person instead of a team, and Westbrook didn't win a championship, AI didn't win a championship, and right now, the way that we look for Anthony Edwards, it don't look like he gonna win one in Minnesota at the very least, so all I got to brag off of, honestly, is my Georgia Bulldogs. I'm honestly surprised we haven't taken Ringo. My boy Soko Ryan, make sure y'all check out my boy Soko Ryan, man. That's my dog in real life. That's my, like, dog in real life, man. Make sure y'all check out his YouTube page, his Spotify, and everything. Like, I'm not just endorsing him because that's my dog. Like, the music is really crazy. If you want to hear me on some songs, too, if you know, that entices y'all to go check it out, man. I'm on some of them as well. If you want to go check those out, that's my boy Soko Ryan. If you want to hear me on a song, that's my dog over there. You can go check him out. Yes, sir, man. That's my boy Soko Ryan. Make sure y'all go subscribe. Spotify, every platform, man. That's my boy. Go stream Green Love. Let them know, man. That's the one I'm on with them too. Let them know. Let them tell. Hey, what about some old Redskins classic films in the background? I think I would get copyrighted. I don't want to risk it. Ain't nobody want to hear Rico sing. Wait, why is it sing? Wait, why are we assuming I'm singing? When did y'all ever hear me sing? How do we go from music to singing? How do we go so far? If you want to hear Terry McLaurin bars, listen to Rico Ray. That is true. I forgot. I always forget about that. Let me see. So, all right, Saints, what we got going on, man? Let's get them moving. Who did they take? Oh, they took Old Dominion guard Nick. Hey, Old Dominion got some guys, man. Old Dominion got some guys. I've never heard Louis T sing. Or maybe I have. Actually, I think I have. Actually, I have. I love Ed and Nettie too, because you know Ed and Nettie, every time somebody was singing or something, they would make it sound like the most dramatic. What is that? Like they'd be like, is that a truck backfiring? Is that two cats fighting? The way they always describe somebody's horrible singing was always hilarious to me as a kid. I miss Ed and Nettie so much. Who's the best tight end left? I don't know, but I feel like Zach Kuntz would be the best fit for us at this point. Zach Kuntz at 6'8". Out of Old Dominion as well. Old Dominion got some guys this draft, y'all. Don't sleep on Old Dominion. They putting some guys out. Sure, you already answered, but how you feel about the draft so far? I like it. It's solid. I don't feel like we have like one of the best drafts in the NFL. I don't feel like we just got a bunch of steals, but I can see the reason why we got every player we got, and all of these guys make us better at the end of the day. I love Emmanuel Forbes. Like I said, if he was 180, 190, he would have never even made it to the 16th pick because you can argue he's the best corner if we're talking about like tapes and traits put together. He's that guy. And then Quan Martin, I was fighting for him. I had him in my last mock and everything. I have him. I had us getting him in the third round, but I'm perfectly fine with taking him in the second because if you don't want to chance it and that guy is different, a lot of people are comparing him to CJ Gardner-Johnson, and I agree. I think he could end up being that great. I really, really like Quan Martin. And you can argue every pick we made, especially Ricky Stromberg. You can argue every pick we made. You could have traded back and still got that guy. But at the same time, again, Emmanuel Forbes only made it to 16 because of his lack of weight. That's literally it. That's literally the only reason. If we're talking about everything he's done statistically, if we're talking about skill set, if we're talking about traits, speed, length, explosion, quickness, hips, change of direction, he's a guy that should have gone top 10 in the draft. Literally the only reason he made it to us at 16 is because of the weight. So we need to be thankful that people consider him underweight, honestly, because we would have never have gotten him where we got him if people didn't see him as an underweight prospect. There's a reason the Commanders wanted him before the draft even started. They were like, that's one of our guys. Broderick Jones and Emmanuel Forbes are the only guys that we can confirm were our guys. I'm not exactly sure about anybody else, but we know for a fact Broderick Jones, I think Darnell Wright was reportedly one of our guys as well, and Emmanuel Forbes. Those were our guys. I think we had Emmanuel Forbes, if only maybe behind Devon Witherspoon as our cornerback 1, at the very least 2 on our entire draft board. That's why they took him. What's up, bro? Be saying, what's good, Skins fan all day, man? Shouts out to the Commanders president, bro. I swear you were the first one bringing us all together for us to do these StreamYard live streams and stuff. You were the first time I ever did one. So shouts out to Skins fan all day, the OG in the building, man. That's my dog right there. Sings in his videos. Yeah, I have seen him sing. Ain't nobody trying to hear Rico play the triangle. First of all, why you give my name a K, man? Why you gotta add that extra K in there, my boy? But why I gotta be playing the triangle? Y'all don't know I actually play instruments. I played the alto saxophone for like 4 or 5 years, and then I've been playing the piano since high school. People don't know I play instruments, man. I guess we don't really talk about a lot of stuff. Why am I playing the cowbell? I just gotta sit there for 30 minutes and wait to hit that one note. That's a background character. That's a side character type of instrument. Rico, if you had a choice between Quan and Branch as the nickel, flexible piece, who you would take in no bias? I mean, Branch is the higher floor, Quan is the higher ceiling. So at that point, like, you know, what you want to do with that? Branch is safer. He played at a higher level of competition, the SEC. He was terrible at the combine, but I was telling people that, you know, ignore that. That boy Brian Branch is serious. To me, coming into the draft, Brian Branch was 1A. Quan Martin was 1B as far as slot corners go. Neck and neck, in my personal opinion. But I can see why some people would throw Antonio Johnson in there as one of the top 2, top 3, or whatever. But those are my top 2. And I had Brian Branch just because I've seen him do it in the SEC. Even though Illinois does play in the Big Ten. You know what I'm saying? He does play in the Big Ten. But I had Brian Branch just a little bit ahead of him just because he did it in the SEC. But he has the higher floor. Quan Martin easily has the higher ceiling. I mean, look at the... It's enough said when it comes to ceiling. He has arguably the best vert in cornerback history. 9.99 percentile. Broad jump crazy. Crazy speed. Crazy 20-yard split. And what matters most, especially for a slot... No, there's no way Eagles took Kelee Ringo. Stop playing. Wait, no. Chill out, bro. Is that real? Wait, is that real? Are we not trolling? No. Wow. All my Georgia Bulldogs. You right. Let me bring out the violin, man. R.I.P. my Georgia Bulldog fandom, bro. R.I.P. my Georgia Bulldog fandom. Sorry. R.I.P. the Georgia Bulldog fandom. We got to hit him with another violin, man. We got to hit him with another one, bro. It's bad. It's bad, bro. It's really bad. This is really bad. This is worse than I thought. I was joking like the Eagles are going to take some Georgia Bulldogs. They'll probably get Jalen Carter. You know, I was joking about it entering the draft. I didn't know it would be this bad. I didn't know it would be anywhere near this bad. I hate this draft. The 2023 draft is the worst draft of all time, in my opinion. You can't convince me otherwise. Somebody said the cowbell is a must and go-go. I guess I can see that. I think I have heard that before. No offense, but I hope all these players have reached their max potential in college. I mean, hey man, I ain't mad at it. Love the show, man. You're doing a great job. We're having a good draft. I think we're having a good draft. The problem is the Eagles are having one of the best drafts I've ever seen. And yeah, they are directly trolling me. Who the street scores? Somebody go check his stream out, see who he doesn't want us to take. Oh, another Georgia Bulldog? Go ahead and get him. I'm surprised they didn't get Darnell Washington. But it's really, but the bright side is all of my Georgia Bulldogs are staying in the same place and they're going to a contender. I mean, I hate it had to be the Eagles as a Commanders fan, but all of my Georgia Bulldogs are going from championship to another contender, a team that was just in the championship. I'm not rooting for the Eagles. I'm rooting for my Georgia Bulldogs individually, but I still hope the Eagles go 0-17, and then all of my Georgia Bulldogs eventually leave, come to the Commanders in 4 or 5 years. That's best case scenario, even though it's almost impossible to happen. But yeah, man, all of my Georgia Bulldogs are in Pennsylvania. The Steelers got Darnell Washington, Broderick Jones, and George Pickens. And George Pickens is arguably my favorite Georgia Bulldog out of all of these guys in the past 2 years. Do not forget my boy George Pickens. Y'all know the type of personalities I like. I'm a Marshawn Lynch, Anthony Edwards in basketball, Chad Johnson, George Pickens type of guy. That's who I am in real life. That's who I am in sports. If y'all play basketball with me, you'll see, you'll hear it. You'll definitely hear it. And so those are my type of guys. So George Pickens out of everybody. I love Jalen Carter, love Nakobe Dean, love Nolan Smith, all of those guys. But George Pickens is my favorite Georgia Bulldog of the past 2-3 years. I ain't gonna lie. So, you know, that's my guy. But yeah, all of my Georgia Bulldogs are in Pennsylvania. The Steelers got 3 of them. The Eagles got the rest of them. I mean, there are a couple on the Packers, but the Eagles really got the rest of them at this point. Yeah, that's what a better team does. They get better. They're getting steals, man. They're getting straight up steals, and it's really bad. Pickens for sure the nastiest thing to come out of Georgia as of late. Y'all know I'm big on personalities. Personalities really matter to me. George Pickens has my favorite personality to come out. I mean, look at this. Look at this graphic. The Eagles' last 2 seasons: Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, Kelee Ringo, Jordan Davis, and Nakobe Dean. Can we chill out? Can we chill out, please? Colts got Blake Freeland. Okay, it was only a matter of time. I didn't think he was going to stay on the board that long. Well, that means he's not there for us, but at least we don't pick as late today. We picked 16th in this round today versus 33rd like we picked yesterday. So the Commanders are in the middle of the 4th round. We'll see some stuff soon. But yeah, Blake Freeland wasn't going to last long. I like Blake Freeland, but I knew he wasn't going to last long. I'm hoping DeJuan Jones keeps sliding and we take a chance on him, but those character concerns do concern me, and I'm pretty sure Rivera and company are the type that not even consider it. Ringo is going to get dogged by Terry, Jahan, and Curtis. I mean, yeah, if we're talking about man-to-man coverage, of course, but if the Eagles do what I think they're going to do with them and put them in a lot of cover 3 situations with that defensive line, it could get scary. But that's basically what we're doing. The Eagles and the Commanders are basically like, we're going to have the best D-line in football, and we're going to have one of the best secondaries in football, and we're just going to figure out the rest after that. We both, the Eagles had their running raw quarterback last year on a rookie deal. We got ours in Sam Howell right now. I mean, if anybody's trying to follow, we're kind of following each other's blueprint, because we were the first to have the dominant D-line. They're like trying to get that now. They had the secondary. We're coming with the secondary now. They had the raw, not the fastest mobile quarterback, but the kind of raw guy that people doubted coming out of college. They had Jalen Hurts. We got Sam Howell. I can see the comps. I can see maybe Eagles made it to the Super Bowl. Is it our turn next? But we still got to go through the Eagles to do it. And I mean, I know a lot of people were saying we should have gone offensive line sooner, but at the end of the day, there's no offensive line that can block that Eagles D-line. Just like there's no offensive line that can block our Commanders D-line. There's really nothing you can do. You can get guys that can hold their own, but it's not necessary to really go and get a guard in the first round to try to block Jalen Carter, because there is no guard in the first round that can block Jalen Carter. So, I mean, it makes sense for us to go corner back to back and then handle guard a little later, and center, Ricky Stromberg, whatever you want to consider him. I consider him more of a center, if anything, but he'll probably get sooner playing time at guard with Chase Roulier, Tyler Larson, and Nick Gates here. But yeah, there's no first round interior offensive lineman that can block Jalen Carter anyway. So it's like, what's the use of taking one? You might as well wait till the 3rd round and get a guy that can hold his own. But as far as shutting Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, and Fletcher Cox down, that's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. You're going to get beat eventually, and that's the sad life of an offensive lineman, because you can, out of 40 snaps in a game, lock up Jalen Carter for 37 of them, but if Jalen Carter busts through past you for 3 snaps and gets to the quarterback and gets a sack or strip sack or whatever, everybody's on your head like you didn't do your job, even if you block Jalen Carter 37 snaps. You win the battle 37 snaps out of 40 with the life of an offensive lineman. If you lose those 3 and one of them is like a strip sack, you look crazy. You look crazy, and that's just how offensive line works. So again, I mean, I would have preferred to upgrade offensive line a little bit better this draft, but again, there's no blocking Jalen Carter and Fletcher Cox and Jordan Davis anyway. Even though, again, even as a Georgia Bulldog fan, I can admit Jordan Davis only plays 30% of snaps. He has no stamina, but when he's out there, there's no blocking him either. Who do you think we should get at this point? I'm still hoping for DeJuan Jones, but we will see. Appreciate everybody that's pulling up to the chat. Shouts out to my boy Johnny for staying on y'all head. Make sure y'all like up the stream if you haven't already. I really appreciate it. And of course, go look at the description of this video and go join that Discord, because that's the best Commanders Discord doing it, man. And then shouts out to my boy Skins Fan All Day, again, the Commanders president. Again, from what I know, he's the first to be bringing everybody together on StreamYard. So shouts out to Skins Fan All Day. Man, the Commanders president bringing us all together. It's the first time I ever talked to like ProTech or any of those guys like on stream. It was because of Skins Fan All Day. So shouts out to him for bringing us all together. He doesn't get the love that he deserves. Becoming a rookie sponsor, man. Appreciate that big time. A member for 11 months. Appreciate that big time. Appreciate the compliment as well. Great stream, all of that. Salute, Rico. You've been holding it down lately, man. I'm trying, man. What's good, Virginia Slim? Welcome back. Yeah, make sure y'all join. Oh, and they're in it right now, too. But yeah, make sure y'all join the Discord and make sure y'all pull up, especially any random day. You just want to talk Commanders and you think people just aren't talking Commanders. People are always in that Discord talking Commanders every time. Every time, any day, anytime, stand up till 2 a.m. If you want a place that you could talk Commanders, that Discord is it. They have events and everything. Make sure y'all join that. It's in the description of this live stream, I'm assuming. Let me go make sure to check, though. Let me confirm. It should be, though. I thought I set it up. Yeah, I have it right there, the Discord link and everything. Make sure y'all go join that. Eagles coach is coming to hire Rico. Oh, man, now that's the ultimate. That's the ultimate. We got all the Georgia Bulldogs in one spot, man. If they offer me a job, y'all think I ain't going to take it? I'm still going to be a Commanders fan. I'm still going to make Commanders videos. I'm going to be the #1 Commanders fan still doing it. But if they hire me, hey, man, it is what it is. Trading up what they got left to trade. Yeah, now I don't know how they're doing this. I don't know how the Eagles are doing it, but they're getting their guys. They traded up for a reason. You could tell they love Kelee Ringo, because for them to trade up and get him shows how much they love him. You are a loyal fan, bro. I hate the Eagles. I hate the Eagles just because we're division rivals, but I don't know Eagles fans enough. Like, I don't know them to like hate the Eagles to a really personal level. I just hate how they react when they win. Whenever they win or do anything amazing, they destroy people's businesses. And like at that point, I'm just like, I curse them to never win anything again, or to never get close, because that's just so disrespectful and rude. Like, I just don't understand it. That's the thing I hate about Eagles the most, more than anything else. Other than that, I don't know any Eagles fans in real life, so I've just never had that personal grudge against them like most people do. Maybe if I grew up in the DMV, maybe I would actually have some Eagles fans friends, but I may have met one Eagles fan before in my life in New York, and he wasn't even that bad of a person, so he didn't even talk trash like that. So other than really the main reason I hate them is because their fans are weird. Their fans are weird like that. Looting and destroying people's businesses because you won a Super Bowl. That's the ultimate, we don't know how to act, we don't deserve nice things display right there, and I absolutely hate that. Y'all know I'm not a real emotional person, so to see people overcome with emotions, especially in a way like that, it's like that's one of my biggest pet peeves, easily top 3. So I hate them for that, but other than that, they're division rivals, so I know I'm supposed to hate them a little bit more, and I'm trying to find a way to, but they keep drafting Georgia Bulldogs, and it's killing me inside right now. I'm conflicted right now, man. But yeah, Cowboys is always smoke. Giants fans is always going to be smoke, because I know Giants fans personally, and I'm talking trash to them on a daily basis. But the Eagles, man, I'm trying to find some motivation to hate them a little bit more, other than their fans love to destroy people's businesses for no reason. Don't forget that the Chiefs O-line manhandled the Eagles D-line. Exactly. There's a way to counter them. Now, I want to note, though, Hassan Reddick, cool. We got Andrew Wiley for you. Who do we have to block Jalen Carter? I'm telling y'all, bruh, it doesn't matter. I think once the Eagles got Jalen Carter, the Commanders were like, well, It's no point in taking a guard in the first round because none of these guys can block them anyway. You might as well get a guard in the third that can block everybody else really well. And then when we get to the Eagles and have to play Jalen Carter, we'll just have to figure it out. But there's no blocking Jalen Carter. I'm going to tell y'all now, not even just being a Georgia Bulldog homer, he's literally the best defensive lineman that Georgia had the past 2-3 years. Everybody was talking about Jordan Davis. I was telling y'all before Jalen Carter was officially the starter. I was telling y'all this time last year that Jalen Carter was our best defensive lineman. Everybody was like, no way. With Jordan Davis, you have Travon Walker going first overall. Y'all can go back and watch the tape. I was telling y'all Jalen Carter was the best defensive lineman we had. And I was also telling y'all we were going to run it back because that team last year got a little lucky, even though you can argue we got a little lucky against Ohio State as well. But the 2022 Georgia Bulldogs would beat the 2021 Georgia Bulldogs. And you can argue this 2023 Georgia Bulldogs would beat both of them. So I'm excited about that. But I tried to tell y'all, man, Jalen Carter is a different type of being. It's not, he's not one of them that go, man. Hey, my boy Jalen Carter is precious, so we're going to have to figure something out. And it's definitely, I agree, we got to go best player available at this point. Rich put the Discord in the chat. Appreciate that, man. Make sure y'all go join that Discord. They ain't good at what you do. Someone needs to hire you. I appreciate that, man. My boy Captain just joined the Discord, man. Make sure y'all join the Discord. That's the best Commanders Discord doing it. I'll be popping up every now and then as well. Again, if you ever just have the urge to talk Commanders, whatever, at any random day, any random time, there's usually going to be somebody in there talking it. It's growing as literally the best Commanders group anywhere. Facebook group, Discord, whatever. That's the place to be. That's where I'm at if you ever looking for me. So make sure y'all join that Discord. It has my Street Scores endorsement wholeheartedly. I'm not being paid to say this or nothing. I truly believe it. Like, it's not an advertisement. I'm dead serious. You're a loyal fan. Hey, man, I'm always going to be Commanders at the end of the day. Now, seeing my Georgia Bulldogs go to the Eagles like this, I'm killing myself inside. But at the end of the day, it's still Commanders. I will never become an Eagles fan. That's distasteful. I'm not an abandoned ship. I'm really loyal. But, boy, man, Kelee Ringo to the Eagles is insane, bro. Just join the Discord. Okay, we got a few people to join the Discord. Let's get it. He said you deserve better. Man, hey, I mean, at the end of the day, like I said, the Commanders have done nothing in my lifetime that's really brag-worthy, but my Georgia Bulldogs are my shoulder to cry on. When my Commanders let me down and we start getting October, November, and they're being disappointing, I always have my Georgia Bulldogs to lean on and brag off of. So at least I got somebody. How do I join the Discord? Rich just put the link in the chat. It's also in the link in the description. If you go to the description of the video, but check out Rich. He's a few comments up. He just put the join the Discord in all caps with the link right there. If you go to the description of this video, I also have it in there as well, the Discord. But yeah, make sure I pull up to that Discord. But yeah, man, when in doubt, I got my Georgia Bulldogs to cry on. My Commanders have sucked pretty much my entire life. I was not alive to see any of our Super Bowls. The best season I've seen the Commanders have in my lifetime is the RG3 season, and that's cool. When in doubt, I go into every season optimistic that the Commanders, this is our year. But whenever they always end up disappointing me, I have my Georgia Bulldogs to lean on and be happy about. Oh, the Browns got DeJuan Jones. Well, there he goes. There he goes. Well, there it is. There it is. Best player available easily. You can argue best player available in the entire fourth round. A lot of people were thinking that he should have gone late first, early second. So did the Browns really get DeJuan Jones, man? Because that's going to hurt my heart. At this point, I don't even have a preference of who we pick. At this point, whoever we pick, it is what it is, and I'm going to evaluate them afterwards. But at this point, I don't even have, like, a love pick. There's some guys I want, like Zach Kuntz maybe in the 5th. I mean, there's some guys out there I like, but if we're talking about love, I don't think there's a single player I love left in this draft. Love? Like, yes. I mean, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, maybe in the 5th or later. But other than that, you know, it is what it is. Browns pick hasn't even been announced. Yeah, I'm seeing on Twitter, I can confirm, it looks like the Browns got DeJuan Jones. They got arguably one of the best tackles in the class in the 4th round because of character concerns. They'll figure it out. We should stop watching. We need to boycott this draft. I mean, as a Georgia Bulldogs fan, seeing what the Eagles is doing, I definitely want to boycott the draft because I'm sick of it. But it is what it is. Yeah, Twitter's always ahead of the draft. My boy Mark with the donation, man, appreciate that big time. It's the first pick and he good for us. Ron did say they're going to put meat on him. Big AOs in the chat, but I appreciate the donation, man. Appreciate the love, man. And yeah, we're gonna add some weight on him. And I mean, the best way I can describe Emmanuel Forbes is that he's the Bryce Young of the cornerback group. He has everything you want. He's elite at everything that you can ask for, but literally just underweight. Well, Bryce Young, he's undersized and underweight. Like, he's too short and he's too small weight wise. Whereas at least Emmanuel Forbes is 6'1" with a really long wingspan. So at the very least, he's long. He has all of the athleticism you can want, explosion, quickness, long speed. He has the hips, change of direction skills, everything. He has literally everything you can want. He has the elite ball skills, the best ball skills out of any corner in this draft class. He's led the entire college football in interceptions the past 3 years. He set an FBS record for pick sixes. He has the best ball skills in the draft. He's arguably one of the best cover guys in the draft as well, at least top 3. He's out of all of the corners in this class, he's one of the best run stoppers, at the very least one of the most willing. You can see him in highlights doing open field, running through his waist tackles on Jahmyr Gibbs, who I feel like was crazily underrated coming into this draft, of Alabama. And that's another thing. He did all of that while playing in the SEC. I love Christian Gonzalez. I really wanted Christian Gonzalez. I'm not going to sit here and lie and act like, oh, we didn't get him, so now he's suddenly trashed like some people are doing. No, I really wanted Christian Gonzalez. But at the end of the day, the one time he played against high-level competition, which is Georgia, he looked terrible. He was scared to make plays in the run. He was getting cooked by everybody in the receiving group. And we didn't even have great receivers last year, especially week 1. A.D. Mitchell was hurt, I believe, and like it just, I mean, I don't even know who he was getting cooked by, honestly, to be honest with you. Like, this receiver core that the Georgia Bulldogs are putting together for 2023 is the best I've seen in my lifetime, easily, top to bottom. It may not have the best player. We don't have an A.J. Green, but we don't have necessarily a George Pickens either. But if we're talking about a complete receiving core, this is the best I've seen since I've been a Georgia Bulldog fan in my lifetime. But last year, week 1, when we played Oregon, I don't know who. Honestly, I could not tell you who was cooking Christian Gonzalez. I will have to go back and watch to tell you. So Christian Gonzalez, love him, love the talent, but he's a projection. Whereas Emmanuel Forbes dominated in the SEC against, I mean, some of the best running backs making tackles against them, some of the best receivers, the most athletic big receivers. 2021 Georgia versus 2019 LSU. I would probably pick 2019 LSU. As a Georgia Bulldog fan, I can admit that offense was unstoppable. There is no defense for that offense. And even though that Georgia 2021 defense was statistically one of the best in college football history, arguably the best, there's nothing you can do about an offense that dominant. Great offense beats great defense, point blank, period, when it comes to football, especially college, just the way that the rules are set up. Maybe if it was the 1980s, we could talk. But LSU's 2019 offense would have did anybody's defense bad. I don't care what historical defense we're looking at. Them great USC defenses, Miami, I don't care. They would have did everybody bad, including my Georgia Bulldogs in 2021 and 2022. The reason I felt like 2022 Georgia Bulldogs could have beat LSU is because our offense was that dominant and electric. You couldn't stop our run. You couldn't stop our pass. You got to worry about Brock Bowers, Darnell Washington. So 2022 Georgia maybe could have beat 2019 LSU because we could have gone back and forth with them on points. But the 2019 Georgia defense couldn't have, I mean, the 2021 Georgia defense, even as elite as it was and historical as it was, there's nothing you could do about stopping the LSU offense. We would have had to won against them with our 2022 Georgia team just simply because we had the ball last and we scored last. It would have been one of those things like the Chiefs and the Bills in the playoffs a couple of years ago where Josh Allen scored to take it into overtime and then he never got to see the field again and then the Patriots ended up winning in overtime. It would have had to have been something like that. There's no defense for that LSU 2019 offense. There's literally no defense for that. And you can tell how bad it was now seeing all of those guys at the NFL level and seeing how much they dominate there. It was even worse in college. Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase together, man. Come on, we got to stop. We got to stop, bro. That LSU offense was insane, bro. Look how great Joe Burrow is. It clearly wasn't a fluke because he's still playing well now. It just is what it is, man. Love my Georgia Bulldogs, but LSU was different. So they would have beat Miami when they had Ed Reed and Sean Taylor. I don't think there's a defense for that offense. I'm just telling you now. Not to downplay any defense, but the way it's more of an argument that a great offense is always going to beat a great defense when it comes to football, especially the way the rules are now. Now, if we would have met in the 1980s with those rules, you're allowed to hit receivers over the middle of the field and basically kill them, then maybe. But the way rules are now, if we're talking about playing in 2019, you transfer that old defense to 2019, there's no defense for them. Watching DeJuan Jones ball was interesting. Definitely a hard one though. True. Not even 90. I don't think there's anything for it. If we go back to 1996, maybe I give it to Nebraska. But if we're talking about playing LSU in 2019, I don't think there's a defense for it because of the way that the rules are set up. It's not just talent. It's an argument of rules and time periods is my main point. That's why it's kind of hard to compare. You can't hit receivers the way they used to back then. You can't just knock somebody out and kill them in the middle of the field. You can't do a lot of, you can't grab receivers the way you used to be able to. Like, I mean, receivers have it good nowadays. It's way easier to be a receiver now than it ever was. It is. You don't have to worry about dying every game. You don't. Vontaze Burfict probably would have gotten away with what he did to Antonio Brown 20 years ago. Yeah, you can't touch him now. I don't see how any defense in history could stop 2019 LSU just because of the rules that it is now. It's just nothing you can do. We're not even arguing talent. We're arguing offense versus defense and the way that the rules are set up for the current state of NFL and college. It's nothing you could do, man. That's why I love having a dominant defense, but at the end of the day, we got to get our offense going because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter who Pat Mahomes goes against. He's going to tear them apart. It doesn't matter. The rules are set up to where you can't touch the quarterback, so defensive linemen are hesitating. You can't do anything with the corners or with the receivers or anybody. You can't touch them, and so it's just like, what can you do? Joining the Discord Panthers got Zavala. All right, man, what we doing? We are what, 4 picks away? 4 picks away. Let's get it. Clark Phillips finally got picked. I like Clark Phillips a lot. He's just really little. Bill Belichick sucks at drafting. Yeah, the Patriots took... That's the kicker I wanted, though. I'm sad, actually, about that. Remember, let me go to the list. That's the kicker I wanted. That's the kicker the Commanders were interested in. But the Draft Network had him as the 393rd best player in the draft. So taking him in the 4th round is an extreme reach. That is an extreme reach. But if you believe he's a franchise kicker, you can't be too mad. And I know we always give Bill Belichick the benefit of the doubt, but that's an extreme reach. But he's the kicker from Maryland that just a few minutes ago, I was talking about I wanted us to take. Earlier in this stream, I was talking about I really hope we get Chad Ryland, but I was talking about it as an undrafted free agent. Not in the 4th round at all. I didn't even want to draft the kid. I wanted to wait until after the draft was finished and we bring him in as an undrafted free agent. So Bill Belichick is definitely tripping, but I do like Chad Ryland. I think he will be a good kicker, but at the end of the day, y'all took him way too soon, my boy. Y'all are tripping. Y'all are definitely tweaked out. All right, I'm going to go back to the tape. Moody was a reach too yesterday. Yeah, there's been some reaches in this draft. There have been some reaches in this draft for sure. Falcons, yeah, Clark Phillips is a good corner. He's just really little. He's 5'9", though. At least Emmanuel Forbes is 6'1". That man is 5'9", so we'll see how that works out for the Falcons. But regardless, it's possible they can hear. Wait, New England during our pick. Wait, what? I was really hoping Sam Laporta would fall, but the Lions reached it. Yeah, they weren't playing about him. Bears select Roshan Johnson. All right, there he goes. There goes Roshan. There goes Roshan. I think they still have Khalil Herbert, but I know they lost David Montgomery, right? Isn't David Montgomery gone or something like that? So they kind of did need running back. It wasn't like the biggest need ever, but they did need running back. So that makes a lot of sense. The Bears got a good one in the 4th round. That's a good pick right there. That's a solid pick for the Bears. It's kind of a need, not an urgent need, but a need. Especially after trading down. You trade down and still get your running back that you needed. That's a good move. Very curious where we go here. Honestly, at this point, I have no idea. I mean, maybe we take a guy way sooner than I think because I like Zach Kuntz, the tight end, and there's interest there. I like Ventrell Miller maybe at linebacker. I like Kyle Soley out of Arizona State, but I will wait till like the 6th round to get him. So I don't know. Maybe Dorian Thompson-Robinson. I was thinking maybe we'll take him in the 5th, but if he's there in the 4th, we may just go ahead. And pull the trigger. Right now, Dorian Thompson-Robinson is my favorite player left in this draft that we could potentially take. But would I take him in the 4th round? Not necessarily. I would probably wait till the 5th, and if he's not there, it is what it is. But yeah, man, the Browns got a good one in DeJuan Jones. If he focuses up and goes out there with a chip on his shoulder and tries to prove everything wrong, He could potentially be a Pro Bowl right tackle for those guys. It's crazy that he slid as far as he did, but it's off the field character concern, so it is what it is. How many picks until us? We're 3 picks away. We got the Packers, Patriots, and then us. Didn't the Packers just take a terrible pick and a kicker? My boy Chad Ryland that I wanted, but in the 4th round, they should be forced to forfeit their pick after taking a kicker in the 4th round. We should automatically switch places with them and move up to 15. They shouldn't be allowed to pick another pick in the 4th round after using on the kicker like that. Kelee Ringo failed because if you look at the tape, he gets cooked. I love my Georgia Bulldogs, but as a Georgia Bulldog fan, I can admit he gets cooked. The only way he's going to be successful in the NFL is behind a really good defensive line and a great defensive coordinator that can scheme his weaknesses away. You're going to have to put him in cover 3. Basically, essentially, if you have him at corner, you're going to almost have to play him like a safety. Pure zone, keep everything in front of him, and when he sees something, use that elite explosion and speed and length to react. But anything with man coverage where you're susceptible to double moves, where you're running with somebody and then they stop on the dime, his hips are terrible. He will get cooked on that all day, every day like he did for my Georgia Bulldogs. So that's why he went so late. He's very scheme dependent. He's very team dependent. But the Eagles, if there's anywhere in life that Kelee Ringo could become a Pro Bowler, it's with the Eagles. So there you go. They have the defensive line, the dominant defensive line, competing for the best with us. It's probably us and the Eagles and the 49ers, you could say, the best 3 defensive lines in football, period. And you can make an argument for either one. 49ers because of the edge rushers, Eagles because of the young talent, us because of the proven talent. It's an argument for all 3, but those are the top 3 defensive lines in my opinion. But yeah, you're going to have to put them behind a dominant defensive line, which the Eagles look like they will have. And then you're also going to have to scheme them in a way to where, like, keep everything in front of them. Don't let them get beat by double moves. Basically play them like a safety, cover 3, all of that type of stuff. And then Kelee Ringo could dominate like that. He could be a great player. He could be a Pro Bowler like that. But he's going to be extremely scheme dependent. You can't just put Kelee Ringo on any team in the NFL and expect him to be great. It's very few teams that Kelee Ringo could have gone to that I would be confident in his career being successful. But the Eagles are one of them. So let's see what happens. All right, Packers. Who did the Packers take? I just hate it, too, because y'all know I'm on Georgia Bulldogs Twitter. I'm listening to Georgia Bulldogs podcast, watching all their YouTube videos all the time, daily. Even more than I do Commanders stuff, just because I'm like a Commanders reporter. So I don't spend as much time listening and watching Commanders stuff, just because, like, I'm already on it, just naturally as a Commanders YouTuber, as a Commanders, media member. But my Georgia Bulldogs, I'm just straight fan, pure fan, and that's it. I'm listening to it, I'm watching it, I'm reading the articles, all of that, all the time. I don't go a day without doing it, especially when it comes to recruiting. So it's going to be real awkward trying to avoid all of this Eagles talk and Steelers talk when I'm listening to my guys. I'm hoping that most guys just pay attention and keep talking about recruiting. Dylan Raiola, KJ Bolden, Dylan Stewart, all of those guys. I'm hoping that's where they keep the conversation. But I know for at least the next week it's going to be very Eagles heavy and Steelers heavy. And I'm going to be quite sad. So I don't know if I'm just going to avoid listening to my Georgia Bulldogs guys, if I'm just going to avoid Twitter, if I'm just going to avoid the podcast. Oh, the Patriots took City South. Okay, interesting. Okay, there we go. So Packers took Kobe Wooden. The Patriots took City South. Who are we taking? Are we taking Dorian Thompson-Robinson? What are we doing? Talk to me, y'all. What y'all think we doing? What do y'all think we're doing? Honestly, the only player I can think that's possible at this pick is maybe Dorian Thompson-Robinson. I'm telling y'all now, we're going to take somebody completely out of nowhere. We're taking somebody completely out of nowhere. I'm seeing Henry To'oTo'o. I don't like him that much. Never really have, but I wouldn't be surprised, I guess. But yeah, man, let me know how. I don't know what we're doing. I have no idea. I can see it being linebacker, but you got to remember linebacker isn't that big of a need. So we'll see how this goes. I can see it being tight end. I think if I had to pick 3 positions, it's tight end, Dorian Thompson-Robinson at quarterback, or linebacker. But I just don't know. I don't know if any of those guys are worthy of a 4th round pick. Like, if I was doing a mock draft right now, I would restart, because this just, this isn't the most encouraging draft right now as far as like value left in the 4th round. But I even though I really like our first 3 picks, I don't know who we take right now. We're messed up right now, man. I'm sure the Commanders have somebody that they really want, but Long snapper, wide receiver. I'm pretty sure the pick is going to be random. Charlie Jones, we need a punt returner. I do agree that we need a punt returner, but I don't think we have tight ends that I like. We have linebackers that I like. I just don't see anybody worthy of this 4th round pick. That's the problem. I don't see anybody. Maybe Dorian Thompson-Robinson at quarterback, because apparently we did try to trade up to get Will Levis, apparently, just based on clues and reports. So I think tight end or linebacker is probably most likely, but who's worthy of the 4th round pick? But you know the Commanders don't care about that. The Commanders have shown that they do not care about the logic of, well, maybe you can get this guy later. Maybe you can get this guy later. I know who we got. I know who we got, y'all. And it is kind of random. I told y'all it's going to be random. I like Zach Evans a lot. 5-star running back. Him and Bijan Robinson were neck and neck the entire recruiting cycle when they were high school guys. We're going to draft a water boy. You talking about an Atlanta water boy, or are you talking about like a sports water boy? Because if it's an Atlanta water boy, I can do something with that. You know what I mean? I can go get us one right now off Fulton Industrial. I can go to Old Nat, get us one right now. I can go to the Spaghetti Junction and get us one of them. But yeah, I love Zach Evans, but I already know what we got. We didn't get Zach Evans. Even though Zach Evans is arguably, him and Bijan Robinson are the most talented. Wait, DC got water boys now too? Zach Evans is the most talented, easily the most talented running back available. It was between him and Bijan Robinson all the way up through their high school experiences. And I think Zach Evans still has that 5-star, arguably #1 running back talent in him. He just had the off-the-field concerns. You know off-the-field concerns got to be really bad when you're signed to Georgia and Kirby Smart is like, nah, we can't do this. You know what I'm saying? So, but all right, y'all ready? I don't want to spoil the pick. Y'all know what we got? Do y'all know what we have? Everybody know what we got? I know some people are waiting suspensefully. They want to see it themselves and things like that. Do y'all know who we have? I don't want to spoil it. You know what I'm saying? So I'll wait. Let me know when y'all see it. Then I'm going to tell y'all what's going on with this pick. I'm going to tell y'all what's going on. It's a solid pick. It's a solid pick. It's not like an elite pick, but in the 4th round, it's definitely a solid pick. And, man, seeing Kelee Ringo cry like that, man, it's making me tear, bro. My Georgia Bulldogs, man. My Georgia Bulldogs, man. It's crazy, man. It is crazy. Think Ron. Atlanta has Water Boys. DC is Jack Boys. Just announced. Okay, so y'all got, sorry. Everybody knows we got offensive lineman Braden Daniels. The reason I say offensive lineman is because he literally plays everywhere. He's played left tackle, right tackle, left guard. He's one of those positional flex guys that you know the Commanders love. He's taking somebody's spot on his roster. Is he an immediate starter? Doubt it. But as far as depth goes and somebody that we can groom, I see him as more of a guard than a tackle. But he can play either one if you need him to. And I mean, 6'4", almost 300 pounds. I like him, man. Short arms. That's why I see him more as a guard. And he has to work on his technique. And he's not the strongest guy. But if we're talking about footwork, if we're talking about attitude, if we're talking about versatility, he's him. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. Matter of fact, let's pull up his RAS. Let's pull up his RAS right now. I like him. I like Braden Daniels. That makes sense. I didn't think we were going to double back and go guard again. So far, we've only drafted 2 positions this draft. I mean, I guess you could technically count centers and another one. But we've drafted interior offensive lineman, and cornerback. Let's go ahead and pull up his RAS. Matter of fact, it'd be easier to just go ahead and... Or did they already update it? Draft by team. Let's see if they already updated it. If they didn't, I'm just about to Google him. Google his RAS. But yeah, man, that boy Braden Daniels, man. I think it's a solid pick. He's a positional flex guy with an attitude. They have a type. They have a type, man. They definitely have a type. Only problem is we got to work on that strength, my boy. We got to get that strength up. Got to get that strength up. Got to work on that technique. But I think he's a solid pick. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, he's an elite athlete. Look at the speed. Look at the explosion. Explosion matters more than speed. So I would rather the explosion be great. I mean, elite, and then the speed be great. But that just shows that this is a guy that can move. If you need a pulling guard, he's your guy. If you need a pulling guard to go out there to the second level, He makes our offensive line more versatile and definitely more athletic, easily. There's no question about that. Would like for him to gain a little bit more weight, obviously, but explosive, great ball get off, good initial punch and all of that. The problem is his functional strength. Like once the play breaks down and he has to block for more than 3-5 seconds, that's when you start to worry. But off rip, like off the snap, that guy is explosive and he'll hit somebody. He'll get him with a nice, good punch and everything. And again, he's a mover, really athletic guy. You know the Commanders have a certain type, bro. You know how they do, so I'm not surprised. And again, positional flex, that's another thing. They have a type with the positional flex, a guy that can play tackle and guard, whichever one you need if there's an injury. With all of the injuries that we've had to our O-line, it makes the most sense. My boy Fat American with the donation, man, appreciate that big time. Was looking at secondary, all drafted here. Man, you said was looking at our secondary, all drafted here. Man, appreciate the donation, man. Big time, man. Much love. But yeah, Braden Daniels is a solid pick. Very versatile guy. Plays tackle and guard. Great explosion, elite speed. So he's a guy that has a good... My problem with him is that we got to work on his technique, especially his hands. Like his hand technique. We got to work on that. But his footwork and all of that type of stuff, his mobility... His leverage, all of that is on point. We just got to work on getting him some more strength, some more weight, and working on his hand technique. After that, he's really good. I mean, he's one of those guys with a nasty mean streak, and he's very smart, a really high IQ guy. I like him, man. I like him. Blake Freeland has a better RAS. He does. But Blake Freeland went before, and they probably would have taken Blake Freeland if he was there with our pick right there. So I'm not surprised, but yeah, you got Ricky Stromberg, elite athlete as well. Jartavius Martin, elite athlete as well. And then we got another one in Braden Daniels. We have a type. It is what it is, man. We got a type. Yes, sir. Where's Emmanuel Forbes' RAS? I don't know why I don't have that one up. Let me go look. Let me go bring that up right now. His is elite as well, man. We got some athletes this year, man. At the very least, we got it more athletic and more versatile this year. At the very least. One thing about it, we did that. We made sure we got that. Yes, sir. My boy Emmanuel Forbes. He's more explosive than that on tape, so I'm not worried about that. And then, yeah, the speed is elite. But he's way more explosive than that. I feel like, I mean, that was a weird testing situation that he had. It's good enough testing-wise, but on tape, you can see. Yo, there's 500 people in here. Let's get them likes. Rico putting in that work for us. Appreciate that, Johnny Boat. Again, yes, 500 people in here. Please leave a like on the stream if you haven't already. It's free for y'all and it means the world to me. Appreciate my boy Fat American again. My boy donated twice to say two things, man. Really appreciate that big time. Again, leave a like on the stream if you haven't already. 500 of y'all and we're only at 100 and something likes. What we doing? But my boy Fat American said, young secondary that was all drafted by us. I like it, man. We're addressing linebacker. You think can't have Mayo out there again. He got an O-line 40 times. He's great against the run. But yeah, if it's not an obvious run play, like goal line situations, 3rd and 1, 4th and 1, take him off the field. I agree. But yeah, man, I think linebacker or tight end is the next pick. Unless Dorian Thompson-Robinson is there with our next pick, I think it's tight end or linebacker. But then again, that's what I thought with this pick. So who knows? But I feel like I can say with confidence that the next pick is tight end or linebacker. I do feel that. But yeah, man, appreciate the donation as well. And I do agree. I love the fact that a lot of our secondary was drafted and they're all young. They're athletic, except for Benjamin St. Juste, but he has great change of direction skills and long arms. First pick I'm not excited about. Daniels has great skills. He's super athletic, but he's so small. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the weight is definitely a concern with Braden Daniels. 294 is a little concerning, but if you can get him to gain some weight, because that's the problem. He has bad functional strength. He's explosive. He moves very well out in space as a pull-in blocker. You know, Rico, you the man. My boy 100, man, appreciate that big time, man. Appreciate all of that. Yeah, this linebacker class isn't the greatest. I think, if anything, we'll probably go Dorian Thompson-Robinson next, Zach Kuntz after that, and maybe a linebacker after that, because it's just not a lot of great guys left. I like Kyle Soley maybe later, like 6th round, potentially type of thing. I like Kyle Soley for that, but I'm not a fan of Henry To'oTo'o. As a Georgia Bulldog fan that's watched him, I don't like him. Owen Popo is a freak athlete, but that's all he's got to his name so far. It's just, I mean, maybe Ventrell Miller, we'll see. My boy Keith with the donation as well, man. Appreciate that big time. Really like what we're doing this draft. Do we have the most SEC players in the league? I don't know. It may feel like it. I mean, we're definitely competing with the Eagles because they got all the Georgia Bulldogs, which hurts my heart. Seeing all of my Georgia Bulldogs go to Pennsylvania between the Steelers and the Eagles is killing me inside. It's going to be so hard to root against them, but I'm going to have to find a way to. But yeah, man, the Eagles just went and said, all right, Georgia wants to win back-to-back championships, have arguably the best defenses in college football history. We'll just give us all of those guys and we'll figure it out. We'll coach them up. Kelee Ringo has a lot of weaknesses on his tape, but we'll coach him up. We'll put him in positions to win. I'm not mad at it, Eagles. I'm not mad at it at all, but I hate y'all for it. It's making me sad. I'm dying inside because of it. But I like what the Commanders are doing as well. I like what the Commanders are doing as well. I mean, Braden Daniels comes in and competes for the starting guard spot, even though I doubt he does. He's going to be a backup tackle guard guy who can fill in whenever we need to. Probably take Sadiq Charles' spot. We'll see. I think Chris Paul may end up actually starting at left guard for us after a really good training camp. That would be a great scenario for us. I think Chase Roullier is our starting center going into the season, but if he gets hurt, I can easily see Ricky Stromberg taking over. And then you have Nick Gates as your backup guard center wherever you need him. And then we gonna get them moving, man. Remember, Andrew Wiley shut down Hassan Reddick. We got to play the Eagles twice a year. That's a good idea to do that. And then Samuel Cosme, I think he's going to potentially be an all-pro guard. And then I think Charles Leno gets a little bit too much hate, even though I would like to upgrade over him. I mean, I wanted Darnell Wright in the first round, so you know where I stand with Charles Leno. But I also feel like his the hate that he gets is a little overblown. But yeah, Braden Daniels is solid, man. Braden Daniels is a solid pick, man. It may not be like, oh, man, we got a steal in the 4th round, but he's a solid pick. The Commanders have a type. They have a certain plan with how they want this team to look. A dominant defensive line, really strong and athletic in the trenches. Our secondary is about to be elite. Because the only problem with our defense is that we couldn't create turnovers. We've been top 5, top 10, and even number 1 in certain advanced statistics when it comes to this, defense. But we've been bottom 5 when it comes to creating turnovers. And that's why we haven't started with great field positioning. Because Dax Milne is an automatic fair catch. That's what I call him, automatic fair catch. Doesn't matter if he calls a fair catch or not. The ball is basically going to end up where he's at, whether he waves his hand or not. And then we don't create turnovers on defense. Our defense is suffocating, but the thing that was separating us from being a really good defense and an elite defense is turnovers. Quan Martin and especially Emmanuel Forbes bring that to our team. So now we're going to have arguably the best defensive line in football. I do truly believe with these picks that we made that our secondary will be elite. Top 5, top 10 at the least. We'll figure out linebacker, but we only play 2 at the most. Sometimes Jamin Davis was out there by himself. That's why they don't covet linebacker that much. That's why it's not that big of a need, because we go out there with 1 linebacker a lot of the time. Y'all would be surprised how much Jamin Davis is the only linebacker on the field. They prefer to go 5 defensive linemen and 5 DBs over going 3 linebackers any day, and even 2 sometimes. They'll just throw out 1. So that's why linebacker isn't that big of a need. We can work around that. Dominant defensive line, dominant secondary, and then I mean, we improved in offensive line. You can't necessarily say that we just got the best offensive lineman in the draft, but we definitely improved. And against Andrew Wiley has shown us that he can shut down Hassan Reddick on the edge at right tackle. And I think Charles Leno gets a little bit too much hate. So I think we'll be solid. Sam Howell. Remember, Taylor Heineke and Carson Wentz were in the 30s in QBR. If Sam Howell is at the very least top 20, top 15, our offense is going to immensely improve just by that alone. Eric Bieniemy, we brought him in. Our offense is going to improve immensely just from that alone as well. Antonio Gibson and Curtis Samuel will finally be used correctly. Hopefully Armani Rogers, the tight end that I think has Darren Waller level potential, will be used correctly. So I think we'll be straight. The one thing that our defense was missing was playmakers, and we got those. Our defense has always been suffocating. We've had a top 5 defense as far as allowing yards, allowing points, but now we have a defense that can take the ball away too, which is going to put our offense in better field positioning. So, yeah, exactly. Charles Leno is solid. Rico, how you feel about Perry? Appreciate. What's good, Murrow? What you mean by wait? Who Perry? Who? Wait, which Perry? I'm sorry, my whole brain is who we've already picked just now. I'm gonna look forward a little later, but right now I'm trying to just break down Braden Daniels and how he fits on the team and stuff. Man, I'm really excited though. Yeah, I think Braden Daniels gonna do his thing, man. I think Braden Daniels gonna do his thing with us, man. I think he's a solid, versatile pick. Now, if you look at his RAS scores as a tackle, it's a little bit worse than guard. So you definitely prefer him at guard, but he's going to have to gain some weight. That is a small guy, and it shows on tape that sometimes he gets overwhelmed when it comes to strength. But he is explosive off the ball, so he has a great punch. Oh, the wide receiver from Wake Forest. I'm more of a Jake Bobo guy in the 7th round, which is why I've mocked him to us twice. I would love to get a 6'4", 6'5" Jake Bobo in the 7th round to replace Cam Sims. That's more my energy right now. Or if we can get like a dominant punt returner. Because again, I talk about field positioning. Again, Dax Milne is automatic fair catch. It would be nice. It would be nice to get a punt returner that can do the same thing. Why didn't he do the bench press? Because he's not strong. He knew the bench press would, if anything, only hurt his draft stock, basically. He knows. Rico, is Andrew Voorhees available? Nah, he's been gone. Give me Bryce Ford Wheaton with this 4.3 speed. I can see that as well. Really tall and still really fast at the same time. But yeah, man, this is a positional flex pick in Braden Daniels, man. That's a positional flex pick, point blank, period. Again, we have 500 and some people in here. Make sure you like up the stream if you haven't already. I'm going to just throw the Sam Howell versus Cowboys tape on. And again, it's not even just for Sam Howell because Percy Butler, we have a lot of young guys that were out there balling out against the Cowboys. A lot of guys that are due for some more playing time this upcoming season. Your starting left guard is Chris Paul. Potentially, he's your starting left guard in this game right here. Percy Butler, even though we took back-to-back corners. Is Andrew Voorhees not gone? I thought he was. Am I tripping? I thought he was been gone. I could be tripping though. That might be my fault. Percy Butler is due for maybe part of the rotation. Oh, so he's not gone. Oh, that's my fault. That's my fault. That is my fault. I thought he was gone. That's my fault, whoever asked the question. But yeah, Chris Paul, Khaleke Hudson, maybe. That's why I have this Commanders Cowboys tape up, because first of all, it was a win, so that's really funny. I'm just gonna be petty just off of that. And that's my fault on the Voorhees thing. I thought he was gone. But also there's a lot of young guys that are still on the Commanders moving forward. And plus it's kind of weird to watch Taylor Heineke and Carson Wentz as starting quarterback because neither of those guys are here. So I prefer to throw on the Commanders Cowboys tape and just go from there. My boy Fat American with the donation, man, appreciate that big time. We got to eventually get to where we have multiple first round picks. The Eagles pull it off all the time. What can we do to get that? More picks are better. I appreciate that big time. And this 2024 draft is the time to do it, man. It's the time to do it. I would love to figure out a way to do it. It's really difficult though. We'll see, but appreciate the donation. My boy Keith with another donation, man. Y'all are going crazy today, man. I really appreciate it. No question. Just wanted to let you know we appreciate what you do, man. Appreciate that big time, man. Donated just to give a compliment. That's real love right there. What's good, Gamma? Love the optimism. Appreciate that, Jimmy. I'm always going to be optimistic. I'm always going to see the glass half full. To like the stream, you need to close the chat to see it. Oh, okay. Thank you, Mommy. Thank you, Mommy. Appreciate that. Yeah, man, make sure y'all like up the stream if you haven't already. I'd really, really appreciate it. Just hit that little thumbs up button. It's free for y'all, and it means the world to me. I don't understand how much that matters, so I'd really appreciate it if y'all could do that. Man, did we bring in Braden Daniels for a visit? Is that another visit that we just took? Let me see. Braden Daniels. Yep, we did. Braden Daniels, we brought him in for a visit April 5th. So far, all four players that we've drafted, they visited the Commanders. This is a very visit-heavy draft. Really interesting, actually. It's actually kind of crazy. Wait, he said he don't want to answer my question. Wait, what was the question? Wait, what happened? What up, Rico? In my opinion, the Eagles are on their way to winning the division again. Yeah, it's a lot of comments flying by. We got 500-some people in here. I'm making sure I definitely get to the super chats, but I'm also trying to read whatever questions I can outside of that as well. How y'all feel about trading Chase or Sweat for some picks? I hope not, just because we be selling them low right now. We're not getting more than a 5th-round pick at this point, especially with the way that the draft is now. I thought so even before the draft, but now we're to the point where we're in the 4th round. You're not getting anything higher than that anyway. What do you think if we lose Cam at the end of the season? Would Martin take that spot? Wait, oh, you talking about like Cam Curl? Maybe I've heard somebody propose that idea. I hope not, though. I heard reports that months ago we were planning on months ago, we were planning on, signing Cam Curl to a long-term extension, and that we really want to is one of our priorities, but we're waiting for new management to come in. Travell Wharton has already been basically assigned as our offensive lines coach. He's our assistant offensive lines coach, but we're waiting until new ownership buys the team officially to announce him as our official offensive lines coach through Josh Harris and all of that. And I believe Cameron Curl is a similar situation where we're waiting until Josh Harris and them buy the team, so we go ahead and do that. He said, dude, do we think we can get a replacement for Cam Sims? I think we can. I think we will. Because remember, I pointed this out when I was making this chart, but out of the 11 receivers we've shown interest in this draft cycle, out of all of the 125 players we've looked at, and out of the 11 receivers, not including the one returner, that would technically be a 12th receiver, I think like 7 or 8 of them are 6'3" or higher. Or taller. 6'3", 6'4", 6'5" is crazy. They clearly have a type that they're trying to look for in this draft, so don't be surprised if we end up taking, again, my guy Jake Bobo maybe in the 7th round. How do you feel about the draft so far? I like it. I don't think we have one of the biggest steal drafts, but I think we improved our team quite a bit. He said, all right, I'm finna go to this baby shower. All right, Ted, man, I'll catch you later. I'll catch you online later, my boy. My boy Ted going to the baby shower. Bobo can easily replace Sims. Max Dugan in the 6th round. Which one is the best that you like? It's between Emmanuel Forbes and Quan Martin, and it's not just because they're 1st and 2nd round picks. But again, I'm gonna tell y'all again, Emmanuel Forbes is the Bryce Young of corners. I've already broken down why and all that. I've done videos, everything. And I just feel like he's a steal technically at the 16th pick, because if he just weighed 190 pounds and was the exact same player, he's not making it out of the top 10 because his tape is that great. His traits are that great. He's that fast. He's that explosive. He's that quick. Change of direction skills. The best ball skills in the draft easily. Easily. Oh, no, I was talking about receiver. Yeah, Jake Bobo, just because of value. I mean, there are better receivers available right now than Jake Bobo, but I don't want to go receiver until like 7th round, and I think Jake Bobo is the most realistic and best fit that late. I like him. But like my boy Washington Command Center is saying, Bryce Ford Wheaton, I mean, as tall as he is and as fast as he is, you could argue he's like the best ball of clay that we could take at this point. Rico, is Henley still available? You talking about Dayon? Nah, he's already gone to the Chargers if that's who you talking about. Yeah, my boy Dayon Henley, Big U's son, is staying in L.A. I love that. If we didn't get Dayon Henley, I'm glad that he stayed in L.A. Whether he goes to the Chargers or the Rams, I'm really happy about that. The fact that he's Big U's son and gets to play NFL football in L.A. is insane. That's crazy. I'm happy for the whole family, man. What's our next pick? Our next pick is what? Hold on. I had it somewhere ready, but I could go ahead and go to the next round and look. Round 5, sadly. I wish we had one in the 4th round, but it is what it is. And it's like pick 150 or something like that. Ain't it 150 something? Yeah, it's 150 after the Green Bay Packers. Yup, everybody was not playing. Y'all on it in the chat, man. Appreciate it, man. Shouts out to y'all. I gotta do the horns for that, man. Y'all was on it. Y'all was on it quicker than me, man. Y'all not playing, man. All right, let's get it, man. We don't pick again until 150. Again, I like the Braden Daniels pick. I don't love it, though. Definitely one of the picks I like the least, but we'll see. But this guy is, if we can get him stronger and bigger, he could be something serious, man. He can be something serious. He has some serious upside. He's a freak athlete, very explosive, great ball get off, all of that type of stuff. So I'm really excited about him. But we gotta work on him. He's raw and small, but we can get something out of him. They said he the next Trent Williams. Who said that? Now, I'm a Commanders fan, and I'm glass half full, and I'm the most optimistic guy you're gonna meet. But Braden Daniels, Trent Williams is insane. It's insane. But his advantages, I would say, are that he's really smart, like high IQ, really versatile, ball of clay with some upside, a really good puller because he's fast and athletic and can move in space. So if you need a guard that can pull, he's that as well. But his biggest disadvantages is that he's really little, really small, way underweight, and he's raw still. We got some technique things we need to work on. But positional flex, he's the king of that. Left tackle, right tackle, left guard, all in college. He's that type of guy. But man, again, make sure you like up the stream if you haven't already. I'd really appreciate it. It's free for y'all and it means the world to me. So if y'all can find a way to do it, man, I'd really appreciate it. Again, every draft pick the Commanders have made so far have been guys that have visited the Commanders. So let's go ahead and go to the list of the guys that visited, because at this point, there's no point in looking at anything else. So we got Emmanuel Forbes, who visited April 6th. We got Quan Martin, who visited April 18th. We got Braden Daniels, who visited April 5th. And Ricky Strongberg, who visited April 19th. Who do y'all think we taking next? Based off of this list, who are we taking next? Who do y'all think? Because we still need a linebacker. So Kyle Soley, like I said, maybe in the 6th round. That's who I projected us to take. All of these other guys are already gone. So that's dead. We might as well not even scroll up. Zach Kuntz at tight end. I have us taking him, I think, in the 5th round of my mock draft. Maybe he can be a guy that we end up taking. So Zach Kuntz, Kyle Soley right now. I think even though Dorian Thompson-Robinson didn't visit us, I think they do like him. So if they can find a way to get him later. Soley is an undrafted free agent. I can see that. I can see that. That's why I said 6th round at the soonest. He said, I'm nervous and confused. Remaining picks, they all gone. Yeah, it's ugly. Yeah, most of these people are gone. But Dorian Williams or Ventrell Miller at linebacker, I mean, there's still options out there. City Sal's already gone. I think we're going to end up picking up NJ Anderson as a developmental edge as an undrafted free agent, but we'll see. But yeah, slim pickings now, y'all. It's definitely slim pickings. It's definitely slim pickings out here. Wait, so Andrew Voorhees is still available? That's crazy. That's crazy, man. We got some guys that, I mean, if there's a list to look at, again, this PDF I'm looking at right here, this entire list is a PDF file that you can access through that link in the description for free. So if you want to look at the same list I'm looking at on the screen, you can go get it right now. Literally the pinned comment up there, just click that link, it will pull up for you if you want to access this list that I put together. These are the visits right here. You have all of the pro days, you have all of the prospects total. And then you have some other stats right here, suggested big needs just based off of how many guys were interested. Out of 125 guys, 33 of them are offensive linemen and all of that type of stuff. So if you're interested in all of that, free PDF file right there. And yes, exactly. We've only taken guys that have visited. So that's why so far our first 4 draft picks were 4 for 4 on guys that have visited the Commanders. Again, I'm going to repeat it again. Emmanuel Forbes, April 6th. Quan Martin, April 18th. Braden Daniels, April 5th, and Ricky Strongberg, April 19th. Everybody that we've taken so far in the draft visited the Commanders all the way in Ashburn at some point, worked out with them, met with them, all of that type of stuff. So if you wanted to refer to this list for the remainder of this draft, it's the free PDF file link that's in the chat right now, the pinned comment that I put in there. But I'm going to go back to the Commanders Cowboys game, win, because y'all can access that PDF whenever you want to. My boy Trevor with another donation, man. Appreciate that. Big time. What up, Rico? Cunt still available? Yes, he is. I believe we can get him maybe this upcoming pick. No, the Eagles got another Georgia Bulldog? Nah, this is unfair. This is unfair. Nah, this is unfair. I'm sick. I'm not having fun. I'm leaning back on my chair, bro. It's too much. It's too much, bro. It's ridiculous, man. It is absolutely ridiculous. It is absolutely ridiculous, man. My Georgia Bulldogs are all going to the Eagles and the Steelers. How much sleep you get? I didn't get a lot, but I had to stream. I had to get those videos out and I had to stream. The Eagles have traded for my dog, DeAndre Swift, man. This team just keeps getting better and better, bro. I'm absolutely sick of it. I ain't gonna lie. This is crazy. They got Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Nakobe Dean, Nolan Smith, Kelee Ringo, and now they traded for DeAndre Swift, bruh. It's like literally they're watching my stream and they're trying to do everything they can to convert me into an Eagles fan. I will never be an Eagles fan, but I swear the Eagles are trolling me personally. They gotta be. At this point, it has to be a troll, bruh. Because this is way worse than I even thought it could be. This is worse than the worst case scenario. What is going on right now? But it's a smart strategy. When Alabama was winning championships, we started getting Alabama players. The Eagles are like, well, Georgia has the best players in college football. They're winning championships. Why not take a bunch of Eagles? I mean, bunch of Bulldogs. I'm sick of it, but the glass half full, the silver lining, is that most of my Bulldogs are all in Pennsylvania together. I got George Pickens, Darnell Washington, and Broderick Jones on the Steelers. And then I got Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Nakobe Dean, Nolan Smith, Kelee Ringo, and DeAndre Swift all on the Eagles, man. It's all in the state of Pennsylvania, too, which is crazy. Like, it's insane. You would think they would prefer to take Penn State players, but I guess not. Even though the Steelers did get Joey Porter. But, man, I'm sick. My boy OBX Skins with another donation. Appreciate the donation. Didn't even have nothing to say. Just wanted to send some money, man. I really appreciate that big time. Again, I'm trying to save up for a better camera, so these donations are really appreciated, man. This isn't just going nowhere. My boy Keith with another donation as well, man. Appreciate that big time. Don't let them sucker you, bro. It's the devil. It's the devil. Now, I'm telling you, man, the Eagles are doing whatever they can to try to turn me into an Eagles reporter. Flip this channel into the Eagles, but I would never do that. Like I said, I could never. I'm a root for my Georgia Bulldogs individually, of course, but I want the Eagles to go 0-17, but I just want Jalen Carter and all of those guys to be Pro Bowl, all pro players, and then just all leave the Eagles within 4 to 5 years and come to the Commanders. And that would be my best case scenario. But I want my Georgia Bulldogs to ball out, but I just got to hope that they can somehow do it without the Eagles going undefeated, because this team looks even more dangerous than they did last year, and I'm scared. I'm not going to lie. Trading for DeAndre Swift is insane, bro. That is insane. Hey, my boy Stetson Bennett to the Rams. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Stetson in the 4th round. That's sooner than I thought. Thank you. Okay, that's a little bit of good news. That's better news right there. Even though I'm surprised that the Eagles or the Steelers didn't find a way to get him as a backup. But my boy Stetson Bennett went a round sooner than I thought. I thought he was going 5th round at the soonest. I love to see my boy Stetson Bennett to the 4th. A Georgia Bulldog behind another Georgia Bulldog. All of my Georgia Bulldogs staying together, man. I'm telling you. Matthew Stafford, Stetson Bennett as the backup, because he's inevitably going to get hurt. It's always some type of shoulder injury. So I do see Stetson Bennett playing a game for the Rams today in a regular season game. I can see it. That man Matthew Stafford cannot stay healthy. So, Georgia quarterback learning behind another Georgia quarterback. I love it. And shouts out to Matthew Stafford for anything, if for nothing else, recruiting Dylan Raiola to the Georgia Bulldogs, the best quarterback in the 2024 class, arguably the best quarterback to come out of high school since Caleb Williams. I think he's even better than the Manning kid that went to Texas. So, I'm really happy, though. I see blah, 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 Georgia. Hey, man. When you're a winner, you get to talk, you know what I'm saying? What else is there to talk about? What other college teams is there to talk about, man? But yeah, I love it. If anything, I love Matthew Stafford. He's going to help develop Stetson Bennett, and he's recruiting Dylan Raiola to Georgia, so I'm happy about that. DeAndre Swift has been traded to the Eagles. Yeah, I'm hurt. I don't even want to talk about it. Nah, Dylan Raiola isn't going to Ohio State. Can we stop? Can we leave DeAndre Swift alone, bro? Please leave me alone. I'm already heartbroken as is, bro. I'm already broken as is, bro. Can we chill out? Why are we still talking about this? Don't we have something better to talk about? How's the weather out there in the DMV? In Atlanta, it's actually it's like 70 degrees, I think. A little humid, a little hot. You know what I'm saying? You know, we can talk about the weather. We can talk about some anime. I know y'all been watching Mashal. I know y'all been keeping up with the One Piece. I know Chapter 1082 came out a couple of days ago. You know, we can talk about anything but this DeAndre Swift situation. You know what I mean? Sunny, okay. Weather out there at the DMV sounded pretty nice. You know what I'm saying? Shouts out to my boy Stetson Bennett. That's one Georgia Bulldog I will talk about, though. We can talk about Stetson Bennett, but y'all got to leave me alone about DeAndre Swift. I don't know how much more my heart can take at this point. I'm pretty sure people are literally typing in street scores and pulling up to the stream just to see my reaction to all of these Georgia Bulldog players going to the enemy. DC Defenders Championship game today. Hey, well, yeah, let's talk about that. Wait, did he say Sonny and Swifty? Hey, man, chill out. I asked for the weather. He said sunny and swifty. Appreciate that big time. Thank you. Thanks for the love. Thank you. Rico, is Noah Sewell still available? Yes, he is, but I don't really like him that much. My boy Dejon Bell, man, appreciate the donation. Big time, man. I don't know, Rico. You low-key turning into an op. Don't be playing both sides. Appreciate the donation, man. Like, bruh. Y'all don't understand how much I'm dying inside. Yeah, I don't like Noah Sewell either. We need to double up our O-line, bring in Jalen Duncan home. Yep. Hey, you can argue Jalen Duncan is probably the best player available at this point. The Maryland tackle, I agree. My boy Envision with the big time donation, a big dub in the chat, big 20 ball. Can't have no Funyun without no Funyuns, man. You know what I'm saying? Did you just say the Eagles have traded for Swift? All our Bulldogs have gone home. My old home, Northern Philly. Then Stetson Bennett gets to act like an A-word. Post-championship gets picked in the 4th round. Marcus Purnell. Oh, that's MP. Okay. I didn't know that was your account, man. Appreciate the donation big time. That's one of the OGs that was here since I had like 100 or less subscribers. So, man, shouts out to my boy MP. But yes, and again, of course, appreciate the big time donation. Again, I'm saving up for a camera, so I really appreciate it. And yeah, man, right now my heart is in shambles. It's shattered. It's too many Georgia Bulldogs going to enemy teams. So I'm hurt right now. Because even the Steelers, I mean, my boy Quason isn't that much of a a-hole, but he is a Steelers fan, and he will talk his trash when the Commanders are not doing well. So now I got to root against 3 Georgia Bulldogs because my Steelers fan friend loves to talk trash too. And then, of course, the Eagles. I mean, Kylie, man, what am I supposed to do? Oh, my boy Keith with the big time donation. He said, go get that camera. Let's get that camera. Man, appreciate that big time, man. You did not have to do that. Really feel the love, man. Y'all, hey, I'm not gonna lie. Y'all are putting my heart back together. Y'all are picking up the pieces and putting it back together, supporting the channel like this, man. I'm torn right now, but I really, really appreciate the donations big time. My boy Barry donated as well, man. Appreciate that big time. Y'all are going crazy today. Don't worry, Rico. You're not alone. The Eagles are having my dream draft. It hurts a lot. They're having my dream draft, and they're taking all of my Georgia Bulldogs, man. We are all hurt together. At this point, we're grieving together. This is a grieving channel. We are a grieving channel right now. Again, appreciate the donation, especially the huge one. Keith is now the MVP of the stream right now for sure. We are grieving together. This is a grieving stream. We just got to provide each other with a shoulder to cry on. But because even if you're not a Georgia Bulldogs fan, the Eagles look crazy right now. Even though I like the Commanders picks, if y'all want to talk about the Commanders picks some more, I can. I like the Commanders picks a lot, but nobody is dominating this draft like the Eagles. Nobody. There are a few other people who are having great drafts. I think the Bills draft is great. I think the Giants draft is extremely underrated. But nobody's doing the draft like the Eagles are right now. And you got to include trading for DeAndre Swift in it. Because remember, they traded for A.J. Brown last year during the draft. The Eagles just make moves. It feels like they have 3 times the staff than we have as far as numbers and ability. I mean, they must have 20 phones going. They're just making things shake. They must be holding people's family hostages. They probably had people's family held hostage for Jalen Carter. Like, you better not take them until we pick them at 8. You better not take them. If you love your family, you know better. They got to be doing it, man. Nolan Smith, when they got him, trading for DeAndre Swift, somebody's families are getting held hostage, bro, and I'm scared. Eagles got to be doing something shiesty on the other end, man. My boy Rolando with the donation, man. Appreciate that. Keep up the great work, Rico. Appreciate that big time, man. Really, really do, man. Hell to the Commanders, hell to the Redskins. Man, hey, I think we're going to be serious. Don't get me wrong. I think the Commanders are going to be really good. And I think, again, the top 3 D-lines in football are the Eagles based off of potential. The 49ers because Nick Bosa. And just really, I mean, they took the Eagles defensive lineman and added it to their D-line. So now their D-line is top 3 easily, even ignoring Nick Bosa. And then us. And now you can argue we still have the best D-line in football. At the very least, we have top 3. The Eagles are improving their secondary. We improved our secondary mightily. So we're going to both have elite defensive lines and secondaries, elite defenses. So we can compete with these guys. And again, I like the comp. Jalen Hurts, what he did last year, to potentially what Sam Howell could do this year on a rookie contract. Mobile, big arm quarterback. If anything, Sam Howell has more arm strength than Jalen Hurts. And, I mean, you can argue Sam Howell was less raw than Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts just happened to have Shane Steichen. And thank goodness Sam Howell got Eric Bieniemy, but Shane Steichen developed Justin Herbert, developed Jalen Hurts,
took him to almost an MVP level, and now he's going to get Anthony Richardson in his grasp for the Colts. That guy's a proven QB developer. Eric Bieniemy, you can maybe give him credit for Pat Mahomes, and I love Eric Bieniemy, but I think Pat Mahomes probably would have ended up being Pat Mahomes anyway. But either way, we have potentially a great offensive play caller, play designer, offensive mind, and Eric Bieniemy, QB developer, and Eric Bieniemy. I'm hoping it really works out. I see a lot of parallels to the Eagles last year to the Commanders this upcoming year. Not completely, because we're not as top to bottom solid as they are, but I think there are a lot of parallels, especially Sam Howell and our defense. But we'll see. We'll see. My boy Andreas donated, of course, always pulling up and donate, man. I really appreciate it big time, man. Really, really love it, man. Appreciate it. Watch Rico will get Philly defense in fantasy football. You're not? Y'all aren't getting Philly's defense in football. Y'all aren't? There's no way y'all not. I don't care if y'all are not a Georgia Bulldogs fan. There's no way at this point you don't. My boy Ja with the big time donation, man. Appreciate that for the 20 ball. Big 20 dub in the chat. Appreciate that. Appreciate the compliment as well, man. Love the emoji moving around there, dancing around. I don't know why he's built like a pear, but I mean, it is what it is though. But appreciate the donation, big time. Big 20 ball in the chat, man. Appreciate all of the love that we're getting, man. But yeah, y'all are not taking the Eagles defense in fantasy. Now, I'm not saying take the Eagles defense extra early in fantasy drafts, because you shouldn't take quarterback too soon. You shouldn't take defense. You shouldn't take kicker too soon. But if you have a chance to take the Eagles defense, y'all are not. There's no way. Ain't no way. I'm kind of leaning towards the Jalen Duncan pick as well. Golly, somebody else brought up Eagles got Swift, man. Can y'all let me grieve in peace, man? All of these Georgia Bulldogs and the Eagles, man, can y'all let me grieve in peace? The fact that they got DeAndre Swift, I'm pretty sure, like I said earlier, I think people are literally going to YouTube because y'all know I'm Georgia Bulldogs fans, typing in street scores, pulling up to the stream just to laugh at me with all of the Georgia Bulldogs, especially the icing on the cake was trading for DeAndre Swift. Like, come on, bro. This guy wasn't even there when we were winning championships. Like, come on, bro. He's not even a championship Georgia Bulldog. Y'all are just being petty at this point and getting as many Georgia Bulldogs as possible. Y'all think our weapons are better? I mean, I do like our receiving core arguably better a little bit. If we're talking about the top two, I may lean towards the Eagles. But if we're talking about the entire receiving core, the top five, I would take ours for sure. But I think it's neck and neck for the top two. Top five, I think we got it. But defensive line, we're neck and neck. Secondary, we're probably going to be neck and neck. We'll see how it goes. Now, linebackers, y'all know, Georgia Bulldogs and Kobe Dean. I think Nolan Smith is going to move to off-ball linebacker, so I can't argue against that. And I would give the Eagles the slight advantage, especially in offensive line. We'll see about running back, because I think Brian Robinson and Antonio Gibson is a dog. And then you can compare Sam Howell to Jalen Hurts. He's not as developed. But if we're talking about coming out of college, Sam Howell out of UNC and Jalen Hurts out of Oklahoma/Alabama, you can argue that Sam Howell has a higher ceiling, especially with the arm strength. So I see a lot of parallels between our teams. Ours is more potential, theirs is more proven. So I think it's going to be really fun. I'm not saying we are the Eagles, because they are, like Bring It said, they're in God mode. They're more of a proven situation, but I see a lot of parallels between our team and theirs. Ours is based on potential, unproven. Theirs is based on we've seen it. But there are comparisons to be made there. I'm not going to sit here and act like the Commanders are just about to be sorry. I see a lot of the Eagles in our team, but the only difference is they got Georgia Bulldogs and we don't. Last Georgia Bulldog we had was, I can't remember his name, the linebacker Davis, that by the time he got here was basically on the field coach. That's about it. That's all I've gotten as far as Georgia Bulldogs on my Commanders. It's never really been a mutual thing, but it is what it is. I'm sick of it, though. This Eagles, Georgia Bulldogs thing, I'm sick of it. We got Bama dogs, and they're great. But, you know, Georgia's the dominant program in college, and I see why the Eagles are doing it. Yeah, Thomas Davis, thank you. That's the only Georgia Bulldog we've had on this team in, like, the past, 10 plus years? Bakari Rambo. I don't know. People always bring up Bakari Rambo. Stop doing that. Y'all be trolling. But that's it, though. We got to go back to Thomas Davis, who didn't really do anything for us, but be basically an additional coach to the linebacker group. He didn't really contribute much on defense. And then we have Bakari Rambo a long time ago. That's it. That's all we got. Georgia Bulldogs are my Commanders, so I'm sick. The Eagles see it. The Eagles got the vision. They're smart. It just further proves how dominant Georgia have been, that the Eagles is as great of a powerhouse as they are, and arguably the best scouting team in the NFL, the best general managed team in the NFL, loves to pick up Bulldogs. That tells you everything you need to know. Bama got more proven NFL players, yeah, because that's because they were dominant sooner. When we look back 5 years from now, Georgia's going to be dominating the NFL even more than Alabama did. I'm warning you now. We didn't used to recruit like this. A lot of people keep bringing that up, acting like Georgia's always been recruiting like this. We have not. We have not been recruiting like this. We were lucky to get Roquan Smith when we got it. We are not Alabama's little brother no more. Y'all know that. We were lucky to get Roquan Smith. Some of the guys that turned out great were like 3-star recruits, and they just happened to explode onto the scene. Now Georgia's getting #1 recruiting classes. Now. That's why within the past 5 years, we'll look back, Georgia will be the dominant presence in the NFL. But we'll see. I ain't got to, we ain't got to even speak on it, because I told y'all we was winning the championship the year we did against Alabama. And then I told y'all we was running it back and people didn't want to believe me. And now look at it. But I'm not going to sit here and act like Alabama isn't about to come back and be great. Literally, once Alabama figures out their quarterback situation, they are right back. I believe Alabama just got the next Chase Young. I forgot his name, but the guy out of Florida. Alabama got the #1 recruiting class for a reason. Alabama is not gone. I'm just saying Georgia took over, and Alabama gonna have to come back and get it in blood. I'm not saying they won't, but right now Georgia got it. But yeah, Alabama hey man, did y'all see that 2023 recruiting class? Them boys, if you want to put it in perspective, they got Chase Young. You can argue that they got maybe another Sauce Gardner. Like, Alabama is serious. I'm not taking anything away. Yeah, Kelee, thank you. They got some guys, but I'm just telling y'all Georgia got it right now, and I think Georgia will continue to have it, but it's between us and Alabama. Michigan is stepping up big time. Ohio State's trying to make their name known. USC not playing with people as well. Florida State trying to make a comeback. I see them on the recruiting trail. And then, hey, Louisville's a sleeper as well. Don't sleep on Louisville. But at the end of the day, right now, it's Georgia right now. Y'all gonna have to run through us to get it. My boy Trevor with the donation, man. Appreciate that. I'm scared of the division. The Lions, however, their draft, their coach, and the curse they have over us. Hope we don't run into them in the playoffs. That's a good point, man. First of all, appreciate the donation. I don't know what it is about the Lions. We just can't seem to beat those guys. All right, wasn't that the game in the UK where we had the stupid fumble and lost that game for no reason? We missed like a field goal kick, whatever. But yeah, FSU is on the way. Florida State is on the way. Ohio State, Michigan, Alabama, Georgia, USC. Those are arguably the top, especially up-and-coming programs. Florida State, I'm telling y'all better watch out. Yeah, Kelee is that dude. I'm telling y'all, he's Chase Young. He's Ohio State's version of Chase Young. So, again, Alabama is not going anywhere, but you still got to run through us to get it. You still got to win to get it. But Florida State, man, don't sleep. Florida State, USC is on the come up. The way that they're recruiting. Texas is trying too. I mean, Texas always had the longest money, always had the longest bankroll. Texas has always been putting in the most money, and now they got that Manning kid. Bijan Robinson just left. They're trying to do something too, but I'm definitely, as a Georgia Bulldog fan, I'm more worried about Alabama, Ohio State, USC, Michigan, and Florida State than I am Texas. I'm not gonna lie. Ohio should be in Georgia. I mean, we can have this debate all day long, but again, we didn't play our best, and CJ Stroud had the best game of his life, and we still found a way to win, even though it was some luck in there. But that was one of the most Georgia's beating themselves games I've seen all season. I don't know why we went out there against Ohio State and wanted to play around. Maybe we just didn't take them seriously, and Ohio State played their tails off. I don't know why we went up there playing with them, because I feel like if football played like a 7-game series, we would have beaten Ohio State. But that day, Ohio State for sure deserved to win, because they stepped up big time and played very well. Like, I'm not taking anything away from Ohio State. And they easily would have won the championship. Nah, Georgia was beating themselves. Go look at that tape. Go look at any other game we played and how seriously we played against any SEC opponent. For some reason, we were making stupid mistakes that we didn't make against anybody else against Ohio State. I can admit, we did not deserve to win that game. We didn't play our best. CJ Stroud had the game of his life. We are lucky that Marvin Harrison Jr. got hurt. But we didn't play our best. Yeah, you're definitely lying to yourself if you think Georgia came out there and played their air game. But Ohio State deserved to win that game. If Ohio State would have won that game and won the championship, I would have nothing for salutes for them, because they deserved to win that game. They deserve to win that game. We didn't come with our best. I don't know why we were killing ourselves. We chose against Ohio State to play one of our worst games of the season. Ohio State's great, but we were doing self-inflicted things that we weren't doing the rest of the season. I'm telling you, go look at the tape. Manning kid looks like a shame. I don't think he's going to be bad, and this is not even just me being Georgia because he chose Texas over us. But I don't think he's going to be bad. I think he's going to be a really good quarterback, but if I had to choose between Dylan Raiola and the Manning kid that went to Texas, I prefer Dylan Raiola. But I think Manning's going to be good. The problem is going to be that Texas isn't that great because Texas recruits go to LSU, go to Georgia, go to Alabama, go to Texas A&M. Texas struggles with recruiting in state. Until you can recruit well in state, you're going to struggle. And even though they got that Manning kid, who's he going to get the ball to? Who's he going to throw to? I mean, he got A.D. Mitchell this year if he ends up starting, even though I don't think he's going to start because they got another 5-star in front of him that's already been there. So Manning is probably going to ride the bench while A.D. Mitchell from Georgia's there. So hopefully maybe they get some receivers for him, but right now, I feel sorry for him. He went to no man's land. Maybe he wanted to challenge himself, but that boy Manning, it might struggle at Texas because especially if Texas comes to the SEC for real, them boys gonna get tossed around by everybody. Alabama, Georgia gonna do them filthy. Tennessee's gonna do them filthy. But we'll see. I don't know. Maybe Texas got some guys I don't know about, but I really feel sorry for the Manning kid. We'll see. I think he should transfer as well, too. If Manning transferred to Ohio State, I think he would go crazy. I think Quinn Ewers should win the QB spot. He was there a year earlier anyway. I think they'll give it to him. But yeah, if Manning transferred to Ohio State is right back to the playoffs, no problem. My only worry about Ohio State right now, like if I were a Ohio State fan, is literally the quarterback position. How are you going to replace C.J. Stroud? But outside of that, top to bottom, corner, defensive line, offensive line, receiver, the best receiver in college football last year as a sophomore, Ohio State got everything they need. We just got to see what's going to happen with the quarterback. Elite receivers year after year. Alabama, same thing. They got everything they need. We just got to see how they're going to replace Bryce Young. Whereas we're replacing Stetson Bennett. And y'all can't have it both ways. You can't act like Stetson Bennett is sorry and then act like how is Georgia going to replace Stetson Bennett. You can't have it both ways. You got to pick one. Either Stetson Bennett is great and Georgia's going to struggle to replace him, or Stetson Bennett is as sorry as y'all say he is and we're going to be just fine and right back into the conversation of the championship. Y'all can't have it both ways. Y'all got to pick one. But yeah, Ohio State and Alabama are just a quarterback away from being just as good as Georgia easily. Maybe even better depending on how you look at the circumstances. But arguably, though, Georgia's about to have the best defense coming up this year and offense that we've had throughout these entire championship runs. We got true freshmen out here dominating. We about to go back-to-back in my opinion, but Ohio State and Alabama, as long as they can figure out quarterback, it's over with. But I mean, Alabama also got to figure out what's going on with their new defensive coordinator, offensive coordinator, how that's going to work. Rick, I heard nothing but great things about Braden Daniels. I heard he is a beast that can play every position on the line, positional flex. I agree. He's just small and raw. We gotta give him some weight. We got to give him some strength. And he's got to work on a lot of technique things. But if we're talking about positional flex, if we're talking about IQ, if we're talking about the ability to pick up blitzes and all of that, that goes with IQ and awareness. If we're talking about the ability to pull as a guard because he has great feet, he's very mobile. He's all of that. He has great explosion, so he has great first punch. The problem is with his lack of strength and his lack of size and his lack of hand technique, his problem is sustaining blocks. The first 2-3 seconds, he's great. He's a great offensive lineman. He could start right now if all he had to do was block for 3 seconds. But once the play is extended, especially somebody like Sam Howell's a mobile quarterback who's going to extend plays with his legs, asking Braden Daniels as of how he currently is right now with bad head technique and too small, not enough strength, asking him to block for more than 3 seconds, more than 5 seconds is scary. Yeah, it is crazy when you call a 294-pound man small, but it is for offensive line that's really small. We can go look at his RAS right now. There's a reason that weight 294 is red in the 1.48 percentile. He's tiny. He is tiny for a guard, especially. So the first 3 seconds, he's great. The ball get off, everything, excellent. He has pop. He has explosion in his legs. He doesn't have a lot of strength in his arms and stuff like that, but he has explosion in his legs. So when the ball is snapped, he's ready. He's engaged. The first 3 seconds, he's amazing as a blocker. Tackle, guard, whatever. But when it comes to holding the block for more than 3 seconds, that's when Braden Daniels gets a little shaky. But we can improve that with better hand technique, and we can get him in an NFL gym, the Commanders gym. And remember, when we were doing the free agency reports and they were grading every NFL team, and we came and did last in a lot of categories, the one thing we had was strength and conditioning coaches. So if there's any, we were number 1 too. If there's anything the Commanders can do well, is their strength and conditioning coaches. And Braden Daniels, if any NFL team can get him to gain some healthy strength weight, it's us. So we can get him to gain some weight, work on his hand technique while he's a backup for now. He's a developmental project kind of guy. All of the IQ is there. All of the mobility that you can't teach is there. All of the awareness is there. All of the explosion off the snap of the ball is there, which you can't teach as well. He has a lot of things you can't teach. You can teach hand technique, and you can get him to gain some more strength in the weight room. Everything else that you can't teach, he's got it. But those are 2 big weaknesses that he has to work on. I'm not trying to downplay those weaknesses at all. But you could easily say that they're teachable, and we can work with that. So the Braden Daniels pick is straight, man. Oh, you want me to pull up? Yo, Rico, you think Gamecocks versus Bulldogs would be good this year? I'm hyped for that game. I think we're going to go to the game. I like close games. I mean, we got to see. I just don't believe in that quarterback. I keep forgetting Spencer Rattler. I don't believe in him. So unless he has a fantastic game, we'll see. Watch out for Penn State's quarterbacks. I'm not up on Penn State's quarterbacks, but one thing I can tell you is that Penn State had the best tackle in football last year as a sophomore, and he's coming out of this upcoming draft. That's what was crazy about last year in this upcoming 2024 draft. The best receiver was a sophomore, Marvin Harrison Jr. The best quarterback was Caleb Williams, a sophomore. The best tight end was Brock Bowers, a sophomore. The best tackle from Penn State was a sophomore. I can never remember his name, but he was the best tackle last year in college football. And he comes out in the 2024 draft. So Penn State got themselves a really talented team as well. Somebody between Penn State, Ohio State, and Michigan is making the playoffs. Those are 3 really good teams, but y'all are going to fight each other and y'all are going to knock each other out. But one of y'all is going to make it. I think the college football playoffs are going to have 2 SEC teams. 1 Big 12 team for sure, and then the 4th team is probably going to be a mystery team. I mean, maybe Caleb Williams balls out and carries USC with that terrible roster to the playoffs. We'll see. But I know 1 Big 10 team is for sure going to be in there. Between Ohio State, Michigan, and Penn State, somebody's going to be there. Now, my money, if Michigan can figure it out, maybe on Michigan. I'm probably sliding towards Ohio State 1B. I'll probably say Michigan 1A, Ohio State 1B. We'll see. But no, if Ohio State has another quarterback anywhere similar to CJ Stroud, they're my 1A. But I got to see it first. But Michigan is my 1A, Ohio State's my 1B, Penn State is 3rd. But they have the best tackle in college football, so you never know what can happen. Sam Howell has a ton of talent. I believe in him. Don't sleep on my Irish this year. Notre Dame is always putting out talent, just like Maryland. Notre Dame, Maryland, there's a few other schools that always put out great NFL talent. It's just like they don't really have complete teams. That's their only problem. But yeah, right now, as of today, with the confusion at quarterback, with the concerns I have for quarterback, I'm not sure. I got to see it to believe it. I have Michigan 1A, Ohio State 1B, and then Penn State. But somebody from there is making the college football playoffs. The only problem is 2 of y'all won't make it because y'all play each other all the time. It's not like the SEC where we have 2 separate divisions and then we don't play Alabama until the SEC championship, and by then we've already ticketed. Even if we lose the SEC championship, because we're Georgia, we're gonna end up in the playoffs anyway. Y'all don't have that luxury. Once you lose 1 or 2 games against Penn State, Michigan, Ohio State, whatever, you're done. You're not making it. Okay, the Commanders have traded up. Don't panic. Don't panic. If we traded up, we must really, really love somebody. We traded up. What's the pick? Are we hyped? Are we optimistic? What's going on? What's the pick? Let me bring up the list. Who do y'all think? Who do y'all think? Who do y'all think? If we traded up, we must love somebody. Who are we getting? Is it Dorian Thompson-Robinson, y'all? Is it Dorian Thompson-Robinson? Wait, who am I? Wait, what? Wait, what happened? Wait, we traded up. Who are we taking? Is it linebacker? Is it Dorian Thompson-Robinson? Is it tight end? What are we doing? Who's worthy of that pick, y'all? Who is worthy of that pick? Who do y'all think? What's good, Pedro? Man, I love to see a trade up because that means that we really, really want somebody. I don't even necessarily exactly care who it is. I mean, I have my preferences, but I'm just going to automatically have faith in who we end up picking, because if we traded up for somebody, that means we really, really wanted them. We're giving up pick 150 in our 7th round, 215th pick to move up to 137. Okay. Who is it? Who do we want? I don't really want a quarterback. I want Dorian Thompson-Robinson, but I don't want to trade up for him. I don't want him that bad. I'll be willing to wait to get him later. So I agree. I like Dorian Thompson-Robinson, but I would wait. I would not take him right now. I agree with you right there. First of all, shouts out my boy Pedro Schmidt in the chat. Y'all know, man, another great Commanders YouTuber. Make sure y'all support my boy and subscribe to him for sure. All right, what are we doing, though? Who are we taking? Does anybody know yet? We slid up 13 picks. We slid up 13 picks in the round. I'm down for Jalen Duncan. I'm definitely down. A local guy. I can see where they would feel like they need to get him. So we're just only going to go corner and offensive line in this draft. Is that what we're doing? Let's see, man. Who are we taking? I mean, looking at the list, Zach Kuntz maybe at tight end. Maybe a linebacker. But Kyle Soley, I think we can get him 6th round or later, so we don't have to panic on that. So I don't think it's a linebacker. Maybe it's Jalen Duncan. I can see it being Jalen Duncan for sure. I think maybe Dorian Thompson-Robinson. I would prefer to wait to get him later, but I could see it us trading up to go get him. So what are we doing? What are we doing right now? I'm scared. I'm hyped, but I'm scared. I'm hyped, but I'm scared. Because us trading up this far is like we really love the guy. We must really love the guy if we traded up to get him. We must really love whoever it is if we traded up to get him. Okay, we got edge KJ Henry. Okay, that's interesting. That is very interesting. Okay. I'm not the biggest KJ Henry fan, but with the Chase Young and Montez Sweat situation, this makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. If they really like this guy enough to trade up, then there must be something there. I don't like KJ Henry that much. Easily the pick I like the least out of the entire draft so far, easily by far. But if they like him that much to go up and get him, and what's to call it, the Draft Network has him ranked as their 129th best player. I think he's interesting, but he's a smart player. He's great against the run. He doesn't provide a lot of pass rush yet, but he's good against the run. I don't really like the pick, but you know, I like the position, but I'm not exactly sure how much I like the pick. But he ran a 4.53 at what, 260 pounds, 6'4". So, you know, that man's athleticism is crazy. You know, but let's see. Let's go look at it. I haven't seen his RAS, but I remember he tested very well. He tested very well, but let's see. Yeah, he has elite speed. His vert wasn't great, which concerns me a lot, but he has elite speed. But yeah, I don't love the pick. This is easily by far the pick I like the least, especially to trade up for him. To trade up for him is a little crazy. Trading up for him is a little wild, but so we'll see. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. Definitely the pick I like the least, though, but I don't like the pick. He getting cut at OTAs. Take solace in the fact that this is Ron's last drive. But yeah, man. This isn't where wow, we still talk about Swift to the Eagles. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy, man. I'm sad, bro. I'm sad. I'm trying to not think about that. I prefer to focus on the KJ Henry pick. Draft went from B to B minus. Chase Young to ATL for the next extra 7th. Nah, we better not trade him for a 7. But yeah, edge rusher makes sense, but that just wouldn't have been the edge rusher that I would have taken. That would not have been the edge rusher that I would have taken. But the Draft Network loves him. The Draft Network sees him the 129th best player in the draft, which kind of makes sense where we took him, but I don't love him. I'm not even gonna sit here and lie to you. The pick I like the least so far in this draft by far, but we'll see where this goes. We will see where this goes, and we do have a need of edge rusher because of the Chase Young and Montez Sweat situation. And the fact, again, you got to give them the benefit of the doubt because the fact that we traded up for him, they must really love him. The Commanders traded up is a crazy sentence that you would never guess. I'm not a big fan of the pick. Hopefully, I haven't watched a lot of tape on him. I'm not going to lie. I have not watched a lot of tape on him. I'm not going to sit here and lie and act like I've watched loads of tape on this guy because I didn't watch the edge rusher class a lot. But I have seen some Clemson defensive end. Not as impressive as Miles Murphy or Brian Brzee, of course. But we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. But, hey, at least they finally broke the mold. This is the first player that didn't visit that we drafted that didn't visit the Commanders. This is the first player that we drafted so far that didn't visit the Commanders, which is really interesting. Very, very interesting, but I'm not surprised because we do technically have a needed edge rusher, so it is what it is, man. It is what it is. I don't love the pick, but it makes sense because I got to remind y'all, too, one thing that a lot of people don't realize, we have no edge rushers on contract for 2024. Everybody, James Smith-Williams, F.A. Obata, Casey Toohill, everybody, Montez Sweat, Chase Young, if we don't pick up his fifth-year option by May 2nd, and already said that they won't. They will not. We don't have a single edge rusher on contract after this regular season. Edge rusher is a bigger need than people think. Now, granted, we could end up re-signing all of these guys. Amir Abdullah that we brought over from the Falcons. F.A. Obata, Casey Toohill, all of these guys. We could go to the depth chart and look at it right now, as a matter of fact. Chase Young, James Smith-Williams, Shaka Toney, William Bradley King, Montez Sweat, F.A. Obata, Casey Toohill. None of these guys are on contract for 2024 and beyond. Nobody. Our entire defensive end group will be unrestricted free agents after this 2023 season. So we do have a need of edge rusher, and edge rusher is one of the most important positions in football. Now, I do believe we'll probably end up bringing a lot of these guys back. And yeah, Shaka Toney is suspended indefinitely for at the very minimum a year. KJ was a 5-star high school recruit, led Clemson in pressures. Okay, is that true? Because if that's true, that's interesting. He was a 5-star recruit. I don't remember his name. Maybe Georgia had no chance of getting him, so maybe I just put him in the back of my brain. He was a 5-star recruit though. Oh yeah, he was. Yeah, he was graded as a top 10 recruit. So he's a talent that's lying dormant. He's a 4-3 defensive end. More of an edge rusher, more of like a run stopper from, what I saw a little bit, but I guess some pass rush upside. But 5-star, he did. He led Clemson in pressures with 53 QB pressures. So is this another Preston Smith? Where he gets all of the pressures in the world, but he's not able to finish the job? Is he another Preston Smith? Is that the best way to comp him? We basically just drafted Preston Smith. And at that point, that's not that bad. I mean, a 5-star recruit, top 10 player in his recruiting class, that makes me way more excited about him. That alone has piqued my interest because I love 5-star recruits, ex-5-star recruits that are lying dormant, that have all of the talent in the world, but just got to put it all together. And if anybody could get it out of them, is this defense and this coaching staff. Man, Coach got Brents and Rush, my cornerback class. Yeah, that's crazy. They know what they need. Oh, my boy Dorian Thompson-Robinson is gone. Who took him? Who took Dorian? Oh, the Browns? Oh, the Browns are having a great draft. DeJuan Jones, day 3. Dorian Thompson-Robinson, day 3. I love what the Browns are doing. They comp Braden Daniels to Joe Thuney. I saw that, but boy, are we going to go that far? Are we going to go that far to give him Joe Thuney already? Are we going to go that far and give him Joe Thuney? If Braden Daniels is Joe Thuney, he's arguably still in the draft. Yeah, Preston Smith worked out very well, but his problem was he can get all of the pressures in the world, but just couldn't finish. Kind of a little Montez Sweaty a little bit. Montez Sweaty, that's kind of funny. But KJ Henry, I like the potential. I'm liking the pick more and more now that I'm seeing he used to be a 5-star and led Clemson in pressures. Appreciate that stat. Who said that? Who convinced me of the pick? Who was that? That was Colin Crisp. Yeah, 5-star recruit and led Clemson in pressures. So you sold me. You sold me. Sounds like Preston Smith, but a little bit more athletic. That's what it sounds like. Great against the run and with pass rush upside. And again, the fact that we traded up for him, shows how much they love him. They must really believe in his talent. If they traded up for him, they're probably looking like, hey, man, the rest of the NFL is asleep. I don't know how y'all view him, but we think he's a great player. The fact that we traded up for him shows that we must really, really like him. And right now, we have 500 and something people in the chat. If you haven't left a like on the stream, please like the stream. I really appreciate it. Leave a like on the stream. It's free for y'all, and it really means the world to me. But he literally, everything I'm seeing is that he's a slightly more athletic Preston Smith. That's what I'm hearing. He's just a more athletic Preston Smith, and that's a great pick in the 4th round if that's literally what he is. If that's literally what he is, then I'm cool with it. And if you draft him in the 4th round, you're expecting him to be a part of the rotation immediately, which means that he's taking the place of Casey Tuhill, F.A. Abada, or somebody. And I went to sleep, but I can't because of the draft. Hey, man, I fell asleep at like 4 or 5 a.m. and had to wake up at 11 to stream. I'm right now, matter of fact, let me take some multivitamin gummies because I probably need them right now. I'm running off of no energy. And I haven't even eaten yet today. I'm gonna eat probably when I'm done streaming though. I'm gonna eat, and then I gotta knock out these videos to for all of the picks that we done made. Now, I don't know if y'all know this hack, but you know any lid where you gotta like squeeze it or push it down to turn it like this? If you take the top off, there's a lid under that. You can take that lid off. You can take the upper lid off and just put that regular lid back on, and you don't have to do all of that. So it's child-proof and fall-proof if you want to. But all you got to do is take that outermost lid off, like the outer layer. I'm struggling to do it right here, but it's possible because I can even see it separating. If you take that lid off, you don't have to do the push down and then twist. You can just take it off. It's just a regular little clear lid. So just to let y'all know, I don't know if y'all knew that. I just found that out like a couple of weeks ago. And, you know, I'm going to put y'all up on game in any way possible, even if it has nothing to do with football. I haven't slept since way before your stream yesterday. God dang, Washington Command Center. Chill out, man. Gatorade squirt bottles be hitting. That's a crazy sentence, but all right. That's a crazy sentence, Captain, but okay, I feel it. You know, do your thing, you know, live your life. My boy Dejan, my boy Mr. Bell. How do I pronounce your name? Dejahan? Dejahan? I'm trying to get it right. I want to get it right, especially since you've been donating. Appreciate it, man. Rico, did you prefer the Forbes list over the bank? Do you prefer the Forbes list over the bank? Oh, so you're talking about Emmanuel Forbes over Deonte Banks. That's my first time seeing that. But yeah, man, appreciate the donation, first of all. And yeah, I like Emmanuel Forbes more than Deonte Banks for the same reason that the Commanders do. First of all, he's just a better overall corner. But most importantly, the biggest difference between the two is that Emmanuel Forbes plays the ball well. He has better ball skills. He turns great coverage into interceptions, whereas Deonte Banks just has great coverage, elite coverage, but he doesn't create turnovers. Emmanuel Forbes gets us the ball back, and that was our biggest problem. Dejan, all right, cool, bet. Thank you. I wanted to make sure I got your name right. I didn't want to keep calling your name wrong because I know that's probably offensive to some people. I just give you a name and then just call you whatever I want to and don't even care about how your name is actually pronounced. But yeah, the difference between Emmanuel Forbes and Deonte Banks is that they're both elite coverage guys. You can maybe lean towards Deonte Banks coverage-wise, maybe, and I can argue Emmanuel Forbes based on tape. But and then Deonte Banks isn't quite as small weight wise. But if we're talking about playmaker, we're talking about turnovers, pick sixes, interceptions. If we're talking about playing against better talent in the SEC versus what, I mean, not to make fun of Maryland, but Deonte Banks played at Maryland and they go against great competition. But it's not what Emmanuel Forbes faced every week in the SEC, having to go against Jamison Williams and Devonta Smith and guys like that. It's just a different level. Even though, one thing you got to note, though, Deonte Banks arguably played the best coverage against Marvin Harrison Jr., the best wide receiver in football last year, better probably than anybody else. And that alone, when I watched this tape against Marvin Harrison Jr., I was like, say no more, say less. One of my favorite corners in the draft just off of that alone. But I still like Emmanuel Forbes more because he does create turnovers. And back to my original point, this defense has been elite for the past 4 or 5 years. But we've been terrible at creating turnovers. We've been top 5, top 10, and even number 1 in certain defensive statistics as far as yards allowed and things like that. And like red zone defense and things like that. Not allowing certain points. But as far as creating turnovers, we've been bottom 5, one of the worst in the NFL back-to-back years. Emmanuel Forbes and Quan Martin fixed that problem. So that's why I prefer Emmanuel Forbes, because he specifically fixed an exact weakness that we had. And honestly, like I said, he's the Bryce Young of corners. He has everything you want. The only problem is, the only concerns is the weight. If Emmanuel Forbes was 190, he would have gone in the top 10. People would have been debating whether or not him and Devon Witherspoon were the best corners in this class. So we're lucky that he's underweight, because we wouldn't have been able to get him at 16 if he wasn't. And I think he's gonna ball out, and it's gonna end up not mattering anyway. So you can argue Emmanuel Forbes was a steal. So I'm happy that we got him. My boy 7PRS sent the Cash App. My boy Paris, man, appreciate the donation, my boy. It was sent through Cash App, so I really appreciate that. Because YouTube, when y'all donate through YouTube, YouTube takes a percentage. But when y'all donate through Cash App or PayPal, I get all of it. So, man, I really appreciate the Cash App donations. I'm going to make sure I go out of my way to thank y'all for those as well. But, of course, I appreciate all donations. Again, I'm saving up for a really good camera. And y'all went stupid today, man, especially my stream MVP earlier, man. I really appreciate what y'all have done in the chat today. Big time, man. I'm about to go crazy. The camera about to be insane. We about to get to work. It's in the link of the it's in the description of the video, but I can copy and paste it myself in here to make it easier. Because I mean, if y'all are sending me money, I'm not gonna make y'all work for it. If anything, I'll go get it. Don't even hurt yourself. But it is in the description of the video. But don't hurt yourself. I'm sending it right now. I really appreciate it. Oops, I'm sorry, I put it wrong. I tried to click enter and I clicked / by accident. Ignore that. But, man, appreciate that, man. Appreciate y'all a lot, man. Really big time. I love Henry. Very explosive and had 52 pressures last year with a good spin move. The tape is good. See, Jerome, I'm not going to lie. You've seen more tape on him than I have. But now that I found out that he used to be a 5-star recruit, top 10 player in his class, and that was back then when Georgia wasn't recruiting at an elite level, so that's probably why I missed them. Now, the way Georgia recruits, I'm paying attention to all of the top recruits. I'm already looking at 2025 and 2026 because that's how well Georgia recruits now. But back then, Georgia didn't necessarily have a chance with all of the top recruits like we do now. So he probably just slid by me, and I didn't really notice him because I was like, we don't have a chance to get him. But 5-star recruit, led Clemson in pressures with Brian Brzee and Miles Murphy on the D-line. That's interesting, man. That is very interesting. That's very intriguing. That's the sell right there. If you try to sell them on me, 5-star recruit that led Clemson in pressures. So I thought the Colin Chris for pointing that out earlier, man. Got you next time. Make sure I donate. I appreciate it, man, but don't hurt yourselves, man. I really appreciate it. I really do. But don't hurt yourselves. And thank you, mommy, making you mac and cheese, meatballs, spinach, and corn. I am excited. So I got some food on the way. Thank you very much. And I still got tacos in the fridge too, so I'm excited. Miles Murphy said KJ was the leader of the D-line. Hey, man, at this point, Colin Crisp, I'm going to have to shout you out of my video because you're putting me on to everything. My boy Colin Crisp is putting me on to everything that I need to know. Let me write that down. Colin Crisp. Let me write that down. 5-star, top 10 recruit in his class, led Clemson in pressures with 58, and Miles Murphy, the traitor. Let me point out Miles Murphy is a traitor because he's from Atlanta and went to Clemson instead of Georgia. But I guess he didn't see the vision that everybody else saw of us winning back-to-back championships. But it's okay. Miles Murphy, you learned your lesson now. Can't go back in time and change it. But the traitor, Miles Murphy, just like the traitor, Will Anderson, is from the Metro Atlanta area. He chose to go to Alabama instead of Georgia. So Will Anderson, that's what you get. That's why you didn't win back-to-back championships. Ha ha. You should have went to Georgia. Miles Murphy and Will Anderson, y'all are both traitors, but it's okay. It's cool. It's cool. Don't worry about it. It's cool. It's cool. You should have went for the hometown team. But yeah, Miles Murphy, the traitor, said that that KJ Henry was the leader. Colin Crisp, I'm gonna shout you out of my video for that, man. Appreciate that, everybody. Let me go ahead and get to these. I got to get to the super chats, man. I'm trying. You know me. I try to read every comment possible, but it's impossible. We got 500 something people in here. Speaking of that, make sure y'all like up the stream if you haven't already. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. If you haven't left a like on the stream yet, I really appreciate it. I'm going back to the Cowboys Commanders Week 18 game, the Sam Howell game. If y'all want me to go to a different game, if you want me to go back to the where is it at? Where'd it go? If y'all want me to go back to the KJ Henry RAS, just let me know. Whatever y'all want on the screen. I got the list of players that we might take in the fifth round. I got the Commanders depth chart if you want to look at that. Let me know whatever y'all want to see. I'll put it up there. Where are we at? For now, I'll just play this because it's more entertaining to look at if nobody has a preference. But my boy Eric MD8 with the $5 donation, man. I really appreciate that. Keep up the great work, man. Love your content. Who do you see us taking in the 6th? Right now, my money is on Zach Kuntz, the tight end out of Old Dominion. Don't sleep on Old Dominion. They have quite a bit of talent in this draft. They've already had a couple of players taken. They have some good players in this draft. They're not a really well-known school nationally. I know y'all know them because y'all are from the DMV area. Y'all heard of them. But somebody from me like Atlanta wasn't really hip to them until what's his name came out and started playing for us. But this draft, I've taken notice of Old Dominion. They got some guys in Old Dominion now. They got some guys in Old Dominion right now. Yeah, Colin, I'm gonna have to shout you out. So don't sleep on him. I think 6'8" tight end, loads of potential, crazy ceiling, and we brought him in for a visit, I believe, or at the very least, we're interested in him. Don't be surprised if that's who we go next. But if Jalen Duncan, the tackle out of Maryland, is still out there, you can argue he's best player available. So we'll see. I'm sad to see Dorian Thompson-Robinson go somewhere else. Antonio Mafi's finally off the board. Appreciate the donation again, Eric. And then my boy Irish, appreciate the donation as well. So far, I'm feeling this draft sneaky good. Keep up the good work. Yeah, I think this is going to be one of those drafts where everybody has us somewhere between a C plus B range, all of the NFL analysts. But then we're going to look back by the end of this next year, and everybody that we drafted contributed in a big way. Henry used NIL money for his father's kidney transplant. Oh, wow. Is that real? Wait a minute. Oh, I got to write that one down because I got to talk about that because that's crazy. That's crazy. I love that story. KJ used NIL. I mean, that's what you're supposed to do, but that's still great, man. Use NIL money for dad's kidney transplant. And I'm going to give you credit for that. My boy Dylan. Y'all, I already told y'all, every time I see the name Dylan, it's kind of like PTSD because you know my Georgia Bulldogs are trying to recruit him. So anytime I see the name Dylan, I get excited. But my boy Dylan Runyon right now, appreciate that comment. I'm going to mention that in my video and shout you out. And then, of course, appreciate the donation from my boy Irish. Again, man, just wanted to shout you out one more time. My boy Take Command for Life. Appreciate the donation big time. Did we trade up or down in day 3? We traded up. We traded up with how many picks? We traded up 13 spots. We gave up our 150th overall pick and 215th in the 7th round to get that 137th pick in the 5th round. So we must really love KJ Henry to trade up to get him. Appreciate the donation again. Make sure y'all like up the stream. I know my boy Herb. I knew my boy Herb was on the way when I was talking about Georgia and Alabama. I knew it. I knew you was on the way. My boy, though, I love it, man. Shouts again. Alabama is friendly competition. You know, we're more so adversaries because we've just been so great, at least recently. Not all time, of course, but the past 3-4 years, 3-5 years maybe, you could argue, we've both been just so great that we're like competitive rivals. But at the end of the day, I don't hate Alabama. The only team I hate in college football is Florida. So it's always all love to Alabama. Yeah, right back to you, man. Bro, I love your optimism. Man, I'm always going to be glass half full. That's just who I am with everything in life. Old Dominion in my hometown, the Norfolk. Yes, sir. Appreciate you pulling up too, Valerie. Appreciate it as always supporting the channel. Yes, sir, man. Make sure y'all like up the stream if you can. I'd really appreciate it if you have the time. It's free for y'all and it means the world to me. It's really big for me. Let me get to the donations. We got Cash App donations straight through Cash App. A big 20 ball from my boy Keith. Appreciate that big time, man. Big shouts out to you again. The Cash App donations are even better because they go straight to me. YouTube doesn't take a percentage off the top. You know, YouTube some gangsters now. Y'all know that, right? They take a percentage of all of this. Advertisements, donations, everything. So that's why the Cash App donations are beautiful. I mean, everything is great, though. Like I said, I'm trying to save up for this camera, so I really appreciate it, man. Really appreciate all of the donations, but the Cash App ones just hit a special place in my heart because YouTube isn't over there taking off some of the top before they give it to me and I get the leftovers, you know what I'm saying? But appreciate it, my boy Keith. And then Miss Perry, appreciate it. And also said appreciate you, Rico, with the donation. Appreciate that big time, Miss Perry. Much love, man. Big love for the donation. Oh, let me make sure I give you a separate sound for that as well, man. Appreciate that. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I really appreciate it. I love the fact that you're Bulldogs. I love the fact you love your Bulldogs as much as I love my Tide, man. That's the only way I want it. I want passion, man. Even as mediocre as the Commanders have been my entire life, I love the passion. I'm talking trash to Falcons fans, talking trash to Cowboys fans. Again, the way my friend circle works, the people I talk to pretty much on a daily basis, we got Cowboys, we got Giants, we got Steelers, Colts, 49ers, Rams, Bears, and of course, I'm from Atlanta, a bunch of Falcons fans. And then me being the Commanders fans, we rounded up to basically 9 main teams that we talk about. And that's just NFL. The college gets even wilder because the Steelers fan is a Michigan fan. The Rams fan is a Notre Dame fan. It gets crazy when it comes to all sports. But out of my immediate friend circle of the people I talk to pretty much on a daily basis, whether it be through Xbox or whatever, we're just fans of and then Shaheed, Patriots fan. That's 10 completely different teams. So the trash talk is always there, and I love it. I love it. I absolutely love. I'm here for the trash talk. Even when I'm the team that's losing, I'm gonna talk my trash because I'm gonna find something to talk about. Even as great as the Eagles have been, I'm gonna joan on something. I'm gonna talk trash about. I'm gonna find something. If I gotta joan the fan, I'm talking trash too. If I gotta joan the players, I'm gonna find some way. I'm never not talking trash. I'm just one of those guys though. Make sure you verify that they are telling you before adding to your video. Oh yeah, thank you. I'm sorry I read that. Good. Okay, we back. I think we're straight now. We good? Okay, we're back. That was on my end, y'all. I don't want y'all to blame yourselves for that. That was on my end, so we're good. Do not blame yourselves. That was my internet. Broke boy, you ain't nothing but a broke boy. Broke boy. You ain't not. You say what? Yeah, we're back on. We good. We straight. Thank you. You ain't nothing but a broke boy. Let them know. Yeah, man, make sure y'all please smash that like button, man. I really appreciate it. It's free for y'all, and it means the world to me, man. It really does. Shouts out to everybody that's donated today, all of the Cash Appers, everybody through the Super Chat, man. I really appreciated that. Yeah, that's why every time something happens like that, I try to hurry up and let y'all know it's not y'all fault, because I don't want y'all yelling at y'all parents. I don't want y'all yelling at y'all kids if you're a parent. I don't want y'all yelling at everybody else in your house, like get off the Wi-Fi, or y'all taking up the bandwidth. I don't want none of those problems. Restart the router. I don't want y'all, overreacting. I try to hurry up. As soon as I'm back, it was me. Y'all are good. It's on my end. Because I know how it gets, man. Y'all be wanting to, Y'all be wanting to panic. And Nigga Javala tweeted about the NIL thing. Appreciate that. Bet. Cool. But I'm going to give you credit for bringing it to my attention, though. I was about to get my son. My girl watches over my shoulder for your puppy cam. That's why they're there. If I personally was in the stream, I'd be watching the dogs more than I'm watching the Commanders Cowboys because I'm a huge dog lover. Speaking of them, are they out? Oh, they're outside. I think they're outside. Thank you, Mom, for putting them outside. 150 with two bills. But yeah, man, that's why I got the fluffies there, man. Those are my little babies. I need to put up more recent Aja video because she doesn't really look like that anymore. She's been groomed down. So she doesn't look like that big puffball anymore that y'all see in these videos. So I definitely got to update those. But yeah, that's why I got it there, just so that everybody can have something to watch. We got football, we got dogs, we got me. Yeah, me. Pretty sure that's why most people are here. Andre Carter's on the board from Army. Iran took KJ. Must be love. Again, the fact that we traded up for him, you got to know, like, there must be real love there. We traded up to get him. Rico, you and Louis T did warn us that there's a good chance we take no linebackers. Well, Louis T is more accurate because I didn't say no linebackers. I just said one very late. I said probably 6th round at the soonest. Louis T said none. So if we end up taking no linebackers, Louis T, he was more right than I was. But yeah, late. I didn't see us taking linebacker anytime soon in the draft. I had a dog for you before you got the new one. Oh, you did? My boy, I think I remember that. But Aja was a weird circumstance where I just ended up getting her through a friend, like a friend's friend, and she was only like $30 or something like that. Brody was only 20, so I got him from a humane thing, the Douglas County Humane Society, whatever it's called. Edge Roy, he's still on the board. That is interesting. Is Jalen Duncan still on the board? I think Jalen Duncan's still on the board. There's a lot of guys out there. Wait, did we really trade up though? I saw somebody said we traded up. Are y'all talking about when we traded up earlier, or did we just do it again? I doubt we do it again. I highly doubt we do it again. So I'm assuming you're talking about earlier. I want a dog. Hopefully, son. Right now, I have a turtle. So we used to have a turtle too. We had a turtle that was named Steve. That was a girl. So that was a whole silly long story situation that was just so stupid. But it was fun though, because we used to trade the turtle. So like, every week, it was like 4 of us. I would have the turtle for a week, and then on Friday, I would bring the turtle to high school, have him in the locker in his little cage, and then I would give him to somebody else, and then they would take him for the next week, and we just kept trading like that between the 4 of us. And we had like one turtle that we shared, that we would bring on Friday. You bring the turtle to high school, keep him in the locker all day, and then give him to the next person. What's good, Trevor, man? Appreciate the donation. Still catching up, but reaction to Campbell in the first. Campbell in the first. What you talk? First of all, appreciate the donation. Campbell in the first. Are you talking about? Wait. Who are we? Wait. Who? Campbell. Wait. What do we talk about? Campbell in the first. Campbell in the first. What am I missing? What am I missing? My brain is sizzled somewhere. Oh, the internet is still going in and out right now. Internet still going in and out. Oh, Jack Campbell. Oh, yeah. That makes a lot of sense. I'm not surprised he went first with his size and freakish athleticism. He went to the Lions, right? Y'all, yeah, Lions, yep. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I can see that. That made a lot of sense. All right, I restarted the stream. I'm hoping that it fixed itself. I'm hoping that it's good now. I restarted the stream. I hope it's fixed. I hope it's good. I hope it's good. Jack Campbell. Are we good now? Hopefully it fixed itself. I restarted the stream. I'm hoping it's better. I don't know what's been going on, but I'm hoping it's better now. Yeah, Jack Campbell, Lions. Okay. We didn't pick up Chase Young's 5th-year option. Not yet. We still technically could. Still technically could. The deadline is May 2nd, but we'll see. So I am freezing. Oh, I still haven't listened to your voice message this morning, too. I still gotta listen to your voice message. Wait. When was I texted, though? Wait, what did I hit? 144. Who texted? And then thank you for letting me know I'm freezing. I'm gonna reply after I'm done streaming. Wait, so is it really that bad? Are we good now? I restarted it. I shut down the stream for a second, brought it back up. I think we should be good. Oh, I am sorry, Ma. Let me go ahead and blow my nose. Yeah, it's my internet. It's about to yell at my son. It's fine for me. I stopped it and started it back up. Hopefully that fixes it. I'm seeing more people coming into the chat, so I'm assuming that fixes it. Let me blow my nose real quick because I am struggling. We're good. All right, we straight? All right, cool. Let me blow my nose. Let me handle that. Internet fixed. Now let me fix my nose. We straight. Oh, there goes Noah Sewell. They brought over the Bears took Noah Sewell. They brought over Tremaine Edmonds and brought over the other guy. I can never remember his name, but he's a really good linebacker, very underrated. And now they add Noah Sewell as well. That's interesting. I don't like Noah Sewell, but hey, man, they got to do what they got to do. Crystal clear, we're good now. Nothing was wrong. Okay, bet. KJ Henry is a beast. Chase Young probably done. Probably done in Washington. McClendon, Curtis, all 3 Maryland wide receivers, Raheem Jarrett, Dante Dunes, and Copeland still up. It knocked off like 200 people. Yeah, it kind of did, man. But they'll come back. We'll come back. KJ Henry's a beast. I'm noticing that the stream is kind of behind me in real life. Like right now it's 221. And I don't know how to compare it to y'all, but I just read the chat. Like 150 and 215 from Bobby. By the time y'all see this, it's the most recent comment at the bottom. By the time y'all see this, it probably won't be. So that's kind of a reference of how delayed the stream is from me saying it in real life to where y'all see it. So we'll see how it goes. Hopefully it's not too late. At all. So 150 and 215. KJ Henry is a beast. LOL, my son is a big fan. By the way, he said hi. Man, what's good, man? What's good? He loves your dogs. I love anybody that loves my dogs. That's always love. Always love. Sewell can't cover you. I don't like Sewell. And somebody said, what's up to my mommy? You're streaming all day? Nah, I got to go and make these videos, man. I got to make these videos about these guys that we're drafting, but we just have so much momentum. Everybody in the chat, we're having fun. I can't just end the stream to do a video and come back. I don't want to do that to y'all. What's good, Volcano? Titans fan in the building, man. What's up with y'all, man? How y'all doing over there? Are you enjoying your draft? My boy Trevor with the donation, man. Appreciate that, Sam. How is the bridge to Brennan Armstrong? Okay, that's interesting. That's really random interesting. I wasn't ready for that, man. What's good, man? My boy Trevor donated again. Matter of fact, I got to give you another sound because you've donated multiple times. Appreciate that big time, man. Big time. What's good, Volcano? Clemson offensive tackle Ron really liked. Jordan McFadden is still on the board. I do remember hearing about that. We'll see about if we end up taking Jordan McFadden. But yeah, anybody that loves the Fluffies, man, I love them back, man. When will today's draft end? Where are we at? Pick 150. We got to get all the way to the 200s. I would estimate 6 p.m. 5-6. I would estimate 5-6. That's what I would estimate. How should you explain it? Poor contract management. The number of players we lose by just walking away. Sean Clifford just got drafted. Hey, Sean Clifford to the Packers, man. To learn behind Jordan, whatever his name, man. Can't even remember his name right now. It's too many names. Right now, I want to say Jordan Davis because of my Georgia Bulldogs. But then I remember how the Eagles have been hurting my feelings all this entire weekend. We getting the round 6 today. We'll be an NFL QB. My boy Anthony Thomas with the donation, man. Appreciate that. What are some player comps you have for our picks so far? Hey, man. Emmanuel Forbes. Emmanuel Forbes. I'm working on a comp for that. But Quan Martin, I think CJ Gardner-Johnson is really good for him. Ricky Strongberg. I keep wanting to say Strongberg. It's Strongberg. I don't know why I keep wanting to do that. I guess I'm just trying to make him sound more cornbread fed, I guess, than he naturally is already playing for Arkansas. But Ricky Strongberg, again, some people are saying Joe Thuney. I think, was that Joe Thuney? No, that was no, they were comparing Braden Daniels to Joe Thuney. Ricky Strongberg, he's a freak athlete. A little small. Same thing with Braden Daniels. Way too small. I got to sit down and think of some comps. The only definitive comp I have. Why are we getting Philadelphia Bulldogs in the chat, man? Why y'all trying to make me sad? The only definitive comps that I have right now is Quan Martin and CJ Gardner-Johnson. In my opinion. Those are the only definitive comps. I'm still working on one for Emmanuel Forbes. Because you could argue he's the best corner in this class. He's just a little underweight. Again, I literally say that he's the Bryce Young of cornerbacks because if he was just a little bit heavier, he wouldn't have made it out of the top 10. He said, because you're hungry. My mom said, because you're hungry. My boy, Big Money Sonny. We were already talking about the Discord earlier. We were getting some people to join in earlier, man. I'm glad my boy could pull up. He's the one that's running the Discord. The Discord that Rich was putting in the chat earlier. The one that I have in the description of this video that I'm trying to get all of y'all to join because it's the best Commanders Discord of all time. It's the best one doing it. If you want to talk Commanders any day, any time of the day, it could be 3 a.m. Somebody's going to be in there, and they have all kinds of events going. They stream old Redskins games, our glory days, everything. They watch tape together. The best Commanders Discord doing it. If you don't even know what Discord is, download it and figure it out. It's the best one doing it. That's Big Money Sonny right there, donating the big money. The name is true to itself, man. Appreciate that. Was cracking, brother. It's been a minute. I've been off YouTube for a while, just dropping in, but I missed yesterday's round. Who do we pick up? Salute as always, my brother. I'll be more active once the season gets closer. Same for me, too. I'm going to start being in Discord more once we start getting close. I've just been super busy. I haven't even been home in Atlanta, like, all the way this past month. Like, April's been super busy for me, and then the draft came up, so I've just been trying to watch tape, and then high school recruiting. Again, my Georgia Bulldogs trying to get Dylan Raiola, Dylan Stewart, KJ Bolden. We're trying to top Texas A&M for the best recruiting class of all time from 2 years ago. Like, it's just been so much. My Commanders again with the draft and everything. So I just been super busy as well. So I understand, man. My boy, appreciate the donation big time again. That is the president of the greatest Commanders Discord doing it. So make sure. I saw Emmanuel Forbes, Dominic Rodgers-Cromartie, but I think he has a higher ceiling. Dominic Rodgers-Cromartie, I think, made the Pro Bowl twice. I think Emmanuel Forbes has the potential to be even better than that. But I think that's a good start. I think Dominic Rodgers-Cromartie is a great start. But I did see somebody say that. I think that was Jason Wright and maybe somebody else. My boy Jason with the donation as well, man. Jason with the donation. It sounds that good because it makes sense. What up, Rico? Do you know anything about the tackle we took in the 4th round and the defensive end in the 5th? So Braden Daniels is a really versatile guy. I think he projects more as a guard than a tackle, to be completely honest with you. Very versatile. Again, I'm going to do videos breaking down every pick, so don't worry. It's just that we have so much momentum with the stream. I don't want to end it right now. But y'all know me, man. I'm going to watch the film, watch more film. Y'all know I'm going to bring up statistics. I'm going to bring up Pro Football Focus grades. And I'm going to do an individual video for every single person that we've taken in this draft. Y'all just got to wait. But just as a quick summary, Braden Daniels is a very versatile, very smart, very athletic, great feet, versatile offensive lineman, can play guard or tackle. His problems are that he's too undersized, very small, needs to add strength, and he needs better hand technique. KJ Henry, ex-5-star recruit, led Clemson in pressures, just the underrated guy on a really good defense that also featured Brian Brzee and the traitor Miles Murphy, who's from the metro Atlanta area, but chose to go to Clemson instead of Georgia. I'm going to keep being petty. I'm going to keep being petty every time I bring up Miles Murphy. But yeah, that's the best. That's basically the best way to put it. Again, I'm going to do a deep dive and do their weaknesses and strengths and everything. Y'all know how I do. Make sure y'all go check out my breakdowns of Quan Martin, Ricky Stromberg, and Emmanuel Forbes. I already did those videos. Go check those out because you know how I get with the weaknesses and strengths, statistics, advanced stats, grades, how many snaps they played at each position, so you can see how much positional flex they truly have, all of that type of stuff, man. So man, make sure y'all stay tuned. Every pick that the Commanders have, I'm going to do an individual video for them. Just stay tuned and watch. My boy, Mr. Ron B with the donation as well. Appreciate all your good work. A comp for Forbes is a Cromartie. Hey, see, that's another one. A lot of people feel like he is Dominic Rodgers-Cromartie. I would say, and it's not just me being a homer because we drafted him, but I think the ceiling is higher than that. Dominic Rodgers-Cromartie was an excellent corner, made the Pro Bowl twice. I think Emmanuel Forbes can make it even more than that. Again, we only got him at 16 because of his weight. If we're talking about purely based on tape, if we're talking about stats, if we're talking about elite traits, length, speed, if we're talking about explosion, change of direction skills, great hips, quickness, agility, the ability to cover, playmaker, ball skills, he's elite at everything. That's why I say he's the Bryce Young of cornerbacks, because he's elite at everything. The only problem is his weight. He's small, but he's not even short. Bryce Young is short and small and weighs too little. Ziggy. Hey, Ziggy. Stop. I don't even know why that's on my calendar. I have no plans of ever going to that. Where'd that come from? But yeah, man, I lost my train of thought because Alexa over here playing with my name. Oh yeah. He literally, Bryce Young is short and underweight. Emmanuel Forbes is long, really long wingspan, 6'1". Literally the only problem is his weight. And a lot of people are reporting that he's apparently 180 right now and not 166. So, we literally are lucky for him to be underweight because he would have never made it to our 16th pick if he wasn't underweight, apparently. Let me see. So appreciate that. Forbes lighter, D'Angelo Hall. I can see that. Is Muhammad Diabate still on the board? I'm not sure. Is he? Shauna, the Cash App. Oh, let me go get it again. Do I still have it as my paste? Yep, that's the Cash App right there. Appreciate you for asking, especially for anybody else that may want to donate. Thank you. Anytime y'all ask, I will for sure put that in there. My boy Dejon Bell with another donation. So is Forbes basically Trevon Diggs? Nah, I would say Kelee Ringo is more Trevon Diggsy. Big boomer bust. Basically more athletic Trevon Diggs, where the defensive line is going to have to be great because you can't ask that guy to cover for a long time. Same thing with Kelee Ringo. They're both risk takers. They're both Marcus Peters, Trevon Diggs type of guys. I got Kelee Ringo, Marcus Peters, and Trevon Diggs in a similar realm. I think Emmanuel Forbes is a better cover corner than that. He can cover for way longer. He was out there going against Jamison Williams. He was out there going against Jamison Williams, covering them for 5 to 7 seconds and sticking with them every direction and change the direction that he made. His coverage is way better. More disciplined, like Rich said, a way better cover corner. Oh, you said, first of all, appreciate the donation again. Big time, my boy, Mr. Ron B. Oh, you met Antonio Cromartie. Okay, that changes things. Okay. Let me look up Antonio Cromartie's height and weight. Hold on. What is Antonio Cromartie's height and weight? Because he was a shutdown corner when he played. He was 6'2". Antonio Cromartie's, if he's Antonio Cromartie, they done messed up. Because first team All-Pro, 4-time Pro Bowler, Darius Rush is Diggs, wide receiver, turn corner. Forbes is 100, Patey. If Forbes is 180, then D'Angelo Hall is the comp, 435 versus 436, smooth ball hawks. That's a good point. So Emmanuel Forbes, I can see D'Angelo Hall. If he's Antonio Cromartie, even better. I love D'Angelo Hall and what he's done what he did for the Commanders. But if he's Antonio Cromartie, even better. Yeah, see, Antonio Cromartie, that's the only problem though. He's heavier. Antonio Cromartie was above 200 and 6'2". Now, Emmanuel Forbes is only 1 inch shorter, but he's also probably 20, 30 pounds lighter. So Antonio Cromartie would be the ceiling comp for me. D'Angelo Hall is definitely sounding more like the most realistic comp, but I can also see like somewhat Dominique Rogers Cromartie. Either way, the two Cromarties, you got them. I can see Asante Samuel, kinda, but the only problem is Forbes likes to tackle. Forbes will step up. He has footage on examples on tape tackling Jahmyr Gibbs of Alabama. Straight up through his hip. Textbook form tackle, not tackling him, wrapping up and falling backwards. No, tackling him straight to the ground. I think if you want to say Asante Samuel, you got to say Asante Samuel with the ability to actually contribute in the run game, because Asante Samuel was terrible in the run. So if it's Asante Samuel, we got to say that plus run. Now, granted, he is going to the NFL where how much he weighs is going to matter a little bit more as far as tackling goes and helping in the run. But he's shown in the SEC he's not afraid to tackle anybody. And Jahmyr Gibbs, you can argue, is one of the 15 most talented players in this draft class. It's just that he went underrated and he's a running back positional value, but he's great. Forbes taller than Hall and went 8 picks later than Hall. Oh, that's interesting. That's really interesting. I like those comps, though. D'Angelo Hall. Again, Antonio Cromartie is the ceiling comp. He's that. We got to steal 16th overall. That's a huge steal. Easily. We got that. It's insane. But yeah, man, I'm excited about these draft picks. I am. And the fact that we traded up for KJ Henry shows that they really, really like him. I feel like that should not go over people's heads. We traded up to get KJ Henry. So I don't want people to overlook that pick and like be like, who? Again, I mean, you can have whatever faith you want to have in the Commanders or not, but the fact that they traded up to get a guy says a lot, because we rarely do that. Rarely ever do that. And KJ Henry, ex-5-star, top 10 player of his recruiting class. The talent is lying dormant. I mean, like I said, if I wanted to comp him, maybe a more athletic Preston Smith. So there you go. I forgot who asked earlier, but if I had to give a comp for KJ Henry, a more athletic Preston Smith, because he led Clemson in pressures, but a lot of people don't know him because he wasn't able to turn those pressures into sacks as often as at a high enough rate like Brian Brzee and Miles Murphy, the trader. So yeah, man, basically a more athletic Preston Smith, if you want to say. And if we got that in the 4th round, that's huge. That is huge. So I like the pick. I like the KJ Henry pick. At first, I was like, I mean, I didn't really watch a lot of his tape, so I don't know what to think. But now I really like him. Now I'm starting to really like him. It's definitely warming up to the pick, and not just because we drafted him, but I just didn't have this type of information on him at first. And now that I know that he has that much potential to him, I'm happy. Oh, Olu just went off the board. Oh, appreciate the donation, Shauna. Thank you very much. And you're good, man. I saw your message. You are good, man. Appreciate that big time. Thank you for the donation directly through the Cash App, man. I really appreciate y'all. Y'all have been going absolutely stupid today, man. It really means a lot to me. And if anything, if y'all are donating to heal my heart for the Eagles taking all of my Georgia Bulldogs and the Steelers taking all the rest of them, hey, man, I appreciate it. Whether you're donating because of the stream analysis or if you're donating as a way to heal my heart, I appreciate it, man. Thank y'all for giving me a shoulder to cry on, because the Eagles are taking all of my favorite Georgia players, and it is quite sickening. Thank y'all, man. My boy Fat American with another donation, man. Appreciate that. Word is RK got a good look at KJ. So, okay. I'm excited, man. I'm excited. I think KJ could potentially truly be that guy that steps up big time if we end up losing Chase Young and Montez Sweat. And even if we do end up somehow keeping both of them some crazy way, he's a guy that can contribute immediately. And Clemson coach, I mean, you know, Dabo Sweeney had a lot to say about him, especially his leadership and everything. So, and he provides special teams value at the end of the day. So this is going to be really interesting. Of course, that pick was made because of the Chase Young and Montez Sweat situation. We got to monitor that if any of them ends up getting traded or whatever. But so far, we've drafted DB, offensive line, and defensive end. Really interesting. All right, man. And hey, man, we got to remember Shaka Tony is suspended, so. Oh, that's interesting. They were trying to trade up even since before we got let me see, where is it at? Hold on. There's a video that came out that we tried to trade up even before we took Braden Daniels. So even before we took the Braden Daniels, we were like, after we take him, we got to trade up to get KJ Henry afterwards anyway. So they really love KJ Henry. They planned on trading up to get him before we even took Braden Daniels, who we took before KJ Henry. They love KJ Henry. Can you get Eagles game at their home? That would be fun to go and wear a Georgia Bulldogs, a half Georgia Bulldogs and a half Commanders jersey. That would be interesting. A skinny but souped up version of former teammate Martin Emerson. That's interesting comp. Okay, we starting to get a little freaky with the comps. Starting to get a little frisky with the comps. I like it though. I ain't mad at it. Getting real specific, diving in deep for these comps now, man. I think we will eventually end up with Zach Kuntz one way or another. Whether it's the next pick or the pick after that, I can see it. At this point, though, I would like to get Jalen Duncan if he's still available, though. Jalen Duncan's still out there, right? Jordan McFadden's gone. Yeah, Oluwatimi's gone. That's a guy that we really like. But then after we took Ricky Strongberg and Braden Daniels, we definitely weren't getting them. But they liked Oluwatimi. Draft wraps. Oh, you mean? Oh, okay, I got you. I think, what was that, week 11? It's week 9 then. If that's the Texans week 11, then it was like week 9. Nah, week 8. When do we play the Eagles? Am I tripping? Am I thinking out of turn right now? Week 12? Was that after? No, because we beat the Eagles. We beat the Texans. Was it week 7? Am I tripping? Was it really week 7? No, that was the Packers game, wasn't it? Yeah, wait. Week 13? I missed. Week 10? Oh, so I was just skipping all the way around it. I'm just an idiot. I'm just an idiot that was skipping all the way around it. Thank you. Appreciate that, Colin Chris. Thank you for another saver. Thank you for another save today. All right, I got you. We can pull up the Eagles, Commanders, all 22. Why not? It was requested. Why not? My boy Fat American again with the donation, man. Off-topic question, but does anyone else feel like football is just different now? Yeah, I know it's evolved. I don't know how to explain it. It just feels like a completely different sport from versus 15 years ago even. Oh, yeah, it's completely different, even since 10 years ago. Even if you just look at quarterbacks only. I mean, Josh Allen, Pat Mahomes, those guys weren't normally working out. Sadly for Marcus Mariota, he came to the NFL a little too late and got ruined. I mean, a little too early and got ruined because now, I mean, at the very least, offensive coordinators don't try to fit square pegs in the round holes. They don't try to turn everybody into the next Peyton Manning or Tom Brady. If you're athletic and you got legs on you, they're willing to design an offense around you. Guys like Jalen Hurts, Josh Allen, maybe even you can argue Justin Herbert and guys like that, they may not have had the same amount of patience to work with them as long as they had to. You know, it's just a different league, even just alone quarterbacks, but everything. Linebackers are smaller, corners are smaller and get away with it. You're not allowed to hit quarterbacks. You're not allowed to hit receivers over the middle. It's a lot of changes, man. It's a lot of changes left and right, man, for real. It's a lot. It is different. But 15 years ago, I was watching football, but I'm not sure if I was the best analyst of football back then because I was so young. So maybe I just don't realize how different it is. Maybe it's more obvious to y'all that, that was able to fully process what was going on 15 years ago. In Madden, how would you rate Quan's speed and tackle? Speed, I'm going to give him a humble 91, maybe an 89, but I think it could really be higher than that, but I'm just going to be humble about it. Tackling, I'm going to give him an 85. I'm going to give him an 85, 87. High 80 for sure, though. That man can tackle his tail off. Just seemed like, so appreciate the donation, my boy Dejan, again with another donation. Big time, man. Really, really appreciate y'all. Like I said, y'all are going crazy today. Again, like up the stream if you haven't already. I'd really appreciate that as well. My boy Fat American with another donation as well. Just seemed like mentality was different too. Yeah, I mean, it was definitely more hard-nosed, more about strength and power and want to. And attitude more so than speed and natural athleticism. Like the game is far more predicated on what you're born with now. Natural speed, natural athleticism. You got to be fast. You got to be quick. Being smart. I mean, guys like Sean Lee still have a place in the NFL, but they're definitely looking towards more Micah Parsons and Roquan Smiths than the Sean Lees now. Even though Sean Lee for the Cowboys was a great linebacker. He was slow, but he was so smart it didn't matter. And then later on, I'm good right now. I'll probably be ready to eat after I'm done streaming. I'm like hungry now, but not starving. Oh, you know what? Matter of fact, now, please. Because I could just be eating while we're chilling. So we only have 2 more picks. I said I was going to stream rounds 4 and 5, and go ahead and dip. But the stream is going crazy right now. We had 376 people, and y'all are going crazy, so I don't want to end the momentum. I can work on videos after this, so I'm going to get Again, I'm going to do an individual video breakdown, weaknesses and strengths, statistics, Pro Football Focus grades, everything, projections, where do they fit on this team, why we took them, when we took them. I'm doing that for every draft pick, individual videos. Y'all can already see I've done Quan Martin, Emmanuel Forbes, Ricky Stromberg, all of that. So after I'm done streaming this draft, I will get to that. But, the stream is going crazy. I don't want to stop the momentum, man. Martin reminds me of Ryan Clark. That's pretty good, too. I can see that. I think he's C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I'm starting to like the Emmanuel Forbes, D'Angelo Hall pick because I think he can be better than Antonio Cromartie. I think he's somewhere maybe, hopefully, a slightly better D'Angelo Hall, ball hawk, and all of that. Probably contribute against the run better than D'Angelo Hall as well. And then I'm also thinking that, if Antonio Cromartie could be a ceiling, we killed it. We killed it. Can I ask you something? Can you tape on KJ? I wish I could. If somebody has some all 22 access they can give me, I would love to do it. But I can't just go to YouTube and show like highlights or tape from anything because YouTube is going to get me out the paint. YouTube is like, I'll be middle of talking and the stream is going to shut down. I'm not allowed to really show other people's footage and stuff like that. But if y'all can get like, this is all 22. That's why I can show this is okay. That's why I can't show just a regular live NFL game footage like the broadcast view that we watch live on TV. I can't show that, but I can show the all 22. So if somebody has the all 22, I would love that access because then I could do even better film sessions and all of that. So I'd really appreciate it if y'all could. Grab the tight end. Yeah, I would like Zach Kuntz out of Old Dominion right now. That would be one of my favorite options left. But yeah, comp-wise, I got Quan Martin as CJ Garner-Johnson, honestly. If I had if Emmanuel Forbes right now, somewhere in between D'Angelo Hall and Antonio Cromartie, which again, we should not have gotten him in 16. We literally only got him because of his lack of weight. KJ Henry, the most recent pick you can say is a more athletic Preston Smith. So to get him in the 4th round, you could argue is a steal. Led Clemson in pressures, 5-star recruit, top 10 player of his recruiting class, but Miles Murphy and Brian Brzee were also dominant players and just kind of overshadowed him. So he's a really good player that just got overshadowed. And the fact that the Commanders traded up to get him lets you know how much they love him. And they're going to find a way. He's going to play immediately. He may not necessarily start over Chase Young and Montez Sweat, but he's going to be part of the rotation. I bet you he's going to probably play just as much, if not more, than for John Ridgeway at the very least. You know what I'm saying? He's automatically probably going to be above Casey Toohill and F.A. Obado on the depth chart. So he may not technically be a starter, but he's a strong rotation piece. That's going to be almost a starter. Shouts out my boy Keith for the $10 donation through the Cash App, man. Really, really appreciate that big time, man. Again, y'all are going crazy today, man. I really, really appreciate it. Y'all ain't even have to go this crazy, man. Y'all really didn't, man. And then my boy Fat American with yet another donation as well, man. Y'all are going stupid. Another thing is the lack of raw emotion and trash talk. That's calmed down a lot too. Rivalries don't feel as intense, i.e. Washington. Now, I do agree. We need more Chad Johnsons. We need more Marcus Peters. I mean, Aqib Talib may be a little bit too far, but we need more of that. I love trash talk. I really love it. I want more of that. I would love if we had a George Pickens on our team. If one day randomly Jahan Dotson just woke up and felt like literally being George Pickens' personality, I would be so happy because I love that. Absolutely love that. That's what I look for. My favorite players in football history. If it's not because of where they're from, like Adam Pac-Man Jones, personality as well. Cam Newton, personality as well a little bit. But it's mostly because same high school. I went to the same high school, same part of Southwest Atlanta, all of that. That's why I root for those guys heavy. But outside of my homer guys, I really love Chad. Chad Johnson was my favorite player for the longest. Just because of his personality. Those are my type of guys. So I'm right with you. I love the trash talking. I love Marshawn Lynch. I love Marcus Peters. I'm that all day. And Aqib Talib was hilarious, even though he would take things too far sometimes. But I'm here for all of the trash talk. That's how I am in real life. I'm heavy. If we play basketball together, you would see I'm big. Like, I guess y'all probably don't really see it on the stream because I'm chilling. I'm enunciating. I'm calm. I'm humble, but let us play some video games and some basketball together. You'll see. You'll see that Chad Johnson, Anthony Edwards, and Adam Pac-Man Jones are some of my favorite sports players of all time. You'll see it. You will definitely see it. Jags got the biggest steal of the draft. Who'd they get? They do trash talking versus the media now. Now, that's funny. That's a good point. They take their anger and frustration out on the media instead of against each other, and that's a good point. Some people do that. And I don't like that either. There's a lot of Twitter fingers going on. Oh, they got your boy Antonio Johnson. Oh, yeah. And I know you felt like he was one of the best slot corners in the draft. Like number 2. You had him above Quan Martin, didn't you? Or something like that. So, yeah, Jacksonville Jaguars did get a steal right there. I like Antonio Johnson as well. Yo, I'm about to play Madden 98. Oh, no, you about to be looking at 2D pixels, boy. They about to look like clay walking around. You better off playing the little game of football where the thing vibrates and little pieces moving their own. That honestly may be a little bit more entertaining than Madden 98. I ain't gonna lie, man. You might be tripping. Even though those soundtracks were crazy though, those old Maddens with Mike Vick on the cover, Dante Culpepper, Ray Lewis, and all of them, those had the best soundtracks. Back with like the Wild Bunch, even like the rock music. I prefer early 2000s rock music too, so even the rock music was crazy. The Wild Bunch, Tech Nine, Chameleon, those soundtracks were crazy, man. I used to love them old Madden soundtracks. Appreciate the donation again, though, Fat American. I really, really appreciate that, big dog, man. Really, really do. So we don't pick again until what again? I was just looking at it and forgot that fast. My brain is all over the place. I'm still trying to look at KJ Henry tape and stuff before I get my video done. Yeah, 193. We picked 193rd. Yeah, Nappy Roots. Ooh. Po Folks and all of that. And The Whole World is Country. Oh, that's one of my favorite. I can't believe I forgot them. The Whole World is Country? That's one of my favorite songs in Madden history. The whole world is country. And even Bubba Sparks had that one really fire song, Back in the Mud. Man, them old Madden soundtracks was the truth, man. Them soundtracks was crazy. Even the rock music. Are you talking about electronic football? Yeah, I was. That man about to go play Madden 98. He might as well go ahead and throw on the electric football with the little table. But yeah, them soundtracks were insane, bro. Them soundtracks was crazy back then. Nappy Roots, Wild Bunch, Chameleonaire, Tech 9, all over the place. Then the early rock music. Take me out. My boys, Newfound Glory. That's where I found them. My favorite rock band. Man, them old Madden soundtracks were crazy. The only one still carrying the torch kinda is FIFA. FIFA will go out of the realm and play something beyond just what we hear on the radio all the time. So shouts out to FIFA for trying to hold it down. But it's still not the same as the old Madden soundtracks back then, man. They was crazy. My boy, Fat American, again, man. Appreciate that, bro. They tripping. They got 91 Redskins. It's 85 overall. 100 offense, but 75 defense. Whoa, they are tripping. Whoo, they are tripping. They must not. Oh, yeah, they're hating. They're hating. That's crazy. Appreciate the donation again, man. That's crazy, though. Country boys. Them country boys on the wild with them big fat wheels. Oh, man, if I could play music on my stream and YouTube not get mad at me, we would go ahead and just start playing them Madden soundtracks fresh off the Spotify right now. I love those songs. FIFA used to mix in that Euro techno. Yeah, FIFA the only one that still tries to branch out because Madden forces them dumb songs that nobody wants to hear where they're forcing the football conversation. Yeah, I'm like Peyton Manning with the throw, and then I run it like Derrick Henry. Yeah, you know, like nobody wants to hear that football analogy music, man. We don't want to Madden be forcing it with that, and then it just be random rappers I've never heard. The music just don't be good. If you're gonna go underground, go Saints Row soundtrack underground, where it's creative people like my boy Rob Roy or whatever. Music I've never heard, artists I've never heard, but it's creative. Madden just be BS. I don't know what Madden got going on with theirs. And then 2K just plays all of the famous radio music that I don't want to hear on the radio, let alone all day while I'm playing 2K till 5 o'clock in the morning. FIFA's the only hope right now, but nothing's the same as old Madden for sure. Like ain't nothing that. I wish my generation had NFL and NBA Street. I never played much NBA Street, but NFL Street, I love that. I played the mess out of it. I played that more than Madden. I even downloaded, you know how you can download like the little thing where you can play PlayStation 2 games, Nintendo games on your computer. I did that. It's on my other PC. It's not on that one because I haven't done it in a while. But I was playing NFL Street with my Xbox controller on my PC like a couple of years ago. I love NFL Street that much. The graphics were bad, but I was having so much fun I didn't care. I did the little mode where you beat teams and you get to take a player from their team and add it to your team and you just keep going up and up and up. It was so funny. I mean, it was so fun, man. I was having so much fun with that. I may do that again. If I ever have the time, the free time, and I'm bored, I would love for, man, if my Xbox could remake, like if they could do like an updated, better graphics version of NFL Street and leave the game the exact same, I would be so happy. Oh, we gonna trade? Thank you, mommy. Watch out for the milk. And I guess I could put the Oreos somewhere. Okay. Thank you. You good?
Yeah, you got a drink?
Yes, I got water. Thank you. The dog's outside? Nah, they're good. I was just making sure. Thank you, mommy. Appreciate it. Everyone joining in, please hit that like button. Thank you, Johnny. I know when I see that blue Johnny boat, I know it's more than likely going to be something about stream. So, I mean, something about liking up the stream. So thank you for reminding me to remind everybody else to like up the stream. If you haven't liked the stream yet, please, I really appreciate it. Really appreciate it if y'all left a like on the stream. It's free for y'all and it means the world to me. My boy Brandon with the Cash App donation. Yes, sir, for the most exceptional skins content out there. Appreciate the message and really appreciate the donation. Big time, man. Again, y'all are going absolutely slum diddly slap stupid today. Y'all are going crazy. This stream is second to none, man. Y'all are going slap diddly. What's good, Timothy? My boy Timothy done pulled up. Milk and cookies. Milk and cookies. That what you talking about? Is it me or is it Mel Kiper always mad? He just got mad eyebrows. You know, some people just got naturally evil, angry eyebrows. Mel Kiper just has naturally eyebrows. He could be chilling and not thinking about nothing, and he just looks mad. That's just how it goes with him, man. Peyton Manning, when I throw it, run it, bro. It was terrible, bro. Madden soundtracks be having the corniest songs on it, bro. I don't be wanting to hear none of that. Them soundtracks be nan for 1,000, boy. Nan for 1,000, boy. Terrible. Not near one person want to hear them terrible Madden soundtracks they be putting out today, boy. It'd be the right artist, but the wrong song, too. Like, they might put, like, a Lil Baby song up there. It'll be his worst song possible. Like, Madden, I don't know what's wrong with Madden, bro. They're weird. They're very weird about with their soundtracks. I hate it, bro. But the football references are terrible. I got vision like Pat Mahomes, walking around like Jalen Hurts. You know, with the stunt, like, bro, nobody wants to hear that. And Saha the Prince is my guy because he's from Atlanta. But the one he had like that on 2K was terrible to me too. I don't want to hear none of them basketball references. And I'll never forgive 2K for the Meta World Peace song they had up there. That song was terrible. And then that song that some people consider a classic. What's that song? What's the song? It's like some old song. It's an old rap song that people would love it and they were trolling me with it. I hate 2K. I'll never forget. When I figure out what song that was, whenever I figure out what that 2K song was that made me mad, it was, how did it go? It was like a really low quality song too. It was like it was a rap song. It's like an older rap song. There goes Johnson. Oh, Johnson's gone. Okay. Nah, what's that 2K song that makes me mad? I'm glad, matter of fact, that I can't think of it because that means it's so deep in my memory I'm good. Tony Hawk Underground did have some good soundtracks. I didn't play it that much, but... And my boy Fax with another donation, man. Appreciate that. My boy Fat American. Can any of you guess who the quarterback was in Madden 98? Mark Brunell? I don't know. I ain't got it. My boy Carl Mitchell with the donation, man. You know he pulls up during the regular season and does not play about donating, man. My boy Carl Mitchell always pulling up, man. Appreciate that big time. Keep it up. Thank you. Sugar Hill it's like see, now I got Nappy Roots stuck in my head, and it's like at the tip of my brain, but every time I catch it a little bit, Nappy Roots dominates. And maybe it's just a natural defense mechanism against that Sorry song that I'm trying to think of from 2K. But it's a terrible song. Y'all know it, man. Some people consider it a classic, but it's awful. What is the song, man? It's on 2K. It was like 3 years ago. 2-3 years ago, it was the terrible one. So he was talking about cars or something, like the oh my lord, man. I'm kind of happy that I can't think of it. That song was awful, bro. Low quality song. He sounds like he's in the background of his own beat. It was terrible, man. I don't remember which 2K, man, because I'm trying to block. I muted it. Just to let y'all know I muted it. You know how you go in the 2K soundtrack and mute the soundtrack? That song got muted after the first week because I was like, I'm done. Other people will be in the party chat singing it. I'm like, I don't know how y'all are doing it. When I think of the song, I'll remember. If it hits me, but it's terrible. But that song is god awful, bro. Nan for 1,000, bro. Not on Nan. My boy Fats with another donation, man. Appreciate that big time. I hustle like 2 on the field, show off my skill. When I score a TD, I'll be chill. Bruh, like basic cat in the hat bars, bro. I'm sick of it. It sounds like a high school project. Like, make a song for your favorite sport. That's what them songs be sounding like. Like, sound like you got to present it at the front of class in 9th grade. It sounds terrible. Like, and then of course you got to give it some crazy flow. I can't give it a good flow. Like, I can't give it a modern flow. I got to make it sound like hip to the hop hop. You don't stop. Break your ankles like Bo Jackson and bringing them racks, son. Oh Lord. And then we stretched it. Then we stretched the rhyme. Jackson and Racks, son. We stretched it. Hey, man, you made it work, though. Salute to you, man. Appreciate the donation again. That's literally how them songs sound, though. They sound like a high school project you got to present in front of the class. Write a song about your favorite sport. And, boy, them references be awful, bruh. You talking about tipping? Yeah, no, not tipping on fofos. Not Houston. It's not that. It's the one, no, not Mike Jones. No, it's not that. It's the one 30-inch blades on the Impalas. There we go. That song. I muted that song after a week. That and the Meta World Peace song and then the Saha the Prince song with all of the basketball references are the worst songs I've ever heard on 2K. I had to mute those songs immediately. The 30-inch blades on the Impalas. Muted it after a week. I didn't make it a week with that song. There we go. I figured it out. That song is god awful. That song is terrible. Dante Culpepper. Oh, so what's the... So Brad was 1999. We figured out that was the quarterback for us in Madden 98. Got that what? Like Walter Payton Cave? We good? Are we good in the chat right now, man? We tweaked that. 30-inch blades on the Impala. That song is god awful, bro. Had to mute that. I went a week with that song. Y'all are crazy for having. And then they had the nerve, even after you muted the song and the soundtrack, you would still hear it if you was walking around the park. I was like, come on, dog. I can't escape the song. He said I was just writing bad lyrics. I know, but it just came out big Ayo. Big Ayo. Yeah, big. That song is terrible. 30-inch blades on the Impala. Baller. That song is horrible, bro. I don't care what nobody says. All right, we're pick 193. We're still in the third round, aren't we? Man, can y'all hurry up? Yeah, that was big time, Ayo. I hate that song with a passion. I hate that song with a passion. With an absolute passion. It's so disgusting. Because even like me, that's like a music producer, and I care about music theory. I care about chord progressions. I care about diminished chords, minor chords, major chords. Like, I'm like heavy into music theory. I know all of that stuff. And that song is god awful to me. It's terribly produced. He's in the background of his own beat. That song is god awful to me. It's terrible. As a music nerd, that song is terrible. And then he's like halfway yelling. Like, if you're gonna yell like that, kinda, but not yell, leave it to Scarface. Like, just let Scarface do it. I love Scarface from Ghetto Boys. That's my dog, but it's like Great Value Walmart Scar. It's just awful, bro. And then the beat is terrible. Like, the chord progressions, it just sounds like somebody putting their elbow on the keyboard and calling it a day. It literally just sounds like somebody put their elbow on the keyboard on like the little pad and just left it alone. I'm talking about the song from 2K. What is it? What did I think Lil Troy Want to Be a Baller? I think Washington Command Center said it. Whatever it was, I muted it after 1 week in 2K. Worst song I've ever heard in 2K. That and the Meta World Peace song they had in it. Hate that song with a passion. I made it a week on 2K with that song. Had to mute it. Had to go to the soundtrack, the settings, and get that one out the paint. I mean, again, just as a music nerd that cares about chord progressions and all of that. That's why Pharrell and Quincy Jones are like my favorite producers of all time. Because I care about chord progressions. I care about I'm a super music nerd. That song is like scratching a chalkboard with your nails, bro. It's horrible. But why are we still on DeAndre Swift traded to the Eagles, man? Y'all gotta let me at least go 30 minutes without breaking my heart. Y'all gotta let me go 30 minutes without breaking my heart, man. Oh, Texans got Henry To'oTo'o. They're gonna be disappointed. He's not that good. My boy Fat American with the donation. Appreciate the donation, but I do not appreciate the opinion. I do not appreciate the opinion. Appreciate the donation though, big time. But that song is god awful, man. As a music nerd, Quincy Jones, Pharrell, DJ Quick, Timbaland, like if somebody that's heavy into like super music, like that song is god awful. Rico, who do you think we need to draft next? If Jalen Duncan makes it that far, let's get it. Thank you, Colin. Thank you very much, Colin. Thank you very much. Did I know? Did you know? Why are we still talking about DeAndre Swift, bro? I'm trying to move on as if it didn't happen, bro. Leave me alone. What is Skilo I Wish? I don't remember that. I would have to hear it, I guess. Yeah, if Jalen Duncan's still out there, I'm down for him. We got options. Zach Kuntz again, the tight end from Old Dominion. Kyle Soley, the linebacker from Arizona State. I know we haven't been talking a lot of football lately, but I'll go ahead and get that out there. You're welcome. Just wanted to make sure you were up to date. Georgia safety Chris Smith, the fifth. Nah, you're trolling. You're trolling. There's no way they did that again. What position should we get? I'm looking at best player available is probably arguably Jalen Duncan. And then I'm thinking tight end Zach Kuntz or linebacker. I mean, if you want to go freak athlete, Owen Popo, but I'm thinking you can wait till maybe 7th round maybe to get Kyle Soley out of Arizona State. Potentially, especially the way that the draft is going. Worst song I ever heard was East by Earl Sweatshirt. Are you talking about the Is that? I think we're gonna go wide receiver at some point, but I'm talking about next. I was thinking in terms of what we're gonna get next. Those are my top candidates, but yeah, we do need. I want a really tall receiver. I want like a 6'4", 6'5" guy for sure. Again, Jake Bobo with our final pick is my guy. If we don't go linebacker, tight end, or something like that, that's my guy. But wait, there's no way. I just heard something about Eagles and Christopher Smith. You're trolling. You gotta be trolling. You gotta be. I don't even see the Eagles picking anytime soon. We gotta be trolling, right? It can't be that bad, right? My boy Fat American with another donation. Appreciate that. I do like 90s rap, even though 90s wise I'm more Big L and DJ Quick. Tupac is cool. I like Tupac some, but I'm not huge on Tupac like a lot of people are. I like Tupac, but I've always been more DJ Quick and West Coast and stuff, and then I've always loved Big L. And then I went from that to being heavy Dipset. Heavy, like, again, not even just the main three. The main three are cool, love them, but I was Hell Rel, J.R. Ryder, and Max B was always my favorite. Always my favorite. But Big L, if we're talking about 90s rap, Big L on the East Coast and DJ Quick on the West Coast were my favorites. And I like Scarface a lot too. I like Scarface, especially after I don't know if y'all have seen the movie Office Space, but that made me really dive into Scarface's discography because he had a couple of songs on Office Space. I love that movie. That movie's funny. Where we at? What do you think about the first two picks? I like them. I think we got two immediate starters in the secondary. Where we at? Oh, my boy Eric with another donation, man. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Let's circle back to our first two cornerbacks. How much does that change our defense? Maybe get rid of the cap space. Keep up the great work. Appreciate that. And y'all talked about that in my video breakdowns of everybody so far. I talked about Emmanuel Forbes, Ricky Strongberg, and Quan Martin. I did individual videos for each of those guys, statistics, film breakdown, all of that. That's already out there. And eventually I'm going to do like pure film sessions where I show you on the screen what I'm talking about. That's going to be later. And it's going to be mainly for the channel members, but we'll get there. But Emmanuel Forbes, if you want to comp, I'm thinking somewhere between D'Angelo Hall and Antonio Cromartie again. I call him the Bryce Young of corners. You can coin that. I've been saying that since we got him. The Bryce Young of corners because he has everything, literally every little thing you want in a cornerback. The only thing is the weight. That's it. If he was 190, he wouldn't have made it out of the top 10. We would have never had a chance of getting him 16th overall. So we need to be lucky. We need to feel lucky and be extremely happy about the fact that he is low on weight because he's elite in every way possible. That's why I call him the Bryce Young of cornerbacks because he has everything you want in every way possible but the size. And even then the size, he's 6'1" with long arms. You can't go wrong with that, honestly. Quan Martin, I literally comp him to CJ Gardner-Johnson. I haven't exactly seen a bunch of comps on him yet for a lot of people, but I really love Quan Martin. I mocked him to us in my final mock a couple of days ago. Y'all know I've been a big Quan Martin fan. He's CJ Gardner-Johnson to me, literally. And yeah, Bone Thugs and Harmony is pretty cool. I mean, I've never listened to them a lot, but I like them, especially the flow. I've never been big on UGK like that, but I always appreciate people for having different sounds. I like places that have their own sound. Houston has their own culture, their own sound. Louisiana has their own culture, their own sound, and so on and so forth. So I always respected Houston for that, but I've never been the most chopped and screwed person. That's just never been my thing to listen to, but it's a respect, but it's not a love. And then yeah, Quan Martin, I got him and CJ Gardner-Johnson. And they're going to immediately start. Emmanuel Forbes on the outside, Benjamin St. Juste on the other. I don't know where Kendall Fuller fits in because Quan Martin is starting in the slot. And then your safeties are Cameron Curl. Again, they said, I remember John Com saying that Cameron Curl, they love him being able to play everything on the field. They love the fact that he can step up and be a Buffalo nickel if you need him to. But they said that they kind of want to reserve him from doing that too much because he kept getting hurt last year. He got hurt a couple of times last year, and they think that it's because he had to step up and play in the box more than they want him to from now on. So he's going to be a pure strong safety. Derek Forrest is going to be a pure free safety. That's your secondary. You can cut Kendall Fuller to save $8.5 million. We'll see if we actually end up doing that. My boy Fat American again with another donation. Who's a better rapper, Biggie or Tupac? Actual rapping. Tupac for the storytelling, Biggie for the actual lyricism. Even though Biggie has said a lot of questionable things, that it's just like, I don't know how we just move past some of those things he said, and y'all know what I'm talking about. He has said some very questionable things that I just feel like people just smooth past like he didn't say it. Y'all be talking about Young Thug and all of these people while Biggie Smalls is out here saying craziness. But Biggie Smalls rapping wise, if we're talking about pure lyricism, probably him. But Tupac is the better storyteller. I love the passion. I love his attitude. I love how he just straight up diss people and is petty. He does low blows, all of that. Do you like what Soulja Slim brought to the table? You talking about all that offbeatness? You talking about all the offbeatness? Eric MD was good, man. Appreciate the donation. Again, do you keep Fuller at this point? I think the reason we keep Fuller for at least this year is because Benjamin St. Juste has shown us that he can't stay healthy for 17 games. And if Benjamin St. Juste gets hurt, Kendall Fuller immediately starts at Rich, why'd you have to say it? Kendall Fuller immediately moves outside opposite of Emmanuel Forbes if Benjamin St. Juste can't stay healthy. And then you also have to worry about injury. Even though Emmanuel Forbes has a perfect clean slate of injury history coming out of the SEC at that, still with how small his weight is, you still worry about him as well. So you keep Kendall Fuller at least this year to see if Benjamin St. Juste and Emmanuel Forbes can stay healthy. But if you want to go ahead and save that $8.5 million, I can see why, because Kendall Fuller getting paid, I think he's $10 million against the cap, $11 million against the cap, and you're talking about him being a part of the rotation instead of a starter. That's really weird and interesting. Yeah, talking speed. Megatron and big guys like him would have given him props maybe, but he's GOAT cornerback in my opinion. I think he's better than Dion. Oh, you're talking about Darrell Green. Okay. Yeah, Darrell Green is one of the very few people. Oh, that's why I was thinking of Silk the Shocker. I said Soulja Slim. Nah, Soulja Slim was fire. Shouts out to Soulja Slim. It's Silk the Shocker, the one that was off beat. My fault. That's my fault. I take back what I said. Soulja Slim was good. Silk the Shocker was the one I had the problem with. That man was... I literally play him in the Xbox party chat to troll the party. It was that bad. And yeah, Rich is crazy, bro. That man ain't playing. Where we at? My boy Todd with the big time donation, man. Appreciate that big time, man. Appreciate that big time. $10 donation. Big 10 ball in the chat, man. Really appreciate it, man. Y'all been going crazy today. Now, I think there's a lot of people in running for worst rapper ever, but Silk the Shocker is definitely up there because I literally play him in the party chat to make everybody mad. Jeremy Reeves, I like him as a depth safety. I don't prefer him to ever touch the field as defense, but he's an all-pro on special teams for a reason. He's irreplaceable. We got to find a way to keep him on this team long-term. Defensively, I don't know about that, but we'll see. And let me just make sure if I'm not tripping. Where's our cap space? We have $2.4 million in cap space. We got to make some moves. You can cut Kendall Fuller, and now we'll be at like $11 million in cap space. You can pay your rookie class and possibly even extend Cameron Curl long term. All right, Amar, appreciate you pulling up. Thanks for the support. Make sure everybody liked the stream on the way out. Really appreciate that. The original plan was to only live stream rounds 4 and 5, but we have so much momentum. We're having fun. We're talking about everything even beyond football. And, I mean, the chat is going crazy. Y'all are liking up the stream, so I guess I'll stay. I'll continue to keep going. No, we re-signed him to a 1-year, like, restricted free agent contract deal. Like, he signed his tender or something. But I want to go ahead and sign him long-term for, like, the next 4 or 5 years. And, I mean, whether the deal is cheap or whatever, I don't care. Keep him here as long as possible. But, yeah, he's irreplaceable in special teams. He's an all-pro for a reason. The NFL said that he was the best special teams player in the entire NFL last year. You don't let somebody like that walk. You don't let somebody like that walk. So we got to figure out a way to keep him long term and to pay him. How long? I would give him 4 or 5 years, but at how much money is the question? That's the question. But I would go ahead and I would want to keep him here for at the very least the next 4 or 5 years, but we'll see. Maybe that's a wait till next management gets here to do it. Wait, the Raiders got my boy Christopher Smith. Okay, shouts out to Christopher Smith. He honestly went a little bit sooner than I thought. I thought he would slide to like the 6th, 7th round, but okay. Okay, Christopher Smith, do your thing. Why are these picks taking so long? Why are we still only on pick 171? My boy Jay Willard with the donation, man. Appreciate that, man. Just wanted to drop in and say hi and say thanks for the hard work you're putting in. It is always great to get your take on everything, man. Appreciate that, man. That's much love right there. Appreciate that big time, man. Yeah, Ron Rivera does love Jeremy Reeves. Telling Rich there was kids in here because he said something bad. Rich was wilding. I alluded to it. I foreshadowed what I was talking about, but Rich just straight up said what Biggie said. And I just feel like enough people don't talk about it. People get on Young Thug and all these people for what they say, and Biggie arguably said the worst thing out of all of them. So I don't know how we just skipped over Biggie, and we just want to act like Young Thug just be saying the wildest stuff. We just gonna let Biggie get away with what he said, even though it was worse. But it's cool. It's cool. It's cool, but Rich went ahead and said it in the chat, so I wasn't going to say it out loud, but I cannot wait to get to these videos where I break down these picks. I'm so excited. I got all the information I need. I got the statistics ready. I just got to stop streaming, but I don't want to stop streaming. Biggie got away with a lot more than just saying stuff. Good point. I worked at FedEx Field for 5 years. I know the struggle. Love this team. I love this team too, man. I wish I was alive when we won the Super Bowls for any of them. If I could have been alive for at least one Super Bowl, that would have been great. But I believe in our future, so I'm excited about the future. I think we're going to be great. I'm not going to worry about it too much. I'm excited. I think we're going to go out there and dominate. We're putting together a great team. Yeah, I saw. Thank you. Appreciate that, W Fig. Yes, sir. I saw that. The Raiders got my Christopher Smith, man. Got my Georgia Bulldog. Busy was a product of the 90s. You had to be hardcore as possible. You ain't got to be that. You ain't got to be that. Like, everybody don't got to be, what's his name, from the Eminem group. What's the Eminem group? I forgot his name. The one that was crazy. The one that just said anything out his mouth. Like Tyler, the Creator before Tyler, the Creator, but worse, kind of. What's his name? Bizarro? Insane? It was something like that. Everybody don't got to be that, bruh. You could be hardcore, but you ain't got to say what Biggie said about what Rich said. D12, thank you. What's Buddy name from D12? You could be hardcore without saying some crazy mess like what Biggie said. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about hardcore. I'm talking about what Rich said that Biggie said. You look so good. That line, we ain't got to say that. New York can be as hardcore as they want, but we can avoid that. Bizarre, thank you. I was about to say insane. I was about to say thank you. Thank you, Bizarre. Thank you. Yeah, we ain't got to, everybody ain't got to be on that. Sorry I didn't start earlier so you could be here. Oh, thank you, Ma. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mommy, for that one. Yeah, we ain't, you look so good line, that wasn't necessary. We ain't need that. Y'all can be as hardcore as you want. We ain't need the you look so good line now. We ain't gotta have all of that, man. We can slow down on that one. I think we could have survived without that. I think we would have been just fine without that one. But yeah, Bizarre was weird though. Bizarre was crazy. He didn't care. But shouts out to him though. Great job all week, and thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. I think Biggie got that line from Richard Pryor. My boy Carl Mitchell with another donation, man. Appreciate that big time. Appreciate that. Donating once again. Y'all are going crazy today. What's good, Jarris? I see my boy Jarris in the chat, man. What's happening with you, my boy? That boy Jarris is in the building. What's good, man? What's happening with you? How you feeling about the picks, my dog? Yeah, I can't wait to talk about KJ Henry, especially. Braden Daniels, I'm gonna do the video. I'm gonna talk to y'all about him as well. But KJ Henry, oh yeah, I'm gonna put y'all on to some KJ Henry. Kyle from Burgundy Zone hurt. Eric Gray is gone. Oh, he didn't get his guy, man. You just made my day to day. I'm glad I came to the stream. Appreciate it. Got a Ricky card signed by Daryl Green in his jersey. His family had a suite in my section. That's great. Again, if we're talking about my favorite players of all time, yeah, I'm done with it. I'm done. If we're talking about my favorite players of all time, not Ignore Commanders only. Again, I love Steven Davis because back when 2K was still making NFL games, I used to score 90 points a game with them playing on rookie or whatever the setting was back on like PS1, PS2 days. So Steven Davis because of that. B. Mitch, Daryl Green, of course Sean Taylor, Clinton Portis because of the Southeast Jerome stuff. I mean, I was little. I was like a little kid in elementary school. Southeast Jerome was like the coolest thing ever when he was on TV. I didn't even care about how well he ran the ball. Just him being on the screen with all of that foolishness as a little kid, like a little 6-year-old or whatever, 7, whatever I was. That was like the most amazing thing ever. So Clinton Portis because of that. Those are like my guys. Steven Davis, man. I'm telling you, NFL 2K, turn all the sliders up, put it on rookie, 10 touchdowns a game. Going stupid, winning like 90-something to 0. Boy, I used to have fun with Steven Davis, man. That was my guy back on NFL 2K. Art Monk, Daryl Green, and RG3. Now, RG3, 2012 season, I got to put that up there as well because since I've been alive, the Commanders have never been great. Our best season by far was the RG3 rookie season, the most exciting season at the very least. So RG3 is up there as well, even though he's been a little weird since after that season with a lot of stuff he's done off the field and said, but it's okay. It's okay. Are you going to any games this season? I do kind of want to go to one. I want to catch one. PG County in the house, what's up? Again, I was born in PG County, so you know we still got that connection. My mom is straight up PG County. LeVar Arrington, thank you, Mom, thank you. See, my mom could tell me. My mom is in the chat. She could tell me the players I like that I may be forgetting. Yeah, LeVar Arrington was crazy. He went to Penn State, didn't he? Just a long line of great Penn State linebackers, ain't it? They just love making them linebackers too. Chris Samuels. Oh, yeah. We were spoiled, y'all. We went from Chris Samuels. We had 1 year of gap, I think. And then Trent Williams. We have been spoiled. That's why everybody hates Charles Leno so much. It's not even his fault. We're used to having Chris Samuels and Trent Williams over the course of like over, 10, 15 years. We were spoiled at left tackle. There's a reason. I just figured it out. That's why people hate Charles Leno a little bit more than he deserves. It's not that bad. We were spoiled, man. We were spoiled, bruh. I love Chris Cooley. I love Chris Cooley right now because I love his film breakdowns. Chris, I like Kevin Sheehan and I'll catch him every now and then. But whenever Chris Cooley's up there with Kevin Sheehan, it's almost a must listen. I love Chris Cooley as well. I love people that break down film. That's why I love Logan Paulson as well. These Commanders, these Redskins tight ends break down film really well to me. Oh, I do remember Sean Springs. I used to love him. I think it was NFL Street 2 or NFL Street 1 where he was like a dog. You could use him as a receiver, quarterback, running back, corner. Sean Springs was crazy. I think that was NFL Street 1 or 2. Sean Taylor, Terry McLaurin, Taylor Heineke are my favorite Washington players. Good luck to Taylor in Atlanta, man. I mean, shouts out to Taylor Heineke. I'm happy he's home, but the Falcons, I'm going to just let y'all know that now. As a Georgia Bulldog diehard fan, I'm not a Hawks fan, but I hope they win. And as a guy from Atlanta, I'm going to let you know now I hate the Falcons more than any other team in the NFL. Now, just like me and Shae were talking about on the day one draft stream on Thursday, the hate has kind of died down a little bit because, like, what's there to hate? The Falcons have just been so sorry and so mid and so disappointing. It's just like, what is there to really hate? You know what I'm saying? So, but at its highest peak, the Falcons are the team I've hated the most in my life. But, did the stream go out again? Are we good? Are we good? Oh, Robert Bill, my Georgia Bulldog, went to the 49ers. Okay, another Georgia Bulldog. I'm cool with it. I'm happy. I'm sorry for the stream going out occasionally. I don't know what's going on. The internet tripping right now, but we good. I think I got you. It's my favorite. I didn't want Taylor to leave, but he went to go get that bag. Hey, man, shouts out to Taylor Heineke. And he is from Gwinnett. He's from the Metro Atlanta area, so I wish him greatness. I hope he balls out. If anybody should be rooting for him when he was on the Commanders, it was me. When I kept being down on him and telling you he's not it, I'm being brutally honest. This is a guy that was rooting for him again with him being from the Metro Atlanta area. Nobody wanted to see Taylor Heineke be great more than me. But he just wasn't it. But I wish him the most success. Sadly, he went to the Falcons, which is probably happy for him because he gets to play around his family. That was probably included in his decision to go back to Atlanta because he gets to live close to all his parents and everything, all of his family, all of that. But now I got to root against him because he plays against the Falcons. If he went anywhere else, cool, but you're on the Falcons, and I still hate the Falcons. I don't hate them as much as I used to. But, you know, another Georgia player off the board. Yes, sir, my boy Robert Beal to the 49ers. He went way sooner than I thought. I thought he'd go in the 7th round, but cool. I'll take Robert Beal. I'll take Robert Beal to the 49ers. The 49ers have a good eye in edge rusher talent. They've been killing it, so I'm just going to take it as a compliment to Robert Beal. Georgia Eagles or Philadelphia Bulldogs. I don't know. I don't even want to talk about it. Dan is gone. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You going to the Commanders Falcons? I definitely want to plan on it. We got to see when the date is because it is supposed to be in Atlanta this year, right? I went last time it was in Atlanta. I didn't go last year because it was in Maryland, but when it was in Atlanta 2021, I went. So if it's in Atlanta again, I mean, depending on what time it is in Atlanta, what month, what day and stuff, I'll probably go again. It was really fun going last time. That was a great game. Shouts out to J.D. McKissick, Taylor Heineke, and Terry McLaurin for putting the teams on their backs. But yeah, it is in Atlanta. Just I got to see what day it is. Just Gary, how you feel about today's picks? Was good top ranking. Again, I'm gonna eventually do video breakdowns of every pick we made today, film session, advanced statistics. Y'all know how I get down. If you go look at the Quan Martin, Ricky Stromberg, and Emmanuel Forbes breakdowns, I've already done breakdowns of those guys. You can see how, you know, typically format my videos where we talk about where they fit on the team. Are they immediate starters or not? Does this mean we need to cut somebody that's a veteran ahead of them on the depth chart to save cap space, weaknesses, strengths, all of that type of stuff. So, what's it called? So just to kind of breeze through it real quick, but if you really want a deep analysis, you can go check out those videos, or you can just rewind on the live stream because I've already talked about it. What part of PG are you from? I used to live in Mitchellville and what is it, Largo and stuff. I went to Berwyn Heights Elementary and Woodmore Elementary. I lived in Mitchellville. But I was kind of all over the place. My mom can answer that better because my memory's bad, so my mom can answer that. But Emmanuel Forbes, I guess the best way to do it is give you comps. I think he's somewhere between D'Angelo Hall and Antonio Cromartie. Shouts out to everybody that you know. Also gave those comps as well. Quan Martin, I said it was C.J. Gardner-Johnson even before we drafted him, so I'm really happy to get him. I comped us. I mocked him to us, so I'm really happy. Ricky Stromberg, I think he's going to be a really solid center. We just got to work on his we just got to get him to gain some weight a little bit, and I mean, when you can not allow a single sack in the SEC, you're doing something right. So I believe in Ricky Stromberg. KJ Henry is basically a slightly better Preston Smith, slightly more athletic Preston Smith at least. So so that's cool. That's cool right there. I like that pick. And then Braden Daniels is the athletic freak, crazy mobility, crazy versatility, left tackle, right tackle, guard, whatever you want him to play. We just got to work on his strength and his weight. He can end up being a really good offensive lineman for us, so we'll be straight. Falcons better pray Ritter stays healthy. Yeah, so my mom can answer that question better. Mitchellville, Largo, Bowie, I guess all of that stuff. I don't vividly remember all of that stuff. Where did I used to be, Mom, when I used to play with Brian and them family? That used to be really fun. My mom can give y'all all of that better than I can. My boy, Mr. with the donation, PG County Stand Up, Hyattsville in the building. Appreciate that donation. Hyattsville produces a lot of really good football talent. So shouts out to them, man. A lot of really good talent, period, man. Appreciate the donation. Grew up in Landover. He was there as a kid, but he spent the majority of his time in Mitchellville through 5th grade. Thank you, Mommy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we were in Landover and then Mitchellville and then Atlanta. All right, man, can we hurry up and get to the Commanders pick, bro? New Carrollton, Moss is top 5, 2. I want Bobo. Me too, man. Jake Bobo in the 7th round, 6'5", UCLA receiver. Let's get it. Is Jalen Duncan still out there? Because you can argue he's best player available in this entire draft right now, the tackle from Maryland. Spent a lot of time in Columbia Park and Palmer Park. Thank you. So Largo, Mitchellville, and then I spent time in Columbia Park and Palmer Park or whatever. So for y'all DMV people that exactly know what that means, there y'all go. It's blurry to me. I don't really remember it vividly, but I believe my mom when she says it. DeMatha, let's go Chase. My boy Eric MD with another donation, man. Shouts out to Matha, man. Producing talent like nobody's business, man. I hope Chase Young works out, man. We all going have gray. We all gonna have gray hairs by the time we pick. Jalen Duncan and Cunt still there. Yep, Jalen Duncan, the tackle from Maryland, and Cunts for the tight end from Old Dominion, Zach Cunts. I'm down for either one. Oh yeah, what'd you say? You said the 20K incentive. Hold on. Where are you trying to go to a game? It's in Atlanta. Hit 20K subscribers. Got you all expenses. I mean, I may want to try to go to one in Maryland because that might be a little bit more fun. So I'm gonna work towards that, man. We are at 15,600. We got to get there before the games come. Thank you, mommy, for reminding me of the incentive. I'm sorry, I forgot that. Palmer Park, the hood, back when. Yeah, my mom said it was. I don't vividly remember everything, but I do remember chilling with my uncle-in-law's family over there, and like that was the first. They had the BB guns. We was out in the streets, no parents watching us. I miss those days. I don't vividly remember it, but it's one of my more vivid memories of Maryland. So I do remember those days. A bit, kinda, not crazy vividly, but. Yo, Rico, you a fan of Pokemon Blue, Red, and Yellow games? I used to. I loved Yellow. I've always been give me Crystal instead of Silver and Gold, Emerald instead of Ruby and Sapphire, and Yellow instead of Red and Blue. That's just how I've always been. Give me the middle one where it's kind of like the mix between the other two. So that's just been me growing up with Pokemon games. I haven't played them in years. Last time I played a Pokemon game, I had Emerald on my iPod or something like that when I jailbroke it. That's the last time I played one. That was years ago. But I used to love playing it, though. Do you think we got better? Oh, yeah, I for sure feel like we got better. Well, I think your mom owe you a whipping on live stream. Wait, what happened? You talking about, I mean, it used to be so fun, man. The Lions picks are horrible. Who you think had the worst draft? I mean, the Cowboys not looking too good now. The Jets reached in the first round, but then they got some really good players after that. I'm going to have to look. I know who had the best drafts. The Bills killed it. The Giants are underrated. And, of course, the Eagles are number one by far. Oh, the Patriots. The Patriots took a kicker in, like, the fourth round. They're weird. They're very weird. They reached on somebody else as well. The Patriots are weird. They killed it with the Christian Gonzalez pick, in my opinion. And then after that, they fell off the face of the earth. My boy Fat American with another donation, man. I need me a Pikachu. I'm on Blue. Where do I get one? Is that a rap lyric? That sounds like a rap lyric the way that was worded. I don't know what it is, but the way it was written, it just sounded like the cadence sounded like it fit perfectly into a rap lyric. So I don't know. Detroit got that cute quarterback of the future. Look at the 49ers picks. I like some of the Detroit picks, but of course I'm an Alabama fan. Okay. I just know for a fact the Bills killed it. The Giants are doing really well. Bro, that sounded like a Detroit lyric. Am I tripping? That sounded like a Detroit bit. I mean, what was that? I don't even know. A Detroit lyric. I need me a Pikachu. I'm on Blue. Where do I get one? I don't know. No, fam. I play Blue. I need a Pikachu. Oh, so you dead serious. Appreciate the donation again. For some reason, it sounded like a rap lyrics with the cadence. I don't know. But you meant it literally. Reek, every QB and wide receiver my boy Emmanuel pick off this year, I need you to put them on the Forbes list with a highlight. I like that. So we're definitely going to make this Emmanuel Forbes thing a Forbes list type of thing. I love it. The Colts are confused. Is there a way we can look at everybody's draft so far? Let me see. Let's see what everybody has drafted so far. Let me see. Can I pull that up? Let me see. Draft picks by team. We're not even going to go to the Eagles because it's going to hurt my heart with all the Georgia Bulldogs they got. So we're just going to ignore that. Team by team picks. Let me see. Now this. Okay, Cardinals got Paris Johnson, B.J. Ojolari, Garrett Williams. Okay, that's solid. Paris Johnson's a great pick, though. Falcons, Bijan Robinson, Matthew Bergeron. I know the Commanders really liked him. And Clark Phillips, he's little, but that's a good pick there. That's a solid draft. Baltimore Ravens, Trenton Simpson, you can argue is a steal at that point. And Zay Flowers is going to be great in the slot alongside Odell Beckham and Rashad Bateman. That's a solid draft. Buffalo Bills, great draft. Starting center, Dorian Williams in the third, and then Dalton Kincaid for Justin Herbert to throw to. I mean, Jonathan Allen throw to is insane. That's a great draft. Carolina Panthers, Bryce Young, Jonathan Mingo as a potential replacement to DJ Moore. That's solid. That's a pretty solid draft. Chicago Bears, my favorite tackle in the draft. Ex-Georgia Bulldog transfer to Miami and Tyreek Stevenson. Those are some solid picks. I don't love their draft, but Roshan Johnson IV is arguably a pretty good pick too. Cincinnati Bengals, Miles Murphy, DJ Turner. They're just going straight athleticism. They just said we're going to draft the most athletic guys we could possibly get our hands on. Cleveland Browns. Oh yeah, I forgot. They got sleepers. DeJuan Jones in the 4th round is insane. Cedric Tillman is underrated. Dorian Thompson-Robinson in the 5th. That's a pretty solid draft. What's happening, everybody? What's good, Devon? Dallas. Again, we're skipping the Philadelphia Eagles. Don't even ask. Don't even ask. Dallas Cowboys, reach on Mozzie Smith, reach on Luke Schoonmaker. DeMarion Overshown is their best draft pick, I think, by far in the 3rd round. Denver Broncos, Marvin Mims, decent. Drew Sanders, pretty good pick there. I know a lot of Commanders fans wanted him. Detroit Lions, Jahmyr Gibbs, I mean, 12th, but he is a really good player. Jack Campbell, arguably a steal, you could say. I mean, I didn't think necessarily any of these linebackers are worthy of going in the 1st round, but I think Jack Campbell with his freakish athleticism and size is going to be great. Sam Laporta, highest ceiling tight end arguably in the class, but what does he give you year 1? We'll see. Brian Branch in the 2nd round is a steal. Hendon Hooker in the 3rd. Yeah, they had I like the Lions draft. I like the Lions draft a lot. Lucas Van Ness in the 1st for the Green Bay Packers is interesting. Luke Musgrave, slight reach in my opinion, but it is what it is. Packers draft is alright. It's alright. Not great though. Houston Texans getting CJ Stroud and Will Anderson. You killed the draft off rip. Yeah, I don't even care about what the rest of they did. CJ Stroud and Will Anderson is insane. Indianapolis Colts took the guy I've been banging on the table for. I think people asleep on Anthony Richardson. Then they got Julius Brents, who I thought we would get in the 2nd round. The Commanders really liked him, so that's a good pick there as well. Josh Downs is underrated. Blake Freeland, I know a lot of people wanted him to come to the Commanders. Darius Rush is a good corner. They got the guy Otto Beauwarrier that they took a lot of players that the Commanders like. Julius Brents, Blake Freeland, and Otto Beauwarrier. Those are guys that the Commanders all wanted. Jacksonville Jaguars, Anton Harrison, a steal that late in the draft. Brenton Strange is a decent pick at tight end. Tank Bisbee is interesting. Oh, they already took Ventrell Miller. I didn't even realize he was gone. And then Antonio Johnson is a big steal in the 5th round. Good draft by the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Chiefs, I mean, that's a decent pick. I mean, you kind of just got to get the Chiefs the benefit of the doubt, but I don't love these picks. Wanya Morris in the 3rd round is probably a good pick, though. Tyree Wilson, good. Michael Mayer in the 2nd, good. Byron Young, decent. I like Jacorian Bennett quite a bit. Decent draft for the Raiders, and they just took Chris Smith, my boy Christopher Smith. So, the Chargers, Quentin Johnson, that's a pretty good pick. Give Justin Herbert another target. I like Thule. He's a tweener, but I like him a lot. And then they got my favorite linebacker in the class, so I love the Chargers draft just off that alone. The Rams got Steve Avila, one of the best interior. Dang, their first pick was 36 overall. Do they have a 1st round pick next year or not? Golly, Rams. Golly, man. I don't remember the last time they picked in the 1st round. They took all of our 1st round picks for the RG3 trade and then just haven't picked in the 1st round since. Golly. I'm happy that my Georgia Bulldog, Stetson Bennett, is going to learn behind another Georgia Bulldog and Matthew Stafford. And he's probably going to get a chance to play this year because Matthew Stafford always has some type of shoulder injury. Love him, but, I mean, the truth is the truth. Steve Avila, interior offensive lineman. That's a good pick. Arguably the best interior offensive lineman in the draft. You got him in the 2nd round. Miami Dolphins have barely picked anybody. They had to forfeit their 1st round pick, and ever since then, it's just been... I mean, those are 2 solid picks there, though. Minnesota Vikings, Jordan Anderson, cool. Mekhi Blackman, cool. This draft is straight. I don't love the Minnesota Vikings draft. New England Patriots got a steal in Christian Gonzalez, but since then just been BSing. I mean, I love Chad Ryland as a kicker out of Maryland, but that's way too soon. Antonio Mafi, you can argue, is probably a good pick, and Marte Mapu is probably a good. So actually, the Patriots didn't have a bad draft. I forgot about Marte. I forgot about Keon White, but Chad Ryland, I don't know what they got going on. New Orleans Saints, Brian Brzee, especially late in the 1st like that, good. They're just trying to make their defensive line dominant. They got Isaiah Foskey as well. Kendre Miller is a good running back. Arguably is still in the 3rd round. I'm not a big Jake Hayner fan like some other people are, but, you know, that's an interesting draft. The Giants, great draft, very underrated. Deontay Banks in the first. John Michael Smith, arguably the best interior offensive lineman in the entire draft. You can make the case. And then Jalen Hyatt as a receiver, one-trick pony, but they just want to add speed. That's a good draft. They don't have a lot of picks, but that's a good draft. New England Jets. I say New England Jets. New York Jets. I'm covering up the Philadelphia Eagles. We're not looking at that. That's rated R. We're not looking at that. Will McDonald, crazy reach. But, you know, they ended up getting Joe Tippmann, who was arguably my favorite center in the draft. So those are good picks right there. Cool. We're skipping the Philadelphia Eagles. All right, Pittsburgh Steelers. I almost want to skip this too. Golly, back-to-back Georgia Bulldog bonanza. Golly, I almost want to skip them too. But Broderick Jones, excellent pick. My second favorite tackle in the class, only behind Darnell Wright. Joey Porter was arguably a steal, 32nd overall in the first round. I mean, technically first pick in the second round because, again, the Miami Dolphins gave up their pick. And then they got Darnell Washington. So I feel like they killed the draft because if you take two Georgia Bulldogs, your draft is an A+ in my book already. 49ers. That's a pretty decent corner. I wasn't a big fan of them, but a lot of people were. Cameron Latu. They didn't have a great draft, but what can you do when your first pick in the entire draft is 87? Seattle Seahawks, Devon Witherspoon, and Jackson Smith and Jigba is an insane haul to get. And then they got my boy Uluwatimi all the way in the 5th round. So I think they did. And Anthony Bradford. Golly, they not playing, man. But they know they got to get that offensive line ready for all of those great defensive lines in the NFC West. So it makes sense. You got to draft to counter what your division is doing. Philly's rated R. Yeah, we're not looking at the Philly draft. It's no way. That's rated R. You know, everybody else is A through F. I'm going to give Philly an R because I'm not looking at that. Rated R. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, decent picks. Cody Mauch in the 2nd round is arguably a steal. Everybody else, you know, it's cool. It's cool. Tennessee Titans, Peter Skoronski, arguably the best. You can argue the best offensive lineman in the entire draft. Will Levis, I don't like him, but it is what it is. Tajay Spears, great pick there. I'm not a fan of Henry To'oTo'o as a Georgia Bulldog fan that's seen what he's done against my Georgia Bulldogs. That man be getting cooked in coverage. But hey, man, live your life. And then there's us. I love the Emmanuel Forbes pick. I like the Quan Martin pick a lot as well. Ricky Stromberg, I like it. We'll get to that. Braden Daniels, a lot of potential. Like it, but don't love it. And then KJ Henry, now that I've done more research on him, maybe a steal in the 5th round because he looks like a better, more athletic Preston Smith. He led Clemson in pressures even more than Miles Murphy and Brian Brzee, and that says something. So we got ourselves some great picks as well. Would I give us a top 10 draft? No, but I think it is a really solid draft. Is it anywhere near the Eagles or even you could say the Giants or a couple of teams up there? No. But I think it's a very solid pick, and all of these guys make us better. Emmanuel Forbes, Jartavius Martin, and KJ Henry will play a lot immediately. Immediate playing time, even if KJ Henry's just part of the rotation. KJ Henry's going to play more than John Ridgeway and probably Casey Toohill and all of those guys. So I like that. And Jartavius Martin, starting slot corner immediately. Better than Bobby McCain in every way possible. Emmanuel Forbes, again, if he was 180, 190, he wouldn't have made it out of the top 10. I feel like he's an elite corner in every way except for the fact that he's 180 at best, at the heaviest. So we'll see how this goes. And then Ricky Stromberg, I like him. Maybe a little bit of a reach in the 3rd round, but I like him. I like what he brings. And if you allow 0 sacks in the SEC, you're doing something right. You're doing something very right. You can nitpick all you want, but if you allow 0 sacks in the SEC as a starting center in the SEC, you're doing something right. And then Braden Daniels has all of the athleticism and potential in the world. We just got to get him to gain some weight, add some more muscle, get stronger, and work on his hand technique. And he's a really versatile piece that can play tackle, guard, whatever you want. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I feel about the draft. I really like the draft. It's not my favorite draft, of course, because nobody can outdo the Eagles, but this is a great draft for us, a really good draft at the very least. If I had to give it a grade right now so far, maybe a B, but I could maybe go higher just based off of potential. But I would give this draft so far a solid little B, not an A+ like some of the other people, definitely not terrible like some of the other people, but somewhere nice in the middle, good to great, almost great. I'm leaning towards more good though. We had to give up our 5th round pick, which was like 150th, and then our 7th round pick, which was like 200 and something, to get the 137th pick. That's how that worked out. I give it a C+. I can see that. I can see the range of like C+ to B+. I think B+ is probably the highest you can give it. I'll give it a B though. Coach took another one of my guys, Evan Hull. I remember him. I remember you saying, talk. Are we back? Are we almost back, maybe? Are we back? Are we back? I think we're back, maybe. I think we're back. I think we are. I think we're straight, maybe. I think we're good. I think we're good. Let me see. Let me see. Maybe we're back. Let me go back to the tape and then show that and then see how long that takes. Oh, yeah. We should be back. It looks like we're back. I'm sorry for the thing that keeps disconnecting, but we're still here. I'll probably stay through the 6th round, and then I'm probably going to be okay. All good. Yeah, we're back. We're back. Good, good, good. We have the fastest on this Xfinity, but might need to look at. Yeah, we have the internet on Xfinity. Like, if I'm downloading the game on Xbox, I'm getting like 600 megabits per second. Like, we got the internet, but you know, Xfinity be weird sometimes. We got the internet. Like, I be getting 600 downloading games and stuff like that or whatever. I don't know what's going on though. Xfinity always be tripping though. Everybody I know that has Xfinity, at least Atlanta wise, when it's working, it's the best internet ever, but it just crashes a lot. So I've had that complaint a lot. Where do we pick next, man? Okay, we pick 193rd. Yeah, we're 10 picks away. We're 10 picks away, man. Let's get it. Ethernet has its play. Oh yeah, I have an Ethernet too. That's the crazy part, but it's just the whole thing crashing. I don't know why. I need, if anything, need to get it to go through the ground. What's that called when it's when it runs through the ground or whatever? I need that, I guess. What position you want? I'm thinking it's either gonna be if offensive tackle Jalen Duncan is there. You can argue he's best player available, even though at this point offensive tackle is not our biggest need. You can argue him there, or I think Zach Kuntz, the tight end from Old Dominion. Or maybe the linebacker Kyle Soley from Arizona State. Is Owen Popo still out there? He's an athletic freak, but he's raw. Oh, no, Owen Popo's gone, I think, right? I think he's gone. Yeah, so we got Kyle Soley out there still, though, from Arizona State. We could probably get him in the 7th round. I like Jake Bowe with a wide receiver. Yeah, fiber optics, thank you. I like Jake Bowe with a wide receiver from UCLA as well. I would like him maybe in the 7th round pick. And hopefully we can, at least the internet can survive until we get to this next pick. He said Xfinity been good to me, knock on wood. Yeah, definitely knock on wood. Yeah, I want the Maryland tight end Jalen Duncan. You have Arizona State linebacker Kyle Soley, who I think we could probably even maybe bring in as an undrafted free agent. You got the tight end out of Old Dominion, Zach Kuntz. You got some guys out there for sure. There's some people out there still, man. But yeah, man. Yeah, hopefully the internet can just act right till we get to this 193rd overall pick that we have coming up next. Jalen Duncan was a 3rd round pick, a prospect. That would be a still low key. I agree. Jalen Duncan, you can argue, is the best player available, period, left in this entire draft. It is crazy that he hasn't been picked yet. Some people feel like it might be Corey Trice, the cornerback. I know that's Washington Command Center's guy. But I think, honestly, Jalen Duncan is the best player available. I'm looking at a list of players. ESPN has him as the 4th. I feel like he is the best player available. I like A.T. Perry from Wake Forest as well, though, because that man's 6'4", extremely fast, extremely quick. If you want a guy that you can mold, if you want raw version of AJ Green, A.T. Perry is potentially your guy. He's a very raw AJ Green, basically. So I can see him. I can see Corey Trice because he's an athletic freak at corner too, 6'3", extremely quick and fast and all of that. And then you also have Jalen Duncan, the offensive tackle from Maryland. So those are the 3 best players available, period. But we already drafted enough corners, so maybe A.T. Perry from Wake Forest, the wide receiver, or Jalen Duncan, the tackle from Maryland. Those are the best players available. But then we also want Zach Kuntz, the tight end from Old Dominion. Running back Zach Evans is a 5-star talent. He was right there neck and neck with Bijan Robinson until he got into some trouble at college. And then, Kirby Smart will take anybody. He don't care about character concerns. So Zach Evans must have done something really bad for Kirby Smart to be like, nah, you got to go. So there's some character concerns there. But Zach Evans was the #1 running back in the recruiting class with Bijan Robinson up till the very end. He was literally number 1 till the very end, and then Bijan Robinson passed him at the very end with the final ranking. So don't forget Alex Forsyth. Yeah, I mean, I like Alex Forsyth a lot too, but we already took interior offensive lineman enough, so I'm thinking A.T. Perry or Jalen Duncan as far as best players available, but Zach Kuntz at tight end. I like the fit of Kyle Soley, Arizona State linebacker, but you can get him 7th round, maybe later. Jake Bobo, wide receiver out of UCLA. Those are the guys I have my eyes on right now. I'm not big on getting a running back. I would love to bring in a returner. But the Georgia Eagles, I'm dead, bro. Why are we still talking about this, man? Why y'all keep wanting to break my heart, man? Let's see, man. I'm interested, man. We're about 9 picks away now. Let's get it. Because the Eagles went stupid. Hey, man, leave me alone, man. I'm just trying to. I'm still coping with my losses, so just leave me alone, man. Linebacker from Cincinnati still there. I don't think so. Which one you talking? Which linebacker are you talking about? Oh, Ivan Pace. You're talking about Ivan Pace, probably, right? Yeah, he's still out there technically. He's still out there. He's kind of small though, man. A little small. I don't think we're gonna take him. I think he'll end up being a good linebacker somewhere, but just not with us. Malik Cunningham, that's who y'all want. I'm good on Malik Cunningham. He just, I mean, he has the mobility, but he doesn't have the arm. I don't really like Malik Cunningham. That's what super separates him from Lamar Jackson. There's a lot of things that separate them, but the arm strength is a big one. Hope we get a 3rd down back at some point. I think we can maybe bring one in as an undrafted free agent. Me and Louis T are big on us getting a better returner than Dax Milne. Me and Louis T are both on that type of time. Like, please get us a returner. Please, whatever you do, get us a returner. So I'm definitely big on getting a returner. A more explosive returner. Not a safe guy, an explosive guy. So figure out whatever you got to do. If it's a wide receiver, if it's a... Oh, sorry, Ma. Oh, thank you. If it's a running back as a receiver, whatever, I just want a really good returner. Nico Remigio. No arm strength, what? Please, Malik Cunningham. Yeah, I just, compared to Lamar Jackson, I just don't see it. DTR still available? If you're talking about Dorian Thompson-Robinson, he's already gone. I thought, right? Am I tripping? I thought he was. Dax just be catching passes and not returning. Like I'm saying, I call him automatic fair catch. Feel free to use it. Automatic fair catch. It doesn't matter if he fair catches it or not. You might as well go ahead and fair catch it because he's not going to return it far even if he doesn't. It's just automatic fair. It doesn't matter. Wherever he catches the ball is where we start our drive. Any good luck returners? I mean, there's good returners now. You said Dallas fans are not happy? I mean, yeah. I mean, they reached on their first 2 picks. They reached on 2 Michigan players, which is so random. You're going to reach, at least reach on people that win championships. Who are their other potential receivers? Command center. Any good returners left? Wow, I missed it. At least you're going to reach on some winners. You know what I'm saying? Shouts out to Michigan, though. You know what I'm saying? Y'all did y'all thing, too. But, if you're going to reach on guys that win championships. Georgia, Alabama. You know what I'm saying? Or at least the guys that gave Georgia a run for their money in Ohio State. Why you gonna reach on Michigan guys, man? Luke Shoemaker, I thought was gonna go in the 5th. They took that man in like the 2nd or 3rd. Dallas tripping, man. Cowboys tripping, man. But hey, they got a really good team, so you can afford to reach when you have a really good team. Did I see Malik Cunningham is better than Stetson Bennett? Hey, man, I'm not even going to argue against that one. We just going to have to see. We're going to have to see if he even gets drafted at this point, huh? I don't think Stetson Bennett is that great. I don't think he's great. But I'm not really high. Y'all know I'm ceiling guy. I'm mobile quarterback. I'm a Trey Lance believer. I'm an Anthony Richardson believer. But I'm going to just need him to get some more arm strength. If you can somehow surgically add some arm strength to Malik, then we're talking. You know what I'm saying? Then we can get something going. But I just worry about lack of arm strength and he's raw. I'm worried about that. I'm worried about the lack of arm. You got to at the very least have elite arm strength to go with that. We didn't give so many guys chances like Kelvin Harmon and Bryce Love. I wish we kept Bryce Love longer, man. It didn't work out, but I really wish, man. We don't have pick 193. We don't have pick 193 anymore? Am I tripping? We don't? I wish we gave Kelvin Harmon. I miss him too. I thought he had something to it. I thought he had something with him too, man. Man. Yeah, we do have the 193rd pick. What we talking about? Or you know something we don't already? Do you know something we don't? I wish we kept Carter. Oh, DeAndre Carter is a returner. Yeah, I wish we kept him too. Even though it's crazy though, because Dax Milne did better statistically than he did last year. But I still prefer DeAndre Carter over Dax Milne. I'll tell you that. Didn't DeAndre Carter run one back against the Falcons? Oh, yeah, he did. I miss him. Anybody that plays well against the Falcons is good in my book. Anybody that contributed to a Falcons loss is good in my book, whether you're a Commanders fan or not. That's why I like rooting for the Saints, because it's funny. Again, we've already talked about this, but just to let y'all know, in my opinion, the Saints-Falcons rivalry is the funniest in the NFL. It may not be the best on the field, but it's easily the funniest because it's the blackest. It's the most HBCU-like rivalry in the NFL. It's easily by far the blackest rivalry in it. It's just so funny. It's so stupid. And then the fact that they just both be folding every now and then, it's just so silly. And then the joaning and the trash talking is just insane. The pettiness. Like, the cities will do billboards against each other. Like, the Saints be having anti-Falcons big boards, like 28-3 stuff. The Falcons were petty enough to steal the Mercedes-Benz sponsorship from the Saints and take it to Atlanta with their new stadium. I mean, the petty nature, the HBCU rivalry that is the Falcons and Saints rivalry, I'm so happy that I'm here to witness it in first person. And it's even better that the Falcons suck every year, or at the very least disappoint. Or, you know, they get far and then they end up folding. I love it. It's beautiful. It's absolutely. If I had to pick a team to talk trash against and live in the same city, it is the Falcons. Because again, that rivalry with the Saints is the pettiest thing I've ever seen. If y'all haven't experienced it, you gotta go to a game or something. It's literally the pettiest rivalry of all time. It's the funniest, and at the very least, the blackest. Now, is it the best on the field? Of course not. But of course not. Not at all. But if we're talking about funny. Pettiest, it don't get no better, man. Y'all got to experience it in person. And after Katrina, once all the New Orleans people came to Atlanta, and then the crime rate skyrocketed, and it just got even more. It's been petty, crazy. There's Saints fans all over Atlanta. They've been living here for years, and it just don't go nowhere. Rico, is the water from your Bulldogs available because the Eagles are about to pick them? Oh, the water is the water. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the Eagles took the Georgia Bulldogs water boy as well, man. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised either, man. Leave me alone, Herb, man. I'm still coping. Oh, the Titans got Jalen Duncan. Yeah, it was only a matter of time, bro. He was sliding way too far. I agree. He should have been like a third-round pick. That's crazy. The Saints, he said he is a Saints fan. How is their draft? We just looked at it. What the Saints do? Let me make sure I avoid the Eagles. Slide past the Eagles real quick. Don't let that Oh yeah, Brian. They went straight edge, and I like Kendre Miller as a pick. They went straight defensive line. I guess Jordan is getting older though. So they went interior offensive lineman. I'm not a big Nick fan. Nick Saldivetti. I think he's Italian. Saldivetti. I'm not a big fan of his. I liked Alex Forsythe, who I believe is still out there a little bit more. But the defensive lineman they got it good. Isaiah Foskey, however you pronounce it, is arguably still in the second. Kendre Miller is a really good running back. A lot of people's favorite running backs. And Brian Brzee, of course, when healthy and when focused, when determined, when he's on point mentally and he's healthy, he should have been a top 15 pick. The talent is there. He's dominant when he wants to be. It's just whether or not he wants to be. So the defensive line is crazy. The running back is crazy. I'm not big on the guard, but it is what it is. And Jake Hayner, I'm not a big believer in him, but you never know, man. It's smart to take a quarterback and let that guy groom while you got these other guys ready to start for now. So I think it's a solid draft. Not one of my favorites, but also not bad at all. Not bad at all. Defensive line improved mightily. They took one of their strengths and made it even better. I'm sorry I couldn't resist. Punter, return a fast running back that can catch. Tennessee ain't gonna go away. Corey Trice is BSJ Insurance top pick. Okay, that's interesting. Corey Trice, go DB 3 times. I couldn't argue with that because you can easily, with Jalen Duncan especially off the board, you can argue Corey Trice is the best player left in the draft. Even ESPN thinks so, I think. Let me go look. Yeah, ESPN literally has him ranked as the best player available. They had him going as the 106th overall ranked player, and we're now almost to the 190s. You could argue he'd be one of the biggest steals if somebody was able to get him, and I wouldn't be surprised if we did. He said thank you, he appreciates it, man. Shouts out to you, man. Shouts out, hey, again, Saints, I'm not a Saints fan, but as long as y'all keep beating the Falcons, y'all good in my book, because I hate the Falcons more than anybody else, so shouts out to the Saints. I love the Saints-Falcons rivalry. Again, the funniest, blackest, pettiest rivalry in football. I absolutely love it. I love being in the middle of it and not having a dog in the fight. No matter who wins or loses, I'm laughing. I'm having a good time. I prefer for the Falcons to lose, but it is what it is. Shouts out to the Saints, though. And shouts out to y'all because y'all drafted my boy Alvin Kamara and made him a star. And he's from Atlanta. Alvin Kamara's from Atlanta, so shouts out to y'all. Y'all showed my boy some love and turned him into a star. Hope he continues to ball out for y'all. Eagles about to draft another Georgia player. Can we chill out? Can we chill out? Can we not speak this into existence? Yeah, Titans went crazy. Tajay Spears, Skaronski, and Jalen Duncan is crazy. My brother's an Eagles fan. He said, sorry taking all Bulldogs. Hey, man, I don't want to hear no apologies at this point, bro. It don't make it no better. I appreciate the concern and the sympathy, but sorry isn't going to give me my Bulldogs back, man. Oh, the Patriots got Boutte from LSU? Boy, that man has so much potential, and it sucks to see that he lost a lot of his speed since he got hurt. But if he can get that speed back, Boutte is crazy, man. He is crazy if he gets back to that point. That could be a steal for the Pats. I could see why they would take a guy like that. My boy, Life, No Life, appreciate you for pulling up. ATL in the chat too, man. Yes, sir. Appreciate the donation. Why you gotta hate Falcons? They poverty like us. I mean, it's just been petty. All throughout high school, the people I talked the most trash to were Falcons fans, Colts fans, Steelers, and random teams like that, Patriots, but mostly Falcons fans more than anybody else. So that's why I hate them. That's why I hate them the most. I hate Cowboys too, of course, because of we can play them twice a year. The rivalry is strong there and throughout history. But me personally, for the people I know, the people I talk trash to the most, the Falcons fans got it by far. It's not even close. So I love it when the Saints beat them. Shouts out to the Saints. Shouts out to the Saints for being. I'm from Atlanta, man. When I was in high school, most of the people talking trash to me, 80% were Falcons fans. Again, I'm close to a couple of. My friend group consists of a lot of Falcons fans, of course. And in high school, even people I didn't care about that much were Falcons fans talking trash. So Falcons fans dominated people I had to talk trash to. But my inner circle, the people I talk to on a pretty much daily basis, Steelers, Colts, Cowboys, Giants, Patriots, Bears, Rams, 49ers. Those are all of the teams I got to deal with and put up with throughout the course of a year, trash talk wise. Got to deal with all of that. But a lot of Falcons fans, of course, as well. Falcons dominate They're like half of them alone, and then everybody else is the other half. So I mean, the Falcons hate will never die down. It will suppress a little bit, but it will never die out. That's the best way. It'll die down a little bit. It has died down a little bit because they just haven't. What's there to hate? You know, they haven't achieved anything. But it will never die out. I'll never forgive the Falcons for the trash talk that I went through and all of that throughout high school and stuff, and even still from some of my Falcons fan friends. Most of my Falcons fans friends that I still keep up with now, they're like the ones I'm close to and everything. They are not trash talkers like that. We're good, and then at the very least we can bond over Georgia, and we're good. But the most of them, especially the ones from high school, man, I'll never forgive the Falcons for that stuff. They thought they was doing it too, boy, when I was in high school. Went to the same high school as Taylor Heineke, rooting for ATL this season. Hey, I ain't mad at it. My boy Zoe Life, No Life. Oh, so you up there in Gwinnett. Okay, that's cool, though. I'm over here in Southwest Atlanta. Yes, sir. Appreciate the donation again. I love the ATL and I saw you in Louis T's stream when we were streaming. Pulled up with the ATL logo, man. I really appreciate it. Appreciate having some country people in the chat with me. Because, you know, we outnumbered by the DMV heavily right now. So, you know, Southwest Atlanta, Santa. Eagles killing this draft. They are. Who'd they just get? Who did y'all just say they got? Oh, they got Tanner McKee. I'm not a huge Tanner McKee fan. But, I mean, at this point, with how well they drafted, it doesn't even matter. It literally doesn't. Corey Trice, Andre Carter, or Andrew Voorhees. Huge value here. Yeah, I would definitely say. I like A.T. Perry a lot, too, though. I like A.T. Perry a lot, but our pick is coming up soon. If we go best player available, you could easily argue it would be Corey Trice or Andrew Voorhees at this point. I am surprised Andrew Voorhees made it this late, but we'll see. Well, Alex Forsythe, I am still salty at the Falcons for turning on Vic when he got in trouble. He saved the franchise. That's another good point, too. But this is like, what can you really do, though? Swanee, stand up. Okay. Georgia Bulldogs in the building. I mean, I've been seeing you, DC dog. I've been seeing you. So, okay, that boy from over up there. You know what I'm saying? Over there. That's cool, though. Shree, what is your favorite NBA team? Again, I don't really have a team. I mean, if anything, I guess I slide towards the Hawks a little bit, but I'm not passionate about the Hawks. When the Hawks lose, I'm not sad like I am for like my Commanders or my Georgia Bulldogs. So that's why, with as big of a fan as I am, diehard of my Commanders and Georgia Bulldogs, I feel like it's unfair to call me a Hawks fan. I hope they win, but I feel like fan isn't enough. Like, you know what I'm saying? I feel like that's too much. I want them to win, but like at the end of the day, when they lose, I don't lose sleep like I do for my Commanders and Bulldogs. I'm more of a player person. I'm personalities. I was AI, then I was Westbrook for the longest, and then now I'm Anthony Edwards for multiple reasons. Anthony Edwards gives me my AI, he gives me my Westbrook, and then he's the most relatable sports player I've ever seen. I mean, we talked about this already, but there's no more relatable sports player I've ever seen in football, basketball, anything than Anthony Edwards to me. I feel like I already know him, and I've never met him. I mean, he's literally the accent, the personality, the way he jones, the way he talks trash. I mean, it's like literally Southwest Atlanta, all embodied in one person. I feel like him and Adam Pac-Man Jones represent the area so well, it's ridiculous. I thought it was Adam Pac-Man Jones and Cam Newton probably is the most relatable. And then I'm biased because they both went to Westlake. I went to Westlake as well. But Anthony Edwards got it. The most relatable, the most I've been able to relate to a sports player in my lifetime by far. Is not even close. It's not. I can't even think of a close second. I really can't. I mean, just everything. Everything from top. So that's my dog. I root for the Timberwolves to win because of him, but right now I'm actively rooting for him to leave the Timberwolves. Please do not sign that Supermax. You're only 21 years old. You'll get the Supermax with your next team. It'll just take a few more years. I don't care. Get out of there. You deserve better. The Timberwolves, that Rudy Gobert trade pretty much doomed y'all for the rest of eternity. And you're not getting marketed. You're not getting marketed as well as you should be because he's the funniest player in the NBA, and he doesn't get marketed anywhere near as much as Ja Morant, and I can only blame the Minnesota Timberwolves. So, what are we doing right now, though? What are the Commanders doing? Any linebacker you would like to draft? At this point, none that I love. Kyle Soley maybe in the 7th round as an undrafted free agent. I'm cool with that, but at this point, nah, I'm good. I'm good, especially with this pick, 193rd overall. I'm good. At this point, I would go best player available. I mean, it would be crazy to double dip in corner to get a third one. But Corey Trice, I'm right with Washington Command Center. He's literally a more athletic Benjamin St. Juste, potentially just raw. You can work with that. Get him 193rd overall, and like Washington Command Center said, he's your Benjamin St. Juste insurance if he gets hurt. And then you would definitely at that point go ahead and cut Kendall Fuller and save $8.5 million. How does undrafted go? You just got to call people up and try to see if you can get them and try to steal them from another team. It's just like free agency, basically. They're literally undrafted free agents. A.T. Perry, the wide receiver, has crazy athleticism and potential. That man is basically just a raw AJ Green, 6'4", runs like a 4.3 something, 4.4 something crazy, like athletic freak. Jalen Duncan's gone, so that's sad, but probably one of them. Diabate probably the best. Okay, I can see the argument for that. Ron gonna take a linebacker from Army. I will be highly upset. Wait, who's the linebacker from Army? Because I feel like maybe I'm tripping. Who's the linebacker from Army, bro? I don't even know who that is. I feel like I would just be mad just off the strength. Like, who is that? Carter? Who are we talking about? Andre Carter? Yeah, honestly, at this point, I think the most likely pick is Zach Kuntz, the tight end from Old Dominion. But if they want to go best player available, Corey Trice is there. A.T. Perry is there. There's some options out there. Andrew Voorhees is still available, I believe. What do you use to check the undrafted free agent signings? They give us updates after it starts happening. All the Washington reporters like Nikki Javala, John Com, JP Finley, all of those guys. Ben Standig, Ryan Fowler, all of those guys are going to give us updates as they come out. And I'm going to update y'all as well, so we'll see. I'm sick of that Jalen Duncan pick, though. The fact that he slid that far to the Titans, that's one of the biggest steals in the draft. Shouts out to the Titans for getting a huge steal. Trice plays safety as a sophomore, too, so he has versatility. Bryce Ford, Wheaton, 6'4", 224 pounds, 4'3" speed. Edge, Andre Carter. Okay, so he's an edge. I'm like, what do we... I was so confused. I was like, Andre Carter, why do I not remember him? Remember, I did not watch a lot of edge rusher tape. I knew we'd probably take one sooner than people expected, but my whole focus was, of course, I watched the quarterbacks. I can't help that. I watch quarterbacks every year. But I watched wide receiver a little bit, but I was mainly on corner, safety, linebacker, offensive line, tight end. Those are the guys I watched the most this draft season. So I'm not even gonna sit here and lie to you and make stuff up in front on camera just to sound smart. If I don't know somebody, I don't know them, and I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you. That Andre Carter guy, feel like I've heard of him, but I couldn't tell you. I'm not about to just sit here and lie on screen, man. You never gonna catch me. Never gonna catch me doing that. I think Zach Kuntz, tight end from Old Dominion, is the most likely pick, though. Honestly, I think that just makes the most sense. There's clear interest there. I can see it. The Pats took a punter. Are they weird? Are the Pats weird? They took a kicker and a punter within the first 6 rounds of the draft. Are y'all okay? Are they a punter and a kicker in the same draft? Are we weird? Y'all okay? Y'all took Christian Gonzalez and said we could do whatever after that. Y'all just felt like y'all got the steal of the draft, and y'all said it doesn't matter who we pick after that. Apparently, I don't know what the Patriots are doing, but y'all are weird. I wanted Chad, and I'm more upset because I love Chad Ryland as a kicker out of Maryland that the Patriots took, but I wouldn't have drafted him in the 4th round. I was hoping we could get him as an undrafted free agent. I love him as a kicker. I think he'll end up being a really good kicker, but come on now, that's weird. That's strange. But all right, the Commanders pick is up. Let's get it. What are we doing? Are we going defense? Are we going defense? Are we going defense? Or are we going tight end? Are we going with another offensive lineman? What are we doing? I wouldn't be surprised if we traded back. I ain't gonna lie. I would not be surprised if we traded back. I feel like it's actually quite likely. But at this point, I'll take Corey Trice just because he's best player available. And like Washington Command Center said, he would be Benjamin St. Juste insurance. But I think the most likely pick is Zach Kuntz, the tight end from Old Dominion. If I had to say most likely, what would make probably the most sense to Rivera and company from their point of view, it would be him. But I also wouldn't be surprised if we traded back. So best player available is arguably Corey Trice right now. Easy argue right there. Yeah, the Patriots getting a punter is insane. They drafted a punter and a kicker in the same draft. Is that unheard of? Has that ever happened before? Where's the New England fan today? I know he feels. I don't know how he feels taking a kicker. Yeah, it is crazy. Shea not here to see his team take a kicker and a punter. He was here to see them take Christian Gonzalez when it was all good, when everybody at Patriots Nation was having fun. But now that they're taking punters and kickers in the same draft, Shea nowhere to be near to be found. That is funny. But shouts out to Shea though, man. I got to do individual video breakdowns of everybody we drafted. I'm going to get there eventually, though. Y'all just stay patient. I'm live streaming right now. We got momentum. We're having fun. So I don't want to just leave midstream to do it. All right, so the pick is in. So there is no trade back. Ain't no fun with the rabbit got the gun. Okay. Country, that's country, that's country. I believe Andrew Voorhees may still be available. Is he? I don't remember him getting drafted. So where is he? Where is Andrew Voorhees? Yeah, he is still available. The USC guard is still available. You could argue best player available. Honestly, him, Corey Trice, my boy A.T. Perry out of Wake Forest, the wide receiver that's 6'4" and runs like a 4.3 something. Very raw though. Let them know, Daily Grind. Make sure y'all like up the stream if you haven't already. Please leave a like on the stream if you haven't already, man. I would really, really appreciate it big time. Nothing but love, man. Really appreciate it. Leave a like. It's free for y'all and it means the world to me. So please like up the stream if you haven't already. All right, what we doing with this pick, though? Oh, the Commanders are having a draft party, and my boy Jahan Dotson is there. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Who are we taking right now, man? Who are we taking? I think Zach Kuntz is the most likely pick, though. That just makes probably the most sense that I would say. I think that's the pick that makes the most sense. Come on, y'all. What we do? What we do? Y'all are saying wide receiver, kick returner, Trey Palmer. Is that real? Is that true? I'm seeing multiple people saying it. So is that what we really did? We took Trey Palmer? We took Trey Palmer? I would have preferred A.T. Perry, but, you know, that's solid, too. I mean, if we're bringing him in, if they believe in him as a punt returner, I'm cool with it because I really want an electric punt returner. I'm not okay with going into this season with Dax Milne as our starting punt returner again. Oh, the Bucks did. Oh, okay. I was about to say, I don't like that pick. I'm not even about to sit here and lie to y'all. Oh, okay. So what are we doing? Okay, thank y'all. Thank you. Okay. I haven't even been looking at the other picks. I've been sitting here trying to find out who we're picking. Here, who are we taking? Who are we taking? Who are we taking? Pick is in, pick is in, pick is in. Still waiting, still waiting, still waiting. I'm nervous. I'm nervous. Zach Kuntz, the tight end. Corey Trice. A.T. Perry. Andrew Voorhees. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing, man? I'm scared. I'm scared. There's some guys there that I like. I just don't think we're going to take them. The Commanders are too random. They're too unpredictable. I'm scared. I am scared. What we about to do? Where are we at? Where are we at? Who are we taking? Why is this taking so long? I'm already seeing that the Broncos are going to trade back, and that's 2 picks after us. What's going on? Who are we taking? Why is this so suspenseful all of a sudden? I don't even see people talking about it on Twitter yet. Why is this the best kept secret yet? Why is this like the best kept secret of all time? What is going on? All these other picks, we've been finding out 3 picks early. We get to our pick. We already talking about the Broncos trading back, and they picked 2 picks behind us. What happened? Did we just get skipped? Did the Commanders get skipped? What is it? They just jumped us in the line? Yeah, Commanders, I know y'all are picking, but we got more important news. We about to trade back. Go ahead and tell them that. Don't worry about nothing else. What's going on? The pick has been in for 3 minutes. The pick has been in for 3 minutes. Oh, we took Chris Rodriguez from Kentucky. I mean, it fits the theme of going SEC running backs, boy. SEC running backs. And, I mean, this is a guy that, I mean, to break it down, and I'm not exactly sure how much I love the pick yet. I'm going to have to watch more film. But from what I've seen so far, he is not a pass catcher. He's basically like another Brian Robinson, basically, to help eat up carries. So he's probably replacing like a Jonathan Williams. He's probably coming in to take the spot of Jonathan Williams. He is basically a bulldozer running back. Great between the tackles, great contact balance. And me and Louis T were talking about on the stream a couple of days ago. Contact balance is arguably the best trait that a running back can have. But let's go ahead and pull the guy up, man. Let's go ahead and get it. Let's go ahead and get this RAS going too, because you know we got to do that. We got to know that. So okay, so we didn't get. So we didn't get Christian Gonzalez, but we got Christian Rodriguez, right? Is that a supplement? Y'all cool with that? Y'all cool with that? No Christian Gonzalez, but Christian Rodriguez? Close enough? Do you have Christian Rodriguez money? We got Christian Gonzalez at the house. That's how we feeling? Christian Rodriguez, let's get it, man. But yeah, man, I mean, if you're trying to get him, he's a good pass protector. He's a good pass protector. He's a bulldozer. I mean, I like him. I like him. I'm not sure how much I like him. That's the thing, though. I don't know how much I like him, but he's a good player. He is a good player. I can admit that. He is a good player. You can't take that away from him. He is a good player. How good, we'll see. Let me try to get his RES score real quick. I'm just all over the place right now. I'm gonna catch up. Yeah, so we didn't get so I mean, you wanted McDonald's, so instead of Christian Gonzalez, we got Christian Rodriguez at home. You know what I'm saying? Not a fullback. I wouldn't say a fullback, man. I don't think it's that bad. All right, let's see what his RAS score is. I'm pretty sure it's not great because he's a strong guy but not a fast guy. He's not much of a contributor in the passing game. He's basically just diet Brian Robinson. To me, he's basically diet Brian Robinson, I would say. C-Rod is a good back, man. I really wanted him last year, but he went back. Okay, that's interesting. So you're high on him. I mean, again, the theme tonight is drafting guys against high-level competition. He's a running back in the SEC. I mean, you could argue he's basically baby Brian Robinson. That's the best way to probably describe it. He is baby Brian Robinson, if that's how you want to say it. And I don't exactly know why we need another one of those, but, you know, I don't exactly know why we felt like it was necessary to get somebody like that this soon. But I mean, they said I saw a report. I think it was Ron Rivera and/or Eric Bieniemy that they said that they wanted a guy that can get carries, to take carries off of Brian Robinson, not a third down back, because they see Antonio Gibson basically stepping up to be the J.D. McKissick role, and they wanted somebody else to be the guy that can eat more carries away from Brian Robinson. And so we got Brian Robinson and Christian Rodriguez. My boy Andreas with the donation, man. Appreciate that big time. I did not mean to do both. My fault. Second in yards per game in the SEC is pretty solid. Good point. Good point. That's a good point, and SEC is crazy. That is a great point. I mean, he's basically baby Brian Robinson. That's the best way to word it to me. I don't know how else to say it. Baby Brian Robinson. That's what I got from this. I didn't think it was necessary for us to take that at that point. I would have waited, but he had 1,378 yards rushing last season in the SEC, having to go against Georgia and guys like that. I respect him. I remember seeing him. He again, baby Brian Robinson. Baby Brian Robinson. Oh, I didn't know Christian Rodriguez is from the same city as Antonio Gibson. Oh, I love the pick. Oh, I love the pick. Oh, yeah. Give me another guy from the metro Atlanta area, Georgia, the state of Georgia. I love the pick. Yes, I'm biased. Yes, I'm biased. Great pick. Definitely an Eric Bieniemy pick. Definitely a Street Scores pick. I am biased. Full-blown bias. I don't care. As many people we have from the Metro Atlanta area on the team, I don't care. That raises his stock, bruh. That raises his stock, bruh. Maybe Antonio Gibson and maybe he and Antonio Gibson know each other because McDonough is a really random place to be from. That they have to know each other. He said, "Dang, bro, you're 100% territorial." I'm playing though, for real though. I mean, I'm happy he's from Atlanta, but it doesn't change my draft grade. I wouldn't have taken him at that soon. I still would have gone Corey Trice or something, but it is what it is. Rico, you are too biased. Talk to me. This is a W. I mean, define a W. Bias aside, because I love the fact that he's from Georgia, the Metro Atlanta area. I love that. Bias aside, the best way to describe him, I think, is a baby Brian Robinson. I don't feel like it was that big of a need. I wouldn't have drafted him, but you can see what Eric Bieniemy and Ron Rivera are trying to do. You can see what the plan is. You can see what the goal is. I don't love the pick, but it is what it is. He went against Jamin Davis in practice. Oh, yeah, he did. Oh, good point. He did play with Jamin Davis. So maybe Jamin Davis vouched for him. I don't know, man. Oh, the Broncos traded for Adam Trautman. So Adam Trautman is right back with Sean Payton in Denver now. That's crazy. I love it. Rep your city, fam. Yeah, nah, I'm just trolling, though. I mean, I am happy that he is from Atlanta, but it doesn't change my draft grade. I don't really like this pick that much, but I understand the logic behind it. I don't love the pick, but I understand the logic. And after we went offensive line twice in this draft, twice in a row, I believe, right? And you're trying to make that interior offensive line better. Antonio Gibson, again, it was reported that he was moving to the J.D. McKissick role. J.D. McKissick is going to be the J.D. McKissick. I mean, Antonio Gibson is going to be J.D. McKissick. So I guess this is he's basically replacing Jonathan Williams. He's basically taking Jonathan Williams' spot on the roster, and y'all know they love Jonathan Williams. So I don't know how this is gonna work. They do like Jonathan Williams more than Jared Patterson. So somebody's gone, Jared Patterson or Jonathan Williams. But I feel like Jared Patterson has good return potential. Every time we throw him in the game, he produces. I like seeing what he does in the return game. So I'm confused, but he's replacing one of them. He's replacing somebody, replacing Jonathan Williams or Jared Patterson. Somebody's not making his team, and he's more than likely making the team because they probably view him and Brian Robinson as the 1-2 punch and Antonio Gibson as the J.D. McKissick. But at the same time, one thing I do got to give Chris Rodriguez, probably the thing that makes me the happiest about this pick, even though I don't love the pick, I'm going to say that again, I don't love the pick, but probably the biggest upside about the pick is that he probably comes in and is our best pass blocker. He probably is our best pass blocker already, so I like that. Even though he doesn't contribute much in the passing game as a receiver, he's probably our best pass blocker. So Gibby is replacing JD, and then C-Rod is replacing Gibby. I guess technically you could say it like that. Jared Patterson is my frat brother. That's what's up. Yeah, I don't love the pick. I'm not even going to say and lie to you. I don't love the pick, but I'm just trying to explain to you the logic as to why they took the pick, why they made the pick. So he's a good pass protector. Good, probably the best one already on our team as of today now that we drafted him. He's not good in pass as a pass catcher, but maybe he can learn to be. He's basically baby Brian Robinson. Literally baby Brian Robinson with great contact balance. You can say contact balance is his best trait, and you can argue that's the most important trait for a running back because me and Louis T were literally talking about this a couple of days ago. You can argue contact balance is the best trait for a running back. That's why Alvin Kamara is so great. He's not fast. He's not quick. He's not the strongest guy at all, but he has great contact balance. You hit him, he somehow finds a way to stay on his feet. You got to wrap him up and drag him down. And if you don't do that, he's going to keep breaking tackles. And that's what this guy has. And I believe he can catch a little. he doesn't have a lot of production there, but I think he has the potential. Just like Brian Robinson coming out of Alabama, everybody was acting like, he can't contribute anything in the passing game. And Brian Robinson showed us that he can if you just work with it and develop it. Chris Rodriguez could do the same thing. Chris Rodriguez can eventually develop into a pass catcher. He's gonna have to, because if he's a really good pass protector, we're gonna want to have him down in the game on third downs to block. And you can't only be in the game to block, because then that's gonna show everybody what we're doing. But if you can at the very least block and go out there and catch a pass every now and then, that's gonna keep our offense balanced. People won't be able to predict what we're doing. And I like the idea of that. I'm rocking with it. Don't love the pick, but I understand. My boy Zoe Life No Life again from Atlanta. He appreciate the donation again. He is similar to Isaiah Pacheco. I guess I would compare Isaiah Pacheco more so to Antonio Gibson, because Antonio Gibson is just basically more athletic, more explosive, should be better Isaiah Pacheco. I think Eric Bieniemy is gonna get so much out of Antonio Gibson. I think he's gonna be out wide sometimes in the slot even sometimes. I think he's gonna get abused in this offense. So I'm really excited about Antonio Gibson's potential. So I would compare Isaiah Pacheco more so to Antonio Gibson. But I think he's more so a baby Brian Robinson. Please believe me. He said, please believe me. Malik Cunningham, Dennis, an A+. Okay, high on Malik Cunningham. All right, man. Let me go ahead and check how the Commanders Nation is feeling about it. Let me go ahead and get some statistics going, because I got to get ready to record that video. He is definitely a tackle breaker, though, for sure. For sure a tackle breaker. You ain't got to worry about that one, man. Big time tackle breaker. So, that's a pretty good running back trio, though. Antonio Gibson, Brian Robinson, and Chris Rodriguez. You cannot complain. You cannot complain at all, man. Can't complain. I may not have taken him with that pick. I would have probably waited to see if he would be available later, but, that's cool. It's okay. It's cool. I think it's a solid pick, though. I don't love the pick, but it's a solid pick. Oh, that's a good point, though. That's a good point. You could argue he was one of the better players available. If it weren't for his DUI arrest, he would not have been there where we just took him 193rd overall. That's a good point. He is better than his 193rd ranking. Me personally, it's a good pick for what they want to do. The reason I don't love the pick is because I don't feel like we needed another thumper. I didn't feel like we needed another Brian Robinson. But if you're Ron Rivera and you really want that, and you really covet that, Eric Bieniemy, that's what you really want, this pick is great, because he's a baby Brian Robinson, and he should not have been there at 197. 193. It was definitely because of that DUI that he even made it that far. So, take what you want from it. I just felt like it wasn't a serious need like that. That's my only problem. But he should not have been there at 193. We're lucky to get him if that's what we want. Again, I just didn't think that's what we needed. And we met formally with him at the Senior Bowl. So another Senior Bowl player. You know how that goes. You know the Commanders love their Senior Bowl players, man. You know they love them some Senior Bowls. But definitely a bell cow type of person. He was the highest graded SEC running back last season, even more than any of my Georgia Bulldogs, even more than Jahmyr Gibbs. So, that does say something. That does say something that Pro Football Focus felt like, according to their grading process, he was the best running back in the SEC, which is the hardest competition in the entire college landscape. So, there's a lot of upside to this. I just personally felt like we didn't need a thumper. We didn't need a Brian Robinson. But if that's what you're looking for, he's a great pick. He's still in the draft if that's what you want. Yeah, man. If it wasn't for that DUI, he wouldn't have been there at 193, man. I'm telling you. I'm telling y'all that now. He would not have been there. Would not have been there. Already have a top 10 receiver core. Okay, so what are we doing? Are we getting Zach Kuntz with the last pick? When do we pick next? Let me see. 2-7. Oh, is that it? That's it, right? That's it. No more picks this draft, right? Because we had to give up that other pick to trade up. That's it for us, right? Unless we find a way to get another pick, but that's it for the draft, right? We have one more? We have one more, right? We have one more? Oh, yeah, I'm tripping. We do have one more. We do have one more. My fault. Wait. Yeah, because we had to give up one of those picks, but we still have another one after that. Yeah, we have 233. We have 233. I'm not sure if I'll make it all the way to 233, though, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. These people are taking forever to pick, man. It's like they don't even know what their big board is. What's going on? I know we having fun in the stream, but I need to go ahead and get to work on these videos. I got to do videos on all of these players we've drafted today, so I may not make it to 233. We'll see, but... Last pick, linebacker or wide receiver. We got 233. Yep. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Zach Kuntz, tight end out of Old Dominion, and then we pick up Kyle Soley as an undrafted free agent linebacker in out of Arizona State. But we got to give Eric Bieniemy. What we can compare him to Isaiah Pacheco-wise is the fact that Eric Bieniemy took Isaiah Pacheco in the 7th round last year, and you saw how that worked out. I don't really compare them as the same player, but when Eric Bieniemy drafts late-round running backs, they end up being pretty good. Rico, no PRL linebacker. Another year Ron love torturing us. I agree, Rico, man. Appreciate that. So this is interesting, though. I mean, technically, if you wanted a thumper, if you wanted a baby Brian Robinson, you can argue this is a steal of a pick. Like, Ron Rivera and them probably feel like they got the biggest steal of the draft. But I didn't think it was that serious. That's why I don't love the pick. I love the player. I don't love the pick. I think he's a really good player. I just didn't feel like it was that much of a priority for us to get a guy like that. But he can pass block, so I'm ready. I'm just going to do a full draft breakdown. All right. Now I'm going to do individual videos, and then I'm going to do an eventual full draft breakdown, whole review and stuff like that eventually. But right now, I'm just doing, right now, I'm going to do my individuals because I think everybody deserves some time for me to talk about their weaknesses and strengths. Again, every video I do for all of these draft picks, like I've already done for the first 3 that I've already done, and I got to do all the ones that we took today. I talk about their weaknesses and strengths. He said, hang in there. I'm at work. All right, my boy Dejan said, hang. Okay, I'll stay a little while longer. I don't think I'm going to make it to 233, though. I ain't going to lie. We're in the 190s. 233 is not going to happen until like 6 p.m. I don't think I can do it. But yeah, with all of my draft breakdown videos for all of the prospects, I'm going to take some time to watch that film before I do the video. That's why I'm trying to hurry up and go so that maybe by the time we do our next pick, maybe I will be somewhat done with at least one of these videos. I still got to talk about KJ Henry. I got to talk about Braden. I got to talk about Chris Rodriguez. And then we're going to end up picking somebody else, and I got to be ready to do that. So, but yeah, I do weaknesses, strengths, how they fit on the team, whose spot are they taking? Because when you draft a player, they're taking somebody's spot, right? So we got to talk about the veterans that are ahead of them on the depth chart currently. Do they take any of their spots? Are they a starter? Are they a rotation guy? Where do they fit on this team? I look at statistics. I bring up their RAS score, their athletic profile, all of that type of stuff. I talk about their floor. I try to give them a comp, all of that. So y'all know with all of these prospects, I do deep dives, and that's why I feel like I got to give each of them an individual video breakdown because I feel like they deserve it. But yeah, man, I'm excited. I'm about to talk about all of these draft picks soon. I just got to, I'll probably stick around for a little while longer, and then we getting up out of here. I ain't going to lie. Jonathan Williams is good in spots, but he's not a 1,000-yard back. Yeah, I mean, he's definitely an upgrade over Jonathan Williams, I would say. Again, he's baby Brian Robinson. He's closer to Brian Robinson than he is Jonathan Williams, so I think he'll be straight. Again, my only problem is that I felt like this wasn't a need. But as far as if you feel like getting a baby Brian Robinson was a need, you can argue this is a steal. And he only made it to this pick because of his recent DUI. That's it. Edge Voorhees 233. I can see that. But yeah, the pick is solid. I just didn't feel like it was a serious need, but we got to give Eric Bieniemy the benefit of the doubt, because last time he took a running back in day 3, Isaiah Pacheco turned out to be way better than people expected. We may get the same results out of this guy. And I don't think he's replacing Antonio Gibson. If anything, he's here to back up Brian Robinson and to move Jonathan Williams and/or Jared Patterson off the roster. That's what he's here for. He's here to eat up carries so that Brian Robinson can sit occasionally. And I think Antonio Gibson is going to move over to basically the J.D. McKissic role, especially with us taking another running back, the type that he is. Oh, look at the dogs on the stream. Oh, what is going on with the Jaguars pick? Why are we looking at fluffies, little puppies? I couldn't help myself. If we have a lead, pound the rock. You know that's what Ron Rivera wants to do too. I'm on NFL Network though, but they got the cutest little dogs up there. But yeah, with us bringing in a guy that's going to get more carries, I'm assuming Antonio Gibson will definitely still be a big part of the kick return game, because you're bringing Rodriguez. You're bringing Christian Rodriguez in to take away carries from Brian Robinson, to probably take away some carries from Antonio Gibson. But at the same time, Antonio Gibson is so talented, and he's literally just a more athletic, better Isaiah Pacheco. I think he's going to be heavily involved in the passing game and the running game. I think Antonio Gibson is going to get a lot of greatness out of him. Oh, they did a scouting report for the little lab. Oh, the little puppy. This is how we run the ball hard, though you not through you, not around you. Like I Photoshop trace cut out, told you, but I didn't have one for our guard, Braden Daniels. I think we're further along than we think. Without the lackluster QB play, we were a playoff team last year. I keep saying that. Remember, Taylor Heineke and Carson Wentz, say whatever you want to say, but statistics show they were both in the 30s in quarterbacks. Other teams had better backup quarterbacks than Taylor Heineke and Carson Wentz last year. If Sam Howell could just go out there and be decent, just give me top 20, top 15 quarterback, and we're way better than we were last year just off of that alone. Taylor Heineke and Carson Wentz were holding us back. I don't care what y'all say. The QBRs and everything say it. I think Taylor Heineke was like 32nd, 33rd. Carson Wentz was like 35th in QBR. Like, bruh. I'm not making this stuff up. We were winning in spite of those guys. Sam Howell just has to be decent. Just decent. Give me slightly good. And our team is way better than last year. Now look at the defense with the elite secondary that we have right now, with the guys that we drafted and potentially an improved offensive line. I'm ready to get the work. The Eagles are going to be a problem, but I'm ready to get the work. We won in spite of Scott Turner. That's a good point too. We upgraded quarterback. We upgraded offensive coordinator. Those may be our biggest upgrades, more than anybody we drafted just now. You never know. So that's a good point. Oh, look, is that a baby German Shepherd and 2 baby labs? One black, one golden. Oh, this pick means exactly what you said, Rico. Great insight. Gibson will now be used properly. I really hope so, man. I hope this means he's going to be straight up J.D. McKissic, but more important to the offense, man. I'm hoping for 2021 J.D. McKissic, where he got the ball all of the time for no reason. Now, that's crazy that the Denver Broncos traded for Adam Trautman. That man, Sean Payton, drafted him to the Saints, went to the Broncos, and traded for his guy right back. He wasn't playing. Y'all know I loved Adam Trautman coming out of the draft. I feel like his ceiling is ridiculous. Heineke was a better passer year before last than Lamar. A better offensive coordinator has us 11-6 last year, playoff 1 win. I can easily argue that. Sam runs for his life. The Ronnie Company should have done more O-line. All right, yeah, man. I may be going soon, man. I got to go ahead and talk about these draft picks, y'all, man. I really do. I got to get to these draft picks, man. I'm sorry I got to leave y'all like this, but we got to get to the draft picks. I got to do these video breakdowns, man. I'm really excited. We will get to our draft picks somewhat soon, so we'll see. Yeah, I'm about to go ahead and make sure y'all leave a like on the stream on the way out too, man. I really appreciate it, man. I appreciate all the love. I know I see y'all saying y'all appreciate it and thank you and stuff like that, but I really appreciate y'all, man. Y'all were a big help. The support was crazy. The stream was even more successful than I expected, man. Y'all really went stupid today, man. Y'all went crazy. Again, really appreciate it. I'm about to get to watching some more film before I do these videos. I'm not about to just do these videos out of nowhere for no reason. I'm about to watch some film on these guys, and I'm gonna start doing these individual videos for everybody. Again, thank y'all, everybody. Appreciate the support. Make sure you leave a like on the way out. Really appreciate it. Shouts out to everybody that donated too, man. Y'all are some real ones. Y'all went stupid today. So I appreciate all the love. I feel all the love. And man, I will catch y'all. I may live stream tomorrow just to kind of do a how we feeling type of thing. Maybe open up the phone line. So make sure y'all stay tuned. If you haven't subscribed, make sure you subscribe because I'll probably do a live stream tomorrow where I open up the phone lines and y'all can call in at this number. Matter of fact, it's hard to kind of see it with that right there, but that's a better view. Y'all already know. For those of y'all who know, y'all know, but some of y'all may be new here. Make sure you subscribe because I'm not promising it yet, but maybe tomorrow if I find the time, if my throat isn't killing me from all this talking I've been doing, especially after all these videos I'm about to record, make sure y'all pull up tomorrow. If I do it, if I live stream, we're having a call-in show. It's just whether or not I end up live streaming. But if I do, maybe it'll be tomorrow as a Sunday. Maybe it'll be Monday. We'll see. But I do want to have a call-in live stream where y'all call in and you voice your opinions. You say how you feel about the draft, especially after a night or two to really let it settle in, to watch some tape and stuff like that. Make sure y'all pull up. It may be tomorrow, maybe Monday. We'll see. Make sure y'all pull up for that. Here's the information. This is the number you call in, the access code, and we'll have that stream tomorrow, Monday, whatever. Again, appreciate y'all. Leave a like on the way out. Highly successful stream. Y'all went stupid, man. Y'all went absolutely stupid, man. Appreciate all the support, man. Love all the love in the chat. Yeah, watch the command center. We definitely gonna have to do something. And then yeah, man, appreciate everybody that donated. Shouts out to all of the channel members, everybody that donated through the super chat, through Cash App, man. I really appreciate it. Y'all went absolutely slap diddly stupid today, so I appreciate it. And I will catch y'all with a couple of, well, I need to do at least, 4 videos today because we got 4 draft picks coming in. We already drafted 3 that I haven't done yet since I've been streaming. And we're about to get another one while I'm probably working on recording one of the other videos that I'm about to do. So I got 4 draft picks to break down today. I got to watch some more tape, get some more statistics because y'all know me, man. It's not a RicoScores video without advanced stats. So I got to find some statistics and grades for these guys too. So I got some research to do, some film to watch. But be on the lookout for these draft picks that we made. We're going to do it. Need you to get on my channel, boost my but yeah, man, we gonna get to work. We definitely gonna get to work. But yeah, man, again, I appreciate y'all again. Appreciate it. He said you deserve it, man. Love it, man. Love the support, man. Take care, y'all. And I will catch y'all. It's probably gonna be tomorrow or Monday with a live stream. Again, it's gonna be a call-in show for y'all to call in and voice your opinions. I'll probably give my review of the draft in the beginning, and then we'll go ahead and open up the phone lines for y'all to do it. Thank you, Hill Blue. Make sure y'all hit the like button on the way out. It's free for y'all. That means the world to me. Great stream. Appreciate y'all again. I will catch y'all today with several videos and probably tomorrow with a live stream.